Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about the U.S. military. So many goddamn heroes.
Why'd you join the army?
For my country.
Type shit.
Yes, yes! We're actually talking more about military recruiters today. Sorry for the bait and switch, but we are. Because the U.S. military is constantly in need of recruits. Because of that, Army recruitment has become its own complex operation. One that makes constant efforts to reach as many people as possible using the hundreds of millions of dollars allotted yearly for this purpose. Hundreds of millions. Some of you may have seen it firsthand with military recruiters showing up to their colleges or campus to talk to kids directly. But this is far from the only method used to find interested people and joining the Hoorah clan.
One time I got off a bus and a guy sprinted from the bushes trying to recruit me.
You were just that much of a soldier. You were just that much of a catch. It turns out that the U.S. military employs a lot of strange and extreme tactics to accomplish their goal, especially with the realization that Gen Z shows far less interest in joining the military compared to previous generations. I mean, in 2022, only 45,000 soldiers enlisted out of 60,000 that was intended that year. No one cares anymore, dude. Rock, flag, and eagle, man. Rock, flag, and eagle. No more. No more.
A lot of people are very anti-American nowadays.
Isn't it sad, Nick? Isn't it sad? Hoorah. Hoorah! A big part of this is due to the fact that young people seem to be more aware of the realities of military service and no longer buying into the flowery messaging given to them by recruiters who want to sell this as an ideal path. And in fact, recruiters often focus on the supposedly immense benefits and sense of purpose one can obtain, leaving out the harsher truths like the risk of PTSD, suicide, and mental health issues. So today I want to talk about the most ridiculous military recruitment methods. And let me tell you, some of them might even work on me.
People think you're poor if you join the military. That's not the case. I just got paid, so I went shopping. I spent $10,000. I got a pair of Louboutins. I wore them for the first time last night. They told me to use a protectant on the red sole so that it didn't up, but I already.
What you're seeing is advanced warfare.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
Wake up, it's propaganda. It's propaganda, it's an e-girl in military uniform, it's propaganda. Wake up, wake up.
We can't get into this topic without discussing one of the strangest and more recent examples, the e-girl soldier psyops. All across social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram, videos are making waves showcasing what can only be described as e-girls cosplaying as members of the United States Army. Many are convinced that it's all part of a massive psyop, and that the US is enlisting the help of attractive women to make videos that convince people to join the Army, aka the literal most effective way to put men into any position. And it works hand over fist. This is referred to as the simp to soldier pipeline. One of the most well-known influencers in this genre of content is a woman online named Luhan that has almost 1 million followers on TikTok. Dressed in full army getup, she posts videos of her lip-syncing to trendy songs, doing dances, and vlogging her experience. While some posts seem innocent enough and realistic, occasionally things would become way less subtle. Like a post where she directly tells people, quote, "If you feel unwanted, you know the Army wants you bad." I love that, dude. I want you bad, so if I was an army man, she'd probably love me. That's how men's minds work nowadays, too. Similar theories are even being made in other countries for people like Natalia Fadiz, also known as the gun waifu, a member of the IDF that posts pro-Israel propaganda on her Instagram and her OnlyFans. There's definitely a guy who's just doing something and then that OnlyFans comment really perked him up. Say what now? Her content ranges from cringy e-girl trends to Overwatch cosplays, mixed with thirst trap photos on her Instagram as well as her OnlyFans, popping her showing tits. It's, what else is new? People believe that this is done as a recruitment method as well and have successfully gotten many young men to obsess over her.
I would never reject you. In fact, I would like to be with you. I love you. Could you be my girlfriend? Heart, heart, heart. Please love me.
But of course, this isn't the first time the U.S. Army has tried tactics like these to gain interest of young people. Throughout history, they have employed various methods that glorify military life, often in a way that feels inappropriate or deceptive, like with military ad campaigns. Which, listen, here's the thing, guys. They're awesome. They're really cool. I remember, even when I was younger, I would see them and I'd be like, damn, that's kind of sick.
Yeah, it worked on me. I could get free college?
Free college? And I'm like failing algebra. Free college? I'm gonna be a doc.
Can you sign up with flat feet? Or is that you can't be drafted with flat feet?
If you have flat feet, they're not gonna allow you into the military? Is it that big of a deal? I thought it was if you're like colorblind.
Well, that maybe that too. If you have flat feet, you can't be drafted. So I'm safe from the draft.
You're also like 40. You're not gonna get drafted, Nick. Okay, I'm really young and extremely in shape. I hope they don't draft me.
Hunter, I have something to tell you.
What is it, Mom?
You may want to put that energy drink down. I don't think your heart can take it.
Well, Mom, I appreciate your concern, but I've actually been drinking Gamer Supps raw meat blend that's non-caffeinated. While they do have a caffeinated option, both are equally delicious, so I think it should be okay.
Hunter, you're not my son.
What?
There's no way you could be my son. Look at you. You're too big. I mean, nobody is as fat as you in the family.
Oh, God.
Whoa, whoa there, little Debbie. Don't want you to slip into a diabetic stroke.
I'm sugar-free! And it's keto-friendly, Mom!
Don't call me that anymore. I just got back from the courthouse. Papers are signed. You're not my son.
Oh, God!
And quit crying like that. It just makes you look so fat.
Throughout the 80s and 90s, many military advertisements were released that clearly aimed to appeal to the fantasy and adventure-obsessed kids playing Dungeons & Dragons. That feels like a bit of a long shot. One short advertisement from 1985 simply focuses on a sword being forged over a dramatic voiceover catering to the alpha men. I think more so just being like, King Arthur's table. You want to stab this into like a Middle Eastern guy's chest. They're all dragons. Lizard people. That would have worked on me. Yeah, there's lizard people over there. We gotta kill them. In 1987, the U.S. Marines took it a step further with an advertisement set in medieval times, with a young man dressed in armor being knighted by a king. The voiceover compares the adventurous and courageous knight to that of a modern Marine. Continuing with the medieval theme, the Marine Corps released a particularly strange ad in 1990 that depicted knights and evil wizards fighting each other on a life-size chessboard. Who do you think the wizards were? You know who the enemy is. Join the Marines. One of the most bizarre ads released in 1998, a man enters a strange CGI video game-esque coliseum where he must traverse a deadly obstacle course in order to retrieve a sword themed after a bald eagle. It's awesome. Especially that time too when you're just like, I just got my Nintendo 64, you're like, oh my god, I've been playing it here on my TV, but I could be in the game. That kind of thing. Also a bald eagle sword. You kidding me? So sick. Almost looks a little like Nazi propaganda. Just a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Sorry they had good aesthetic. He then dramatically fights a lava monster before striking him down, being engulfed in flames and turning into a fully dressed Marine. And many people can forgive ads like these for being a product of their time, but even modern military ads seem to dress things up to appear like some sort of trendy video game, which you definitely know that for a fact that these guys are just like, Call of Duty's huge. We're basically breeding them from when they're 8 years old playing these games. In 2019, the What's Your Warrior marketing campaign was released with the intention of showcasing the large list of diverse opportunities available to those joining the army. The advertisement is very clearly trying to cater to the Gen Z by mimicking a modern hero shooter aesthetic, showing specific types of soldiers alongside catchy nicknames and flashy graphics as their operators in Rainbow Six Siege. I like to think that they also went to like Blizzard and they're just like Overwatch. You know, do you think that they ever like the US government's here, like the colonel like walks in, hello colonel? He's just like, I have an assignment for you, son. America needs you. On the phone with it. Huh? Here are some examples of these warriors, by the way. Aviation officers are referred to as the Dragon Tamers. I'm telling you, there's a lot of anti-Chinese shit I feel like in this. The Dragon Tamers. Microbiologists are called the Virus Hunters. And culinary specialists are called the Replenishers. Like they're just like, you could be a cook. Many people across social media agreed that it was an incredibly predatory method of attracting the attention of young people. And appealing to gamers through advertisements is one thing, but what about actual video games? Let's talk about the military-funded video games. Because in 1999, U.S. Army Colonel Casey Wardzinski came up with a unique idea to manage the lack of recruitments. And by 2002, he helped develop a video game called America's Army, which was released with the purpose of convincing people to recruit in real life. And this was the first instance of the Army using the medium as a marketing tactic. The game acted as a team-based tactical shooter similar to Counter-Strike that was praised for being one of the most realistic portrayals in military combat in gaming for its time. I wonder who you're killing. Apparently in 2007, a man used his knowledge for the game to save 2 people that were stuck in a car after an accident. And the game was getting a lot of great press to the point where multiple games were released, both spin-offs and sequels. I like how some guys just like, thank you, America Army. I wouldn't have been able to save that wife and child from their burning car. That's kind of an impressive feat though, huh?
Do you think they set that scenario up so a guy could save people?
Yeah, the woman's like handcuffed to the wheel, like duct tape around.
Yeah, wait, how did he learn from the game, from a car wreck? How does that make sense?
America's Army led to a more positive view on the U.S. military and successfully raised recruitment numbers more than any previous advertising attempt. And 20 years later, the game had shut down entirely after showcasing increasingly dwindling player numbers. Well, yeah, dude. One of the most popular military-based video games is undoubtedly Call of Duty, which first released in October of 2003, and this game has been widely speculated to be a military-funded psyop. I love that idea. State documents have been released in the past to prove that the CIA utilized video games for the purpose of counter-terrorism operations, even using spies to do surveillance on people through World of Warcraft and Second Life. And apparently, there was a belief that criminal networks may be operating within online video games. And because of this, it is not a stretch to assume that Call of Duty is more than just a video game. The US Air Force has even brought executive producers tied to Call of Duty franchise to their headquarters to demonstrate how their gear and vehicles work. We're just researching stuff. Puts like a needle in the back of his neck.
See, that they should add that. Like after every map, there should be like a big like promotion that's like join the army.
Wasn't that fun? You just sign up here. Or if you did some shit where it was like you get a free battle pass, just you know.
Oh, battle pass in the army.
They
That'd be sick.
They do a battle pass to where you sign up, you get a free battle pass if you put your email and information in, and then you start getting newsletters. Before Activision and Blizzard became entangled in sexual harassment scandals, the US Army actually had big plans to put tons of money into Call of Duty franchise. They planned to sponsor Twitch events, paying influencers to create pro-army content, and even create a reward-based inventory in Call of Duty Mobile that would pay in-game currency to viewers that watch ads for the US Army.
There you go. See, you were right. They did go up to Blizzard.
I'm telling you, they're just like, come on. If he has a gun, he's just like, I don't want to make this hard. Despite there being proven instances of video games utilized this way, Major John Mark Filin had his own frustrations. According to him, military recruits that are part of the Nintendo generation have frail skeletons and are not tough enough to handle the active training required by the military. First off, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But in response, he put together a regiment for people to build stronger bones, including tasks such as couch to 5K running program and drinking lots of milk. The guy's hard. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you.
Oh, he came up with the couch to 5K? That's a huge like Reddit thing.
Couch to 5K is a huge Reddit thing. Have you done it?
No, but like the fitness sub, this is years ago. They're like, here's the couch to 5K regiment.
And it's just because he said the Nintendo generation has soft bones. He's like, get off your couch, run a 5K, and drink milk. Reddit falling for a psyop? That's odd. With big games like Fortnite and Minecraft releasing to massive audiences, the US military was struggling to utilize the gaming space to enlist future military soldiers. For them, the next obvious step was to create the US Army esports team, which the US Army, as well as the Air Force and Navy, created their own esports teams. Alongside this, they had recruiters playing shooters on stream dressed in full uniform, talking about how much they love being in the Army. Which, is that comparable to like the Army having a football team and the Navy having a football team too that played like the college bowls? Yeah, it's just like, oh, I like football, you know, and that kind of thing. All is fair in love and war, Nick. All is fair in love and war. But their goal is, once again, to reach out to people who are prime ages for military recruitment, and people were quick to ridicule this endeavor online, spamming comments with the US military's participation in various war crimes.
Oh, cool. Nice. Really chill guy. Have a nice time getting banned, my dude.
I'd always be afraid that they'd like bomb my house.
The Army would?
Yeah. World of War crimes. And then all of a sudden, or you just see like a drone flying outside my window. I'm like,
That was actually a big thing during Obama when he started the Obama era. When he started using drones, people were like, "He's gonna use it on U.S. citizens."
I always thought that the big thing they're gonna do with drones is they were gonna start delivering packages. Whatever the happened with that? I've never had one package delivered by drone. It upsets me because that was the whole thing I thought was cool with Amazon was they were like, oh yeah, you just drop the box off at your doorstep and he flies away. It's like idiot. I was sitting there, I had to order like, I don't know, a pair of socks. Look at my window.
I'm pretty sure there was a guy who like he ordered from Amazon and someone with a shotgun shot it down and took the package.
That's awesome.
At some point today, did a drone fly over your house and you shoot at it? I'm gonna be real blunt with you and ask.
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
That's so stupid. I guess the Fruit of Loom socks runs off.
Speaking of psyops, they think that's a psyops.
What isn't a psyop? The amount of times I see the word psyop online, there's psyops everywhere. Subway has a psyop. McDonald's, Walmart has a psyop. Who doesn't have a psyop? Name a company that doesn't have a psyop? No, this isn't a
Papa Meat.
No, we have a psyop. I don't know what it is yet, but we definitely, if we don't have one, we're making one. What would our psyop be?
Join the Patreon by using cute e-girls.
That's what we need to do, dude. Do you think we'd get in trouble if we started getting like big-titted women, fat ass, or like buff guys with like chiseled bodies just be like, I don't know, my life's just been, I look like this because I'm on the Patreon. You think that'd get people to go?
Oh yeah.
Really?
I think so.
That's gonna be our psyop then. The U.S. Army Esports Twitter account started to get made fun of online as well for using cringe e-girl phrases. We'll ask the merch store boss lady. They were responding with ooh-woo. And it's like, these are the people that are supposed to protect this country. Why can't it just be, why do they, I mean, it's an idea, I get it, of we're trying to be hip with the kids so they want to join in or whatever, but can it not just be a thing where online is where you are your cringy self and you do all your shit that you do, and then if you join the army, can there not just be things where it's like we just don't joke? This is just we're the army. The army does not need to be making joke accounts. You know what I mean?
They're trying to appeal to Gen Z.
I get it, but I'm saying, can nothing be sacred anymore? Am I wrong? Why can't it just be a bunch of old guys who are just like, I don't know, are you a in life? Kind of. Cool. Help me give you purpose again. That's been the biggest thing. I've had like multiple friends who are like real and they're like, honestly, like ups. They joined the army though, and they like actually found like discipline and all kinds of stuff. Like the system, I think, works for people. It's just a matter of, but it's hard work, you know? I don't know.
And you could die.
Yeah. After being told that banning people for bringing up historic events in this matter was violating the First Amendment, the U.S. Army decided to take a break from streaming. And when they returned, they reinstated a ton of accounts that they had banned previously. Like, okay, well, I guess they can't just state facts. We can't just ban people for saying shit. This wasn't their only controversy, however, because it turns out that they were also participating in potentially unlawful fake giveaways in order to push higher recruitment rates. Links would be posted on their Twitch claiming that you could win an Xbox Elite Series 2 controller worth up to $200, only for most people to click and be sent to a recruitment page with zero mention of the giveaway. Perhaps they hope people would just forget about it and just be like, oh, okay, well, I guess the giveaway's not real. I guess I'll just sign up instead, which had to work, by the way. And according to their Twitch page, they stopped streaming about 3 years ago. RIP. If your favorite streamer was just like, hey, you should join the army, how many people do you think would?
Oh, a lot.
So if SQC was just like, hey, yeah, I have to, you guys should join the army for real, whatever, then that, you think people would be like, okay.
I think a substantial amount of people would consider it because they'd be like, yes.
I mean, even like 1%. If 1%, that'd be a lot. For some audiences, that'd be crazy.
I bet you if Kai Cenat said join the army.
Ooh, if Kai Cenat was just like, hey guys, for real, join the army, I'd have some weight. You know what? I'm gonna say it. Join the army. I don't give a shit. Do whatever the f want. Would you rather work at an Amazon factory or would you rather join the army?
Join the army.
I'd probably join the army over working at Amazon.
I'd be in the Air Force.
No, you wouldn't. You have glasses. They wouldn't let your blind ass be in an airplane.
No, I wouldn't be a pilot.
Then why would you want to be in the Air Force?
I'd be in the cockpit.
What cockpit? What are you talking about?
Control room.
So you just want to be a desk jockey in the army? You want to be in the Air Force? You don't want to fly a plane? I feel like you're very easy to please. You know that? You do not you don't reach for anything, do you? You just said that you want to be a desk jockey in the Air Force. The f are you talking about?
The command tower would be like, all right, Bluebird, you're safe to land.
So you're just saying that you want to work at an airport? Okay.
If I was in the army.
Yeah. Well, you said the Air Force, but you're just saying like you're basically just wanting to like bring in Delta and American Airline. I mean, more power to you. I don't know.
One time, my buddy, he told me in high school, he's like, hey, we're going to go work out with our Marine buddy. He's like, I thought we were going to lift weight, but we actually went and did like Marine PT. And on the very first exercise, we just had to sprint down a street and come back. After that, I immediately threw up.
Oh my God. Honestly, same. Well, actually, I would show up and be like, we're doing what? PT? No. My fat ass? Hell no. In the military's attempt to reach Gen Z audience, they began moving towards more cringe behavior, like the Army rap, which could have really been at any place or time, but rap always seems to come back in terms of like doing a hip hop thing. And you see it with the training videos and McDonald's and all that stuff. So it always kind of circles back a bit. 2019, the Giving All I Got music video released on YouTube to a minuscule audience. The rap was ridiculed for its incredibly cringy lyrics and amateurish production, and the song features moving lyrics such as going out like an acrobat. I'm flipping the script like flipping through pictures on Flickr.
Going out like an acrobat. I'm flipping the script like flipping through pictures on Flickr.
I wonder how many people know what Flickr is. And at one point, they started listing things that the Army will pay for in order to convince people to join in.
Uniform paid for, electric bill paid for, water bill paid for, living quarters paid for.
Another way that the US military can appeal to the youth is by utilizing star power, aka paying celebrities to promote the Army. For example, the work the Army had done with Jonathan Majors, known for his role in Marvel shows as well as Creed 3, he began working with the Army on their Be All You Can Be ad campaign before being convicted of harassing and physically assaulting his ex-wife. He was dropped by the Army and then later dropped by Disney, with his character Kang being removed entirely from the upcoming Marvel storyline. And in a more recent attempt to bolster recruitment numbers, the Army secured an endorsement deal with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, as well as the United Football League, which The Rock co-owns. So I think that was just kind of a joint effort to probably squeeze more money out of him. He was paid $11 million and tasked with posting, and guys, let me tell you, this is hard. $11 million for 5 Instagram stories talking about Army enlistment. Okay, $11 million, 5 Instagram stories. Not even posts. They're going to be gone in a day. Stories. The deal also included showing recruitment ads during the football games and advertising on the players' uniforms, and each Instagram post was valued at $1 million. And they were surprised to find out that he only posted 2 of them. He got paid for 5. He's like, I think I'll do 2. That's about it. He's like, I got tequila and steroids to promote. That's about it. The entire campaign turned out to be a massive failure, especially considering the United Football League's low attendance numbers. They literally recruited 0 new people. Nobody signed up for that. And in fact, according to an evaluation projection released by the Army, they actually lost 38 enlistments considering the wasted resources that could have been spent elsewhere. And the Army tried to reclaim $6 million from the failed campaign, and it is unclear how the contract is being rebalanced with the UFL. In one of the most expensive partnerships in Army history, $88 million was spent on NASCAR sponsorships alongside a driver named Dale Earnhardt Jr. Have you heard of him? He's the son of the Intimidator. Come on! They spent $88 million between 2011 and 2013. 2 years. $88 million. They wanted to continue to fill the recruitment quota of 50,000 soldiers a year, but NASCAR fans are typically older, and this resulted in incredibly disappointing results, with the Army once again admitting that it signed up virtually 0 recruits. It was so bad that the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard had to cancel all their NASCAR sponsorships for having an insane cost per engagement. So far, we've been talking a lot about modern examples of Army recruitment techniques. But how about we go back to the past a bit and discuss one of the biggest blunders in recruiting history? I'm referring to Project 100,000. The low IQ Army. Between 1966 and 1971, the U.S. was struggling to meet recruitment standards throughout the Vietnam War. So Project 100,000 was an attempt to increase recruitment numbers by 100,000 people a year by severely lowering recruitment standards. In normal circumstances, these people were not physically or psychologically qualified to be trusted around firearms and wartime environment, and many of them couldn't read or write and had IQs below 71. Once again, I hate to keep saying it, but that legally, to the point where able-bodied soldiers were tasked with forging test results for them because they literally couldn't take it on their own. It seemed to be a matter of sending as many bodies into combat as fast as possible, to the point of rushing them through training before they were even moderately equipped to fight. They basically were just like, here's a uniform, have fun in the jungle. It's Forrest Gump, and they all went on to play ping pong in Russia. On the battlefield, these soldiers were a nightmare to work with. They gave up their positions by talking too loud. They couldn't tie their goddamn shoes. They wasted ammos and failed to understand basic commands. At one point, a popular infantry officer was shot and killed by accident. The soldier was meant to grant him access to the base after reciting the password, but somehow got confused in the process and decided to shoot him instead. And in fact, deadly friendly fire occurred on more than one occasion, obviously. Of the 354,000 deployed during the 5-year period, 5,478 died and 20,270 were wounded. That's pretty low, honestly. I would have expected way more. When times get tough and recruitment numbers aren't looking up, military recruiters can get quite desperate. The response? Bullying you into enlisting. Around 2022, it was discovered that there was a massive increase in military recruiters engaging in misconduct against people they wanted to recruit. So much so that the military recruit abuse hotline had to be reopened after laying dormant for a long time. Recruiters would get access to people's phone numbers in order to give them information about potential enlistment. Usually, this text chain ends as soon as they reject or the text is ignored, but for many recruiters, the rejection angered them to the point where they would aggressively contact them various times to push for an answer they wanted. In one case, a woman received 70 texts in a row. I definitely think they're just like, are you gay? You must be gay if you don't want to join. The person's like, no, I'm not. You're totally not cool. You're gay. Hey, hard answer. Oh, come on, leave me alone. You're gonna join. What are you gonna? Okay, fine. All right, cool, man. One man admits that he was called old and fat by an army recruiter. There's got to be so much worse. There's got to be all kinds of that is the tip of the iceberg. There's got to be racial slurs, all kinds of shit happening, dude. When all else fails, they would get into full text arguments with people, sometimes posting civilians' address and threatening to show up and hurt them. Awesome. Listen, here's the thing, guys. Going into combat is a life-altering decision. It can lead to some of the worst moments in a young person's life, and the idea that the powers that be try to sneakily convince you to join them in video games and influencers is incredibly weird and bizarre. If you have any interest in doing something like that, maybe do your own research. Talk to someone who actually knows you or cares about your well-being, rather than leaving that job to a hot chick doing an Ahigo face on top of a tank, okay? And also to join the military. I mean, it's with anything in life, case by case, dude. Just do your research and make sure that it's a decision that you want to make. But until next time, guys, if there is any Army vets watching this, I'm so sorry. We'll see you next time, guys. Hoorah.
Hoorah.
If you've been online at all for the past couple days, it's basically impossible to avoid the topic we're going to cover today. And that's because on Friday, January 30th, the United States Department of Justice, the DOJ, released another batch of the files pertaining to Jeffrey Epstein, an additional 3 million pages at that. There are now over 6 million files in the public record detailing the horrific crimes Epstein has committed, including chilling videos, images, and first-hand accounts from victims that have come out. Much of this content is being scrutinized for being poorly redacted, despite the DOJ ensuring multiple layers of review and quality control. However, the identity of at least 40 survivors have been revealed throughout the documents, with some admitting the experience to be re-traumatizing and disturbing. Some of these photos include the naked bodies of victims, unredacted, leaving publications like the New York Times to personally notify the Department of Justice to push for further redactions. Am I going fucking insane here? Is this not crazy? We should tell the government to redact more of their stuff. Hey, by the way, there's just uncensored photos here, you fucking morons. Oh, that must have slipped through the quality control. There are also reportedly thousands of redaction failures, and in some cases, duplicates of the same file were released with completely different redactions, revealing more information than intended. There are also other strange, blatant errors, like a photo of Michael Jackson and Diana Ross with their children, redacted as if they're victims despite it being a seemingly innocuous, publicly available photo. It seems like they're trying to redact things, or they're just blindly, if there's any kind of children or anything, they're just throwing it over there without knowing what's bad or what's public or any of that kind of stuff. Regardless, tons of new information is now available, and it's morbidly fascinating to see just how much reach this person has. Not only are various well-known powerful figures being named in these documents, Epstein also seems to have a hand in so much more than you could ever imagine, from video game microtransactions to political influence on 4chan. In the interest of bringing more awareness to the story, we'd like to talk about some of the highlights as well as the internet discussions taking place around this subject. So, just let you know, trigger fucking warning, all that stuff. It's insane. The absurdity of these files is unbelievable. I think more people should know about it. It seems like right now the discussion feels deafening with the amount of stuff that's happening and people know about it, but it is unbelievable still the amount of people that do not know, don't think it's real, or just don't care or whatever. So I would like to take time to talk about this, just to, I don't know, be a person being like, hey, by the way, this is going on. A lot of bad shit in this video, just letting you know, this is the warning. One of the most reoccurring revelations we see throughout these endless editions of files is just how many high-profile people are involved. One of which being President Donald Trump, who is supposedly referenced well over 5,300 times, once more alleging all sorts of sexual misconduct and bolstering the idea that he was much closer to Epstein than he is willing to admit. And in response, he simply states that, quote, very important people told him that the information in the recent drop of the files absolves him, giving basically zero further details about whatever the fuck that means. People closely related to Trump were also named, like his Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. He publicly stated that in 2005, he and his wife stopped associating with Epstein after an uncomfortable early interaction they had visiting his mansion located just next door to them in New York. After noticing a massage table in the center of the house, Epstein was told that he gets massages every day. He then stepped uncomfortably close to him and claimed he gets, quote, the right kind of massage, which supposedly revolted them so much they never wanted to see him again.
Socially, for business, even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
This is all very suspicious considering that emails released in the files prove that he was planning a trip to Epstein's Island in 2012, years later. Further documents even show that they planned to work together in 2018. The files make claims about even more world leaders. For example, FBI sources also claim that Jeffrey Epstein was the wealth manager of Vladimir Putin. The same goes for Zimbabwean President Robert Mugabe. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly known as Prince Andrew, had his royal title stripped away due in part to his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. While he constantly denies this, the new files show further conversations with Epstein on top of images of him kneeling over an unidentified woman who could potentially be a 25-year-old Russian woman and not a child. Other high-powered, wealthy people such as Steve Tisch, the co-owner of the New York Giants, were seen exchanging vulgar messages about women Epstein was planning on hooking up with, though he publicly states that he never took him up on his offer. I never did it. It's not like I ever actually did it though. Football! Hut, hut, hey! Why did we trade Saquon? God. There are even big names in the tech space that are involved. Not just Sergey Brin, one of Google's co-founders, but Bill Gates himself. Even years after Epstein pled guilty to soliciting prostitution from minors in 2011, Bill Gates was continuing to spend time with them, despite his now ex-wife Melinda Gates urging him not to. This is part of the reason they got divorced in 2021. The recent files reveal allegations from Epstein that Bill Gates was cheating on his then wife and trying to hide a sexually transmitted disease he obtained from, quote, Russian girls. Part of the emails, which Epstein strangely only sent to himself, includes a claim that Gates was trying to request antibiotics that he would, quote, surreptitiously give to Melinda. Bill completely denies these claims, calling them absolutely absurd, which Epstein desperately wanted Gates to join a business venture, so the narrative is that this is blackmail and the truth of the whole situation's unclear, but come on, dude. Well, that's the easiest thing too, is people can just say, it's blackmail. No!
That was
Come on!
He was blackmailing people, though. He get you in trouble and then be like...
I mean, don't get me wrong. He had fodder to blackmail you, but it's another thing, too, of like, I didn't talk to that guy anymore. It's like, you ain't hanging out with him after he got arrested for child sex trafficking in 2011? Like, kind of. He has jet skis. I really want to know the justification when people are like, well, yeah, I talked to him, but it's just because I love fishing. I love deep sea fishing. That's the only place I could do it. God! Elon Musk and Epstein were connected as well. There are messages dating as far back as 2012 showing that he aimed to take a trip to Epstein's Island. Once again, this is well after Epstein became a convicted sexual offender. Just putting that out there. 2011, 2012. It's a full year, a full calendar year. And one of these emails, Elon asks what day/night will be the wildest party on your island. In a separate follow-up email, it reads, quote, do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of sanity this year, and so once my kids head home after Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for.
Whoa.
I don't care if he's like, he had amazing jet skis and whatever. With everything we know now, how else could you take it? I want to get wild.
That's like saying the same thing to Diddy. I want to get wild at the Diddy party.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Oh, if Diddy was like, I want to throw another whiteout party, whatever. You kind of look at that in a different fucking light now, too. I'm going to get, yeah, exactly. Diddy and me should get loose at your island party. And I don't mean a calming thing. I want to get fucking buck wild. Also, mind you, you're emailing this to a guy that got arrested for child sex trafficking a year before. That's like going up to the BTK killer and being like, can you teach me how to fucking tie some knots? Is it not? Oh, I mean, he knows how to tie knots. Yeah. Holy fuck. These messages are absurd considering Elon had long since attacked people for associating with Epstein, including Donald Trump himself, as recent as last year. Also, there was some other emails shared around, like the girls for the win or the epic vacation email meme is not real apparently. So, you know, just saying. There's a couple that there are files of the emails that are real and some that are not. The one being where fucking Epstein called Elon like, I don't know, like a fucking buzzkill or something like that. That one's fake, even though people were like, that is awesome. Which also, that's another thing too, is people being like, that is so funny that Epstein thought Elon was a buzzkill. And you're like, that's hysterical actually. God. One of the many FBI tips related in the files are from a woman who alleges that she was drugged and sexually abused on many occasions. She claims rapper Pusha T was one of her, quote, handlers, and that she once woke up in a room with both Jay-Z and Harvey Weinstein. Good fucking God.
Yeah, there's monsters around here.
The files are also filled with various forms of media that are quite unnerving, not just images of young children, but locations from Epstein Island that have ignited all sorts of conspiracy theories online. And these photos range from bizarrely designed buildings like striped houses to what seems to be a dentist's office surrounded by poorly crafted face masks resembling real known figures. Just very like weird, culty, like it almost makes it seem like every conspiracy theorist that you hear about this shit was right.
That's actually the consensus on Twitter now.
Really?
Well, there's a lot of emails that I saw. I don't know if they're actually real, but they're doing things of like, I want a cheese pizza and like a.
Well, I was gonna say the Pizzagate thing. Everyone laughed about that. Whatever.
But, yeah, the thing is, from what I understand, it's like the one pizza place they were pointing to wasn't actually like that was innocent, supposedly.
I'm just saying, if you're in Jeffrey Epstein's email list, emailing a motherfucker about cheese pizza, you don't have to be a waterhead to realize that that motherfucker ain't talking about cheesy bread. All right? Am I wrong? I mean, like, it's just one of those things where it's like, why are we even giving this the benefit of the doubt? You know? Well, I mean, who knows? It's like, we got enough proof. Okay? Ain't no way. I'm not fucking messaging Jeffrey Dahmer about breadsticks and soda pop. Hey, Jeff, you want to go get breadsticks and soda pop? You're talking about a fucking Puerto Rican guy at a gay club. You know what I mean? Am I wrong? Good God. Ugh. One of the most unexpected discoveries is that Epstein might be partially responsible for microtransactions in the biggest FPS of all time, Call of Duty. In an email from 2012, 4 months before microtransactions were added to Black Ops 2, former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick thanked Epstein for an offer and for the fun he had with him and his team of experts. Throughout a specific email conversation among Pablos Holman, Epstein, and Bobby Kotick, the trio discusses this topic and are all in agreement. Pablos is also quoted saying, quote, I'm all for indoctrinating kids into an economy. People took it to the next level by giving the claims validity simply because the abbreviation for the name of the in-game currency in Call of Duty is called fucking CP. How? How? These conversations occurred around the same time that Epstein was banned from Xbox Live. In December of 2013, Epstein's account was banned for, quote, harassment threats and or the abuse of other players, meaning he was on mic potentially arguing with teens or young adults and threatening them. Enough so that you get kicked from the fucking game, even though you know personally the fucking guy who made the game. And they were still like, yeah, we have got to kick him. He had that much time. How much time do billionaires have?
All the time in the world.
You
baby.
have all the time in the world. You get to a spot where I'm guessing it's just the money is just coming and you don't have to do anything, to where you have enough time to literally be in a room alone with yourself on mic yelling at children in Call of Duty. This is not the only reason he was banned. Xbox would send a second message revealing that they also banned him for being a registered sex offender. Go to Xbox. Oh shit. Okay.
Wait, that came second?
Yeah, I was gonna say that came second. Well, this adult is verbally abusing children. Oh, nope, he's a sexual offender. Okay, no more Call of Duty and Halo for you, buddy. The recent batch of files also revealed that Epstein was an avid enjoyer of Battle Royale games. In an email, Epstein was excited about the upcoming Battle Royale mode added to Black Ops 4 and wanted to buy stock in Activision, thinking it would be a big success. And in the same email, he also mentions Fortnite, which online investigators found was allegedly one of his favorite games. There are pages of documents mentioning Fortnite, and one in particular showed that Epstein had purchased $26 worth of V-Bucks. This led down to a rabbit hole that allegedly uncovers his old account by matching the username Little Jeff 1.
Littlest Jeff.
Littlest. by matching the username LittlestJeff1 to a YouTube email that showed the account had the same name. Here's the thing saying about that and the video game stuff, because it sounds absurd and like who gives a fuck. It's just the sheer reach. And it's just that it is in everything. It's fucking makes you just, like in every aspect of life, of anything, it seems like this motherfucker had his hand in it. It's insane. 4chan is notorious for dark and seedy posts, but it turns out that Epstein might have had a hand in creating one of its most polarizing pages. The Pol board is one of the most active boards in all of 4chan and is known for cultivating a lot of horrible beliefs that are now popular in American politics. Epstein was a regular user of 4chan, and one of his favorite places to visit and share was the U board, or the 4chan Yuri board. He also regularly viewed Overwatch porn, and at one point emailed a Five Nights at Freddy's porn gift to a friend from a thread about Mercy Doggy Styles POV. What? Mercy Doggy Style POVs with the subject, quote, amazing animations.
True purveyor of the arts.
A true purveyor of the arts. What's interesting about this is just that, like, I feel like sometimes people think it's like this extravagant, eyes wide shut, oh, it's mansions and it's delicate and it's fine art. And it's like, no, he's just as, it's all the shit that like is normalized with normal culture and your regular down to earth people, whatever. It's like, no, this is still the same shit that they're sending each other, except they have their hands in everything. He also had ties to 4chan's creator, Chris Poole, and was very fond of him, often calling him, quote, interesting and bright. In a recent released email, both Epstein and Chris met up and chatted a day after political user board was created, leaving many to believe that Epstein had some sort of influence in the creation of the board. And if true, this would mean he is responsible for creating some of the most heinous online cultures and movements within the last 2 decades. This bombshell discovery led to people scrubbing the board for any post from or related to Epstein, and this led to a post from 2019 alleging that Epstein was swapped out with a decoy inmate the morning he was found dead. Roberto Grijalava was a guard at the Metropolitan Correctional Center, where Epstein was held, and made a post on the political board on the day Epstein was found hanging in a cell. In the post, he alleges that at 4:15 a.m., Epstein was removed from his cell and taken to a medical care in a wheelchair, but not a single nurse on duty ever saw or spoke to him. Next, an unmarked van pulls up and a man in a military gear gets out of the back. The van did not sign in, and the license plate was never recorded. After that, Epstein was moved to a single-person cell where he was found dead that morning. At first, people were skeptical of the claim until documentation was found confirming that Roberto was working at the correctional facility at this time. Not only that, but the post was subpoenaed for court records. With all this talk around 4chan, another famous theory has been revived now that more files have been released. Pizzagate was a massive conspiracy theory in 2016, which alleged that high-ranking members of the Democratic Party were linked to a pedophilia ring located inside a local pizza shop in Washington, D.C. The reason for its revival is that numerous files use the word pizza in different contexts, such as head counts for pizza and asking if anyone in Austin wanted pizza. During the original Pizzagate scandal, people began incorrectly linking foods to children using keywords like ice cream, cheese, or hot dogs. Now it seems like people are doing the same thing, making large assumptions about the connections between specific food-based words and the evil things that took place on Epstein's island. It's important to take all this with a grain of salt, as many of the messages are strange and could be interpreted as cryptic. But due to the evil things that are actually occurring, it's almost like anything and everything is possible. There was a lot of disinformation in 2016, and many people are concerned that the same thing is happening again with the recent revival of this topic. Many popular claims online are being proven false by the day, so I'm sure even when this comes out, shit will have been proven false. So you gotta do the research, so take everything we're saying with a grain of salt. For example, one post gaining tons of traction online is that Epstein had a bank account named Baal after a religious demonic figure. This is likely because of a typo in a document after it was scanned through an OCR software that was the phrase bank name replaced with Baal name. Which I don't know, dude. Motherfucker probably does have a bank account named Baal.
Yeah, that's where they draw the line.
I'm the devil. Yeah, exactly. It was probably bank. No, probably motherfucker thought he was the devil, okay? Because of how powerful and wide-reaching Jeffrey Epstein was, it seems like he had an influence in way more than you would expect. It's hard to make sense of it all. But don't let the goofier side of these conspiracy theories and the jokes online deter you from the fact that this person has committed some of the most fucked up crimes in recent human history, and that it's involved with so many people that are in the public light. I mean, it's just fucking insane. And now it's become so normalized where people will joke about like, oh, are you on Epstein's list, that I feel like it's like not keeping in mind just how fucking horrible it is, you know? I know people in time, as time goes on, the more, you know, it's almost like 9/11 jokes or it's whatever, where it's just a horrible atrocity, but over time we're able to stomach it. But it feels like even after this person has been gone, so much more is still being revealed, and like it feels like the shit's still going on, you know? Or we're finding out more about these fucking evil people that are still walking among us. It's just fucking creepy, and I want to take time to, you know, just talk about it. It's fucking insane, man. It's fucking absolutely insane. Also, some of the emails too, is it real about the whole, like, what is it, George Bush eating baby shit out of people's intestines or like, or whatever the fuck it is? Some of these claims are so insane. In your brain, my initial reaction to it is there's no way. But at the same time, there's a fucking pedophile island where people go vacation, have fun at. I don't know anymore, dude. I don't know.
I can't wait for the Netflix documentary.
And Netflix will be right there. Can we make a documentary of it? Or that motherfucker who makes the Monster show.
Oh, yeah.
Monster Jeffrey Epstein. And he'll try to do something and make him like, well, this is why he did it. He like always sympathizes the fucking serial killers. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't know. It's this is just such a crazy topic. Once again, don't let the jokes and conspiracy theories deter you from the fact that this shit is real. I mean, it's still fucking happening. You think it's just stopping with Jeffrey Epstein's island? Fuck no, dude. It's all over the place. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about some of the most vile people on the internet. Influencer parents. A while back, we did a video on the notorious Ruby Franke and her family vlog channel, 8 Passengers. We did it with my mom, and it was something that I found extremely fascinating, and it just made you sick to your stomach that somebody could basically prioritize content over their children. Not me and my kids. What if I told you at one time he was alive? Shit. If you don't know Ruby Franke, she made the national headlines for essentially torturing her kids behind the scenes, leave her trapped up in a house. It's fucking gruesome. There's been documentaries about it. Real fun stuff. I mean, what seemed like a happy, loving family on camera turned out to be a home filled with abuse and fear.
I'm only gonna say it one more time, and then you're gonna lose the privilege to eat dinner. Bitch.
And this story is not an isolated incident. This is something that's been reoccurring time and time again. It seems like a pattern where you cannot mix the selfish nature of content creation with raising a family, and especially whenever one relies on the other. Typically when content creation relies on idolizing your perfect life or perfect family. Doesn't mix, not healthy chemistry. So let's take a look at some of the worst family influencers out there. Starting off with Allie Ray, who, starting off fresh, home run swinging here, nearly killed her baby in the NICU because she was starving for a sandwich. Not the baby, Allison Ray. This controversial mother is a TikTok live streamer who is part of a niche online community called Beg Talk.
Like and subscribe.
Smash that bell. Give me money. Which Beg Talk is where they spend all day on TikTok begging for money. There's a lot of people that do it. Basically, people just being live, gassing people up to just throw money at them for virtually doing nothing besides sitting and having a camera that is live. And of course, getting pregnant gave her the perfect excuse to make content and beg for money on live streams, later revealing it wasn't an accident, but a plan to trap her 19-year-old partner. Lucky dog.
She's got like all the plays: begging, entrapment,
she's
family
like
talk.
She's like King Griffey Jr. in 1997, dude. Unstoppable. There's gonna be a couple people who are like, oh. At first, she claimed it was his idea, but later admitted that it was her plan all along. But things only got worse as the pregnancy went on. At just 33 weeks pregnant, Allie went into labor and was rushed to the hospital. Not wanting to endure a long birth, she pushed to be induced early, telling doctors she couldn't afford to wait since she relied entirely on live stream donations. Doc, I gotta be back live tonight. Can we squirt this thing out quick, please and thank you?
Yeah, just shoot me up with some of that juice.
Shoot me up through my spine with some of that juice and fucking get a coat hanger and start pulling, dude. All right? And after a few days in the hospital, Allie delivered the baby, and it was immediately rushed to the NICU and put on multiple breathing machines and monitors because it was delivered so fucking early, had to monitor it.
Well, she was live on TikTok saying like, I thought 33 weeks was when babies are born, not 38.
I don't know, maybe somebody who's educated on this can explain this to me, but like, what's the difference between delivering at 33 and 34 weeks? Because either way, the lungs are not fully developed until 37 weeks.
Her doctor was like, let's try try to make 34, like really trying
Yeah,
to
like,
push it.
why don't we just keep threading that needle of like maybe 35, you know, that kind of thing. One would think that a new parent would be freaking out over their newborn's condition, but for Allie Ray, that was far from the truth. She was happy not to be pregnant and was live on TikTok. Thank God. She was reading comments and accepting roses and galaxies in the NICU. And people were already appalled by the behavior thus far, and she was already receiving a ton of hate for it. Nothing could have prepared viewers for what happens next. Sorry. While live streaming herself holding her daughter, Allie did the unthinkable. Since her baby daddy wasn't there to help out in the hospital room, she unplugged her baby from the breathing machine and monitors to get the attention of a nurse so they could bring her a turkey sandwich.
No, you're fine. It's not an emergency. I just was gonna see if you could bring me a turkey sandwich.
And it's so sad that this is all on video. Not even on video, it was happening in real time for viewers. Can you imagine just sitting there being like,
yeah, can you imagine the baby?
Yeah, the baby sitting there just like, Allie clearly didn't think she'd done anything wrong, so she did it again in a separate live stream. This time, asking for a drink instead. I bet that was rage baiting. He's fine.
He's thirsty, and so is mommy.
And as soon as it happened, people clipped it and she went viral. Numerous reports were made to the hospital and CPS detailing what Allie had done. And additionally, viewers who had experiences in the NICU were outraged that a mother could disregard their newborn's health like that. Allie tried to defend herself by claiming the nurses told her to unplug the machine, saying, quote, "I was told that if I needed something, I should unplug it. That's exactly what I'm gonna do."
Jesus Christ.
God, man, you know what's kind of do you think that she really believes that though? I do think that there's levels of narcissism that come in that you maybe perpetuate a lie so much in your head that you legitimately believe that another person said it.
They probably like if you need anything, there's like this call button.
It was that's what I mean. And she's just like, oh well,
I'll just unplug.
She told me to unplug it so I could just like wheel myself over and get a 7-Up or a Squirt or a Vault. Hey, could you go down to the vending machine and get me a Vault? They're like, what year do you think it is? News articles came out on the situation, and the amount of backlash forced Allie to delete her TikTok account altogether. CPS would do an investigation, but Allie never faced any legal trouble for her actions in the hospital.
All it's gonna do is bring more traction to my page and more money in my pocket, so
happy ending.
So it's a happy ending for Allie, and I'm sure that baby's gonna be just fine as long as she has Vault and turkey sandwiches. In many of these controversial cases, the parents typically have more than 3 children. This provides a steady stream of content, and in theory, it's a good idea, but getting 5+ kids to cooperate is hard. Borderline impossible. And that's where parents lose their patience, like the case of Fantastic Adventure. I gotta say, this is a rough watch today. This is a sad watch. I wouldn't say anything probably out of the ordinary. I would say as of late, a lot of weird stuff usually, but this one in particular, I don't know why. This case is so sad. In 2012, Fantastic Adventures began uploading a wide variety of children's content, ranging from scripted comedy skits to costume roleplay. The creator of the account, Michelle Hobson, would use her 3 biological children and her 7 adopted children as characters in each episode.
10 kids?
She's like, 2 more cheaper by the dozen. My favorite Steve Martin film. The channel quickly developed a loyal fan base that tuned into each upload, and at its peak, the account had over 800,000 followers and 250 million views. Hell, I'm gonna start signing up I'm gonna start adopting myself if that's the case. Can't lie, hey, the analytics don't lie. The channel went steady for 5 years until 2017, when controversy struck. Hobson's only biological daughter sent in an anonymous tip to the police for a welfare check on the home. That's a good sign. When police arrived, nobody was prepared for the horror that awaited inside the home. The first child they found was locked in a closet with no food or water in a diaper. The rest of the children were found starved and in a weakened state. According to the children, Michelle had repeatedly beaten them, forced them to take ice baths, sprayed them with pepper spray, and purposely withheld food, all because she believes that they didn't act well enough. And when we say pepper spray as well, just for the video, I don't want to be too gratuitous, but she's not spraying it into your eyes, she's spraying it in, let's just say, an inappropriate place, which just makes me think, like, what kind of sadistic do you have to be? Can't say that. What kind of sadistic fucking freak do you have to be to do that? It appalls me.
Power trip, I think.
Do you think it's just a power trip, or do you think that the person's just like, wait, I have to upload. I have to, like, going and saying, I gotta get, hey, views are down. Steven, could you come over here?
Well, it's one of those things because she's saying based on poor performance. It's like she's like a theater like person.
Well, that's what I mean. Based on poor performance, do you think she means like view-wise, or do you think that she's just like, you guys aren't trying hard enough?
I think it's you guys aren't trying hard enough.
Yeah. See, that's what happened in the Ruby Frankie thing too, when she's like, you need to smile and say this, and they're like, can I fucking do anything else right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Brutal, bro. The children were also found to be developmentally behind because they hadn't attended school in years and instead were kept at home to film and act in YouTube videos constantly. Whoa! And as soon as these conditions were discovered, the children were removed, and Michelle and her 2 older biological sons were arrested. The 2 sons were charged with failing to report the abuse since they allegedly knew what was happening in the house, but the charges were later dropped because there wasn't enough evidence to support them being a part of it.
It's kind of like Ruby Frankie's husband.
Well, I've always been confused about Ruby Frankie's husband because I'm like, what the fuck were you doing? What I don't understand is he's like, well, she kicked me out. I'm like, you didn't want to check on your kids once? He's like, well, I had my faith.
Like, seemed fine on the cameras.
It's fine. How can you watch this go by? It's just weird. Michelle was charged with 5 counts of unlawful imprisonment, 2 counts of molestation, and 7 counts of child abuse, but she never served jail time. Because after being deemed mentally incompetent, she died in a hospital in 2019, effectively bringing the Fantastic Adventure saga to an end. You're mentally unfit, she just fucking like boils in a room. The only thing keeping her alive was pointing a DSLR camera at her. She's like a fucking Japanese like yokai spirit. She's like the ghost in the ring. The nurse is just like cracking the door and looking in. Film me! Film me! Like the Wicked Witch of the West or some shit. Yeah. Most parents will go great lengths to ensure that their kids are healthy and happy. However, one Australian mom got exposed for doing the complete opposite. Let's talk about the Harris family. Alana Harris and her husband, Brock, ran a popular family TikTok account with their 1 million followers under the name The Harris Family. Scrolling through the videos, you would think that they were just another happy family sharing their vacations, pregnancies, and family events with the world. The family had 3 kids, 2 boys and a daughter, Daisy, who was diagnosed with tuberous sclerosis complex, which is a rare genetic disorder that causes non-cancerous brain tumors to form. This diagnosis was devastating for the family, and Alana regularly posted her daughter in the hospital, providing the audience with regular updates and expressing gratitude for your support. Oh my God, thank you for watching and donating. I appreciate it. And eventually, a GoFundMe was set up and raised thousands of dollars to cover the cost of Daisy's medical procedures. Yet, after countless operations, doctors noticed that Daisy wasn't getting any better and that her condition was staying the same or even worsening. So a toxicology report was conducted, and it showed that her blood content had high levels of benzodiazepines, other commonly known as Xanax or Valium. Whoa. Fun one. This obviously raised red flags for doctors as they had never prescribed any drugs like that, and doctors continued to investigate the source of the drugs. And it didn't take long to uncover that Alana had been deliberately drugging her child to keep her sick. Gypsy Rose, ladies and gentlemen. That's like a Munchausen thing, right? Yeah. Munchausen by proxy or whatever. Take the Xanax. It'll make you feel like you have wings. Well, I guess for a kid, it'd be the same shit of just like, yep, you have to take it. Just that authoritative tone, you know?
You're sick, honey.
Yeah.
Okay.
God, dude. Fucking unbelievable. Alana did this because she benefited both financially and socially by keeping Daisy sick for content, a pattern consistent with Munchausen syndrome by proxy. The investigation report was handed over to the police, and all of Alana's children were removed from the home while she was taken into custody. Thank God. Brock, her husband, if you forgot that he was fucking there, like every one of these husbands, was initially suspected of aiding his wife and poisoning their child, but he later claimed that he was completely oblivious to the whole thing. I hate that. I fucking hate that. Here's a quote from him.
I had no idea about what Alana was doing to Daisy. I pushed her for these surgeries because in my heart, I felt it would help.
But I didn't do a single thing to put... It's him just being like, he's on his lazy boy watching TV. Babe, we should do that. Am I out of line by just being like, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, there's definitely is like a disconnect, but I could see it.
A disconnect? Hey, I couldn't help but notice that fucking lumpy Lou over here keeps growing things in her head. Like, what the fuck? And you just keep giving her pills. Or you never once saw her give her a pill. Word. Not once. Why, so are you taking care of it? Yeah. Okay. Like, is that as involved as you are? Like, it just seems insane. Every other friend I have that has a child, like, they know every single thing going on with that child. Like, medication they're taking, anything. Surgery's coming up, whatever. To just be like, well, I just thought she had it totally covered.
That's what I think it was. It's more like like, it's not odd to be like, here, take this vitamin or whatever.
No. Her giving the medication to her daughter. I mean, like, you're gonna trust the fucking person that's raising you, right? Yeah. But I just mean, I am so livid by these usually, I mean, in almost all these cases, Ruby Frankie and in this one here, it's like, are you doing nothing? What are you doing? Yeah. Well, I have to work.
I worked 8 hours today.
Well, I didn't. I mean, I just usually come home and I see her lumps and I say, well, okay, well, we got to figure something out. Well, I get sleepy and I go to bed. I mean, does that not sound ridiculous, dude?
It's emotional. Like, you see your child lumpy and you just kind of want to disconnect. And
oh, do you think that's what it is too? He's just like, I can't deal with this.
Yeah.
Like the stress of having to deal with that.
I think
what a good father. I just can't. Yeah. Hey, babe, I'm gonna go play Halo Wars in the basement.
Halo Wars.
Did you give her a vitamin? Okay, just making sure. Yeah, Halo Wars. He's like, all he has is an Xbox 360. He's playing games from like 2011. Hey, babe, I'm gonna play Sneak King. He's like, just plays the Burger King game and the. Online, many people were disgusted that they even supported someone like this and spread the story all over the internet. This ensured that the Harris family would be under a microscope for the rest of their lives. Following Alana's arrest, her TikTok account would be shut down. She would be charged with poisoning, torture, child exploitation, and fraud. Which I will say, 2 back-to-back. At least we have 2 arrests back-to-back. Usually on some of these, it's just like, well, actually, to be fair, one melted like a witch and the other one. They're like, you're insane. She's like, yeah! And this one, they're like, all right, I guess you have to go to prison. Are you going to melt? I don't think so. There are many challenges that come with raising a child, as each child is obviously different. So when you use your kids for content, it can be hard to get all of your kids to align with your narrative or brand. AKA, once again, Ruby Frankie. Got to get them all together. Kids go through like fucking puberty. They get all moody and all that kind of shit. And after a while, you're like, you need to smile. Mama needs to post to YouTube. We need roses on TikTok. Which, let me tell you something. This is another gut. I mean, all of these are going to be gut punches, but I remember when we were reading this one, it made me actually sick to my stomach. Because for one family, their adopted child was more work than they bargained for. The Ohio-based channel was called The Stauffer Life. Micah and James Stauffer built a family lifestyle brand, gaining over 700,000 followers on their main channel and 300,000 on their garage spin-off channel. And in each video, the parents showed off their hectic life with their 4 kids as they took them to their appointments, celebrated birthdays, and other life milestones, right? 2016 and 2017 marked an exciting time for the family as they were in the process of adopting a 2-year-old from China who they named Huxley, making sure to record every update along the way. The child they were adopting had severe autism and they were aware of it. And many viewers cautioned the parents about the work it might take to ensure Huxley was properly taken care of. If you already have that many kids and then all of a sudden you're throwing in someone who's going to need that much time and attention, I think people really underestimate what a task that is.
Yeah.
For severe autism, where it's at that point, it's like they can't take care of themselves, you know? But despite this, all Micah had to say was, quote, "But if anything, my child is not refundable." Yet, that's exactly what she did. In 2020, fans began to notice that Huxley stopped appearing in vlogs. Shortly after, a video would be posted answering their questions. After only 3 years of living with the Stauffers, Huxley was sent to a different family within the United States. The reason why Huxley wasn't in the videos is because, like the comment said, they were unprepared for how much work it would take to give Huxley the proper care. And in a now deleted apology video, both Micah and James tried to claim that while they were aware of Huxley's special needs, there were still a lot of unknowns surrounding the conditions.
Do I feel like a failure as a mom? Like 500%.
And fans were outraged at Micah for exploiting her special needs child for views and began turning against her. And fans also created a change.org petition to remove the Stauffer's life's monetization, to which they succeeded. They cut their fucking money.
The one-time change.org.
Yeah, the one-time change.org does some shit. Though the Stauffers were never legally charged with anything, their lives and online reputation have been completely gutted because of their greed. Which I want to say too, first off, knowing that a child that's going to need that kind of attention is coming and you're like, yep, I'm totally fine with that. And then to later spend years with a child developing a relationship and then just be like, I can't. I think in many cases, especially if it's still a child and there's another family who's like, we will give them a better life, I don't think there's anything wrong with being like, this is just too much. I think it's just the angle of you 100% could tell that the Stauffers were like, this is going to be a gold mine.
Yeah, here's my little autistic baby. We could,
yeah.
You know.
So then they're pawning it off like literally like an animal. Yeah. Like, oh, this is a dog we don't want anymore. There's no morality that way too. And then two, to not be, that's one thing. I don't think people have to be extremely transparent online. I think you have obviously like a personal life, but you don't even update it to where it's like, hey, here's this child that we have now. And then all of a sudden he's just not there anymore, as if no one's going to notice. is insane. It's just, it's fucking gross. It's gross because I look at it the same way like rich people would buy like, I don't know, an expensive car. Or something. Well, I like the model, but I just want something new. It's like that. It's that hands, like it's, I don't know. All narcissists, right? I think all content creators are. They have to be to an extent. But I think I probably am too, dude.
Not us.
Probably us. Probably. Sorry, dude. I fucking suck too. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. I haven't adopted a Chinese severely autistic baby though and pawned it off on somebody else, so I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. The only Chinese baby I have is Modine.
Danny, want to give Danny a kiss?
He gave him a lot of vault earlier, so he's... There it is. Oh my God, Modine. Jesus Christ. Get it out of here. What the hell is wrong with you? Religion plays a big part in a lot of families' lives, with faith being the glue that holds them together. One example of this on social media was our unique family. Very culty vibes.
Our unique family? Yeah.
Our unique family.
We are chosen by God.
Which it was run by a rabbi and his 9 adopted sons. It's just, I was just like, this is me and my boys. Run by a rabbi and his 9 adopted sons, the TikTok account proudly showcased their Jewish faith, sharing family-friendly content that entertained over 300,000 followers. Chaim Cohen was seen as a righteous man for adopting these 9 boys and giving them a better life outside of foster care. They lived in a huge house, were homeschooled, and seemed to have everything they could have ever needed. But this image would come crumbling down when his 18-year-old son called into an Atlanta podcast and revealed what was truly going on inside the house. According to the son, Chaim had been abusing and neglecting all of his sons for years. He repeatedly withheld food and locked them in their room until 4 p.m., only to abuse them when they were freed. And after the call to the podcast ended, police went to Chaim's house, removed all the children, and took him into custody. When questioned by police, it was discovered that he had been lying about his identity and faith the whole time. That's so crazy, man. That's so fucking crazy. Chaim changed his name in 2009, around the time he claimed to convert to Judaism. He wasn't even a real rabbi, and his claims that his kids come from Jewish families was false too. As soon as they moved in, he changed their names to sound more Jewish, just like he had done with his own name. He also made them grow side locks to fit into the online narrative and just kind of the general look of the people that would be watching Jewish family vlogs, you know. And on top of that, right around the time this all came out, he had started to appear on camera in a wheelchair and an air mask. Yet when he was taken into the hospital, doctors found that there was literally nothing wrong with the fucking guy. In the end, Chaim was sentenced to 135 years in prison for multiple counts of child abuse and one for injuring a child, with the judge's final words to him saying, quote, "You're gonna die in prison," which is so fucking sick, dude. That's the only time I ever envy being a judge, is when you get to really just fucking put that nail in that coffin. Hey, guess what, Chaim, or what are the ghoul, or whatever the fuck you want to be called? Bye! Boom! That's what I do too. And I'd be like, you know what? On the way out, break his ankles. That's the kind of judge I'd be. Break his toes. Recess and we'll break his toes. Hit him. If anybody opposes, I'm shooting you in the chest. Judge Angog. That's my show. I'm Judge Judy's fetal alcohol syndrome child. All of Chaim's social media accounts are still up but haven't been touched since the arrest in 2023, except for his website, which turned into a Singaporean online casino. Was he hacked, or is Chaim still working in the shadows behind the scenes? Who knows? And lastly, we can't end the video without talking about one of the first family channels to ever face controversy, and it's coming back to light, and it's one of the main reasons we even wanted to talk about this, is Daddy of Five's back. This channel, if you don't know Daddy of Five, the channel consisted of father, Mike Martin, mother, Heather Martin, and her 5 kids from other marriages. Not even his kids. Maybe some of them are, I don't know. It's a whole hodgepodge. It's a hot potato situation is all I gotta say. Like most family channels, they posted vlogs on their day-to-day life, jumped on viral trends like the, 1,000-degree knife challenge, and tried to record their day to life as much as possible. Just regular bullshit, following trends, yada yada yada, YouTuber bullshit. All of these videos performed well, but what really brought in the views were their pranks, which eventually became the majority of their content. Videos like Dad Stink Bombed Son's Room and Silly String Wake Up Prank were some of the more tame pranks that drew in millions of viewers. However, as more people tuned in, it became clear that many of the pranks were not so harmless. More often than not, the pranks involved a child getting hurt or extremely upset, usually at the hands of the parents. One of the younger children, Cody, was specifically targeted in most of these pranks. And there's a lot of things too, man. It's kind of fucked up. I mean, I think that they've even said recently where it's like, it was all fake, blah, blah, but some of these videos, it's like the kid has a busted lip. I mean, in the video, you see him getting pushed down by his other older, bigger brothers and stuff, and the dad just laughs or the mom just laughs. It's fucked. Like, there's no other way to say it. It's all fucked.
fucked up. And in 2017, the channel uploaded a video titled Invisible Ink Prank, which would get them in serious trouble. In the video, the mother poured invisible ink on the carpet in Cody's room, leaving stains, and blamed it on him. Both Heather and Mike screamed at Cody to the point where he became visibly distressed and started to cry. This went on for 5 minutes, and once they revealed that it was just a prank, nobody except the parents were laughing. Many people were upset by the prank, believing it had gone too far, and clips from the video went viral and made national news, prompting an investigation into the family. And a few months later, Heather and Mike took on an Alford plea, meaning they didn't admit to guilt, but agreed that there was enough evidence to convict them. With this plea came 5 years of supervised probation, and both Cody and his sister Emma were given to their biological mother. After the controversy was over, the family had attempted numerous comebacks to no avail. Mike Martin started a music career in 2019, releasing 2 rap albums, 2 heavy metal albums, and he also posts vlogs, slam poetry, and boomer-style reaction videos on TikTok.
Hating so much that I'm levitating and waiting for a miracle. But I'm cynical, so I turn to the biblical. But I'm a criminal, so it's difficult.
His oldest son, Jake, followed in his father's footsteps and has also started his rap career, as well as a clothing brand. As for Heather, she uses TikTok like a Facebook account, posting updates about her life, including her kids' graduation, family vacations,
examination after examination with cross-examination,
and other family gathering bullshit stuff. To this day, Mike and his family strongly deny any abuse at the home. They say CPS never removed Cody and Emma and claims the biological mother just hated him.
Yeah, the older son interviewed his dad, and in it, he asked, like, what would happen if none of this controversy, like, if we didn't get in trouble, and be like, oh, man, we'd be set for life, man.
Yeah, it's just one of those... It's just so, in my opinion, I mean, that's the thing with online stuff. Who really ever knows anything? But from all the stuff that's in front of you, it's just so obvious when someone's guilty, you know?
I've never... Yeah, we're not going to plead guilty, but you got enough evidence, so we're not going to deny
Well, yeah, it's just like, all right, well, I'm not going to deny it, but at the same time, it's like, I guess you got me. Yeah, I guess it all looks kind of weird. It's just bad angles. You know, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Many parents have fond memories of picking up a camera and recording videos of their kids to enjoy for the future, right? Trying to create little time capsules for themselves to enjoy later on. However, some take it a step further and allow the internet into their home by posting vlogs and other content showing off their picture-perfect lifestyle. Though their lives might look perfect, many of them are hiding a dark secret. I want to say almost all of them.
My hair looks fucked up. I would not film like this. So just go.
Okay.
So if you ever wish that your family was more like the ones you see online, just know that not everything is always sunshine and rainbows. And two, I say this, just if you have a family, don't fucking make content around it, man. Be a guy, you know what's a cool dad? The outdoor boys guy.
Oh, yeah.
Just like a guy being like, yeah, I'm gonna go camping, I do this. And like sometimes he'll bring his son along, but it isn't just like him being like every video, like, buddy, what do you think?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Or a guy who's just like, I'm a dad and I'm restoring a boat in my garage.
Well, he even stopped his channel because he's like, you know, we blew up too big and I don't want like...
Yeah, it was affecting his personal life, which I gotta say, respect to that guy, man. It's fucking cool. There's nothing wrong with being a parent making content. It's just whenever you're using your situation to manipulate others, using your children to manipulate others for financial gain or for social credit is just fucking gross. And I think inevitably that's what a lot of it turns into. Stay safe out there, and I appreciate you all for watching.
Uh-oh, Pepper needs a diaper change.
Not everybody can be a great online influencer dad like me and Pepper. Uh-oh. I saw the comments. I know you guys like watching Pepper just he dances. This is not... Pepper! Pepper, stop! Stop, Pepper! Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about American retail clothing stores kind of thing. Sydney Sweeney's been in the news lately because she has in this jean commercial. It's good. Good stuff. And the thing is, oh, Sydney Sweeney has good genes. As in, you know, look at her. She's a beautiful woman. She has good genes. Passed down good genes from mom and dad, right? But people are saying because she's like blonde hair, blue eyes, that people are like, oh, this is like a Nazi commercial, like white supremacist thing, and you know, all this kind of stuff. A lot of hoopla, people being mad, which, you know what, if you want to be mad at it, feel free. But it did get me thinking, not about the race theory stuff or how beautiful and sexy this queen is. It got me thinking, when is the last time I've actually been in an American Eagle? What about every outlet / mall shopping area where all these clothing stores used to exist, and really in, I want to say, like the 90s and early 2000s were dominant? It got me thinking, are these stores still alive? Are they still fashionable? Because back in the day, you had some fucking American Eagle jeans on at school. You're looking pretty good, right? Mom, I have to go to American Eagle and get my jeans. So today I want to go out and I want to see which of these retail stores that are still alive and kicking are the best.
Boots and pants and boots and pants.
We're We're ranking all the stores?
No. In the area that I live in, Alaska, where I live, in Fairbanks, Alaska, the stores are too far apart. All right. So I thought to myself, okay, what makes the most sense? Let's go to a shopping outlet center and whatever stores are there will rank because the big hitters are there. We went to Hollister, Hot Topic, American Eagle, Buckle, H&M, Gap, and Aeropostale. I thought that was a Greek philosopher's name. There was Abercrombie. I think Abercrombie and Fitch, I think that's kind of dead. Being a big buff gay guy pretending to be straight to like finger girls in the Abercrombie and Fitch changing rooms isn't cool anymore. First, we stopped at Hollister.
What the f does yeet mean?
Yeet?
Yeah, what does yeet mean?
Are you kidding me?
No. Do you know what yeet is?
Yeah.
Back in the day, this used to be the like preppy kid store, like Abercrombie and shit. It's very weird seeing this in here.
Couple little facts. I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of facts because we gotta keep this educational, right? The very first Hollister store opened in Columbus, Ohio in the year of 2000. The store's design, modeled after a beach cabana, aimed to attract customers to their merchandise. I'm pretty sure Hollister was a copycat of the Abercrombie and the American Eagle vibe. Because back in the early 2000s, Billabong and those kind of surfer, cringe, salt life surfer was all over. It was everywhere. Remember that?
Yeah.
It's horrible. The whole point of the store is to portray a fake beach lifestyle, with employees sometimes forced to dress in swim trunks, and you have to have abs. I never got the idea of people being upset. Well, I think it's discrimination. I'm like, yeah, if I want to pay a buff dude. Sorry, I don't want a fat ass walking around. Would you want me in swim trunks? Hey, you want to get our jeans? You're gonna see me in this video. I am disgusting. There has got to be a change. Something's got to give. All right, I am disgusting. Beyond its beachy vibes lies an extensive list of controversies, such as not making the store's wheelchairs accessible and being against women breastfeeding in their stores. I want to throw something controversial out there. If you're a fucking preggers woman and you want to pop, squat, and plop out your tit for your child to feed in a Hollister, I mean, could you take it to a Starbucks? Is the best place to breastfeed your child a Hollister?
Go to the changing room.
Yeah, buy a shirt, go to the change room, and let that motherfucker have a little Golden Corral buffet. You know, why not? All right, here's my Hollister bag. We're kind of judging a couple things. One, the ambiance of the store, the customer service, and also, last but not least, how fat phobic is the store? That's just for me personally. Maybe that doesn't affect you little fucking twinks out there like Nick who could buy anything from any store. But for me, it's slim pickings. It's like trying to put a fucking like a tutu on a silverback gorilla is what it felt like. It didn't feel good. All right. Which I just want to say this too. You bring a little DJI camera into a store, it almost acts like you think you have a bomb or a gun pointed at them. It's not like we went in and we're like, hey, could you pick out my clothes? I think it was more so just being like, hey, we have a YouTube video we're doing, but we're just asking you guys to pick out my clothes for me. And everyone was like, well, at least a select. The first one, she saw me, and one, she was like, nothing in this store is gonna fit you. And then two, she's like, I don't even have design sense.
I'm not sure I have the best style sense.
Come on now, you work at Hollister.
I get what I look like. Humor me. I'm trying to spend money in your store. Am I not? She was sweet, but at the same time, humor me with this. Like I'm buying shit. So the first thing she picked out was this Stone Cold Steve Austin shirt or jersey, a little tight, because the biggest size they had in the store, I believe, was XL.
Crazy.
Gotta find the biggest one here. Oh shit.
Which to me, that's insane.
Yeah.
Even if you're not like a super fat guy, there's like big dudes who wear like 2X just for the baggy feel, whatever.
It's crazy there's not a 2X.
Baggy fit. Ain't no fucking baggy when it's on me, all right? Just want to say that. And then she picked out these, one thing I've noticed is with the... Look how tight this waist is. The biggest size waist they had in the store was 34.
That's crazy.
34!
Oh, we're gonna be cutting off some circulation, boys. This is a haunting reminder, children, to really watch your diet. Stay away from alcohol. It's a big thing.
Okay, so this is the camo shorts, which also pop and rap getting into country has made everybody want to like stylize hunting gear and shit. It's just kind of fucking lame. Is it not?
Yeah.
And then also, I was like, oh, is there any accessories? She's like, oh, no, okay. And she like walked off. So then we were just walking by the change room, so I picked up this LSU hat. I'm not really an LSU fan, but there was just a lot of random college vintagey designs. Like, this is a 2003 LSU hat. Hollister had so many dice motifs.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
All the weird dice shit, but like WWE shirts. There was a Motorhead jersey. There's metal fonts on fucking everything and camo. And then like cringe graphic tees, which I'm guessing leans into the streetwear thing. All in all, the Hollister for these three items Do we have a sponsor of this video?
We should maybe.
We have got to have a sponsor for this video.
Now,
Spent on these 3 items $127. So there you go, $127 for these 3 items. I think that Hollister going in there, it feels like it's being catered to, I would say, high schoolers. I think that it's like, this is what a high schooler would wear. But back in the day, I felt like it was just like nice blue jeans and like polo. Like, I'd probably see an older guy wear a Hollister thing. I don't fucking know. All in all, the ambiance of the store, I'm gonna give it 4 out of 5. It was lively. Fat phobic, it's a 0 out of 5 for the fat people of the world.
Fat friendly.
Fat friendly, 0 out of 5. There you go. Customer service, she was nice. If I would have went in off the street and just been like, hey, can you help me pick out an outfit? It did not feel that extra. I'd say 2.5 out of 5. Middle of the road, which is fine. You know, it is what it is, but middle of the road, Nick. 127 though for 3 items that are like, it feels very cheaply made. There's definitely some like little Vietnamese fingers that fucking sewed that shit together for nothing.
This is the first outfit of the day. This is what she put together. This is the fit. Allison, 3, 2, 1.
You look like your name's Kyle.
Okay, so it's already Hollister coded.
I can't believe they sold that shirt at Hollister. I love the unzipped crotch. I feel like that's a stylistic choice. I know it's not, but...
No, it is. It could zip up if it wanted to.
You look like you drink Monster energy drinks.
What about the hat? You like the hat?
It looks like you were maybe born in Louisiana but have never lived there, and you live in an Illinois like trailer park.
Literally our friend Trevor.
Oh yeah, so you're just cosplaying as Trevor.
I'm just Trevor right now. The hat does say 2003. I don't know if that was an important year for LSU or not, but...
I'm assuming they were the national champions that year.
No, they were. Okay, it says on the hat. So out of 5.
I'd give this a 1. Also, isn't that like a Bible verse on there, like Austin 3:16?
Sweetheart. Yeah. I don't want comments to say I'm mansplaining, but might have to. Yeah, this is Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What's 3:16 then?
What are we even doing?
It's a play on John 3:16.
Oh. Well, what's the verse?
Isn't it like so too he died for whatever? Is that it?
For God so loved the world, he sent his only begotten Son.
For whosoever should believe in him shall not perish and have everlasting life.
And for people who say that we don't go to church every Sunday, f you, because we do. It's just we get bad seats because we show up kind of late, so we're really far back, so it's hard to hear things sometimes. We're there worshiping, right, Allison?
I draw on the like prayer card.
Yeah, well, I have to take her to basically. We have a lot of like marital stuff. We have to do a marriage counselor thing that's after the sermon, so like we don't really go for the. We don't have to really get into. 1 out of 5. We can
go back to the trailer park.
God, good one.
I got him.
Next, we went to Hot Topic.
This is sick.
What is this?
This is Shadow reaching out to his bae.
It was right next door, went to Hot Topic, which in certain locations, Nick, I have shirts at Hot Topic now. Did you know that?
And we can't find a single one.
Not one in my area, not up in Fairbanks, Alaska. Hot Topic was a place I used to go back in the day. I was the morbidly obese friend that had a scene friend who was like a twink, hot, tall twink, who had like the snake bites, who had the fucking raccoon streaks in his straightened hair, gauges, Tokyo Hotel shirt, and the studded belt or the DC shoes string belt. I think he had like a monster like wristband thing with like the caps, and he was getting pussy all the time, and I was just like the fat friend who was just like, he has Totino's pizzas. His mom always has this thing stocked up, and I was stoked. But also Hot Topic was the place where it was like metally scene core band stuff with a bit of memes, and then like around like 2008, I feel like that's when they started introducing like YouTube stuff. The very first YouTuber merch I ever saw on a Hot Topic was, need to get some chicken and waffle fries for free.
Whatever, bitch. Give me a chicken sandwich and some waffle fries for free.
The Unforgivable thing, and I was like, that is the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. I was so stoked. And then I was really fat, and I bought a Mario graphic shirt with like a bunch of Marios on it. It was black and had like a bunch of Mario. I don't know why. I was just like, this is sick. And everyone back in the day used to cut the sleeve where your thumb could go in the wrist thing. Bad times, man. That's what it was back in the day. That's what got you pussy.
Not I, but still. Little factoid about Hot Topic. Back in 1988, the first ever Hot Topic opened as a teen accessory store in malls across America. It soon became the #1 store to buy your favorite band's t-shirt. And as of today, Hot Topic makes most of its profits from online store, averaging around $300 million a year annually from its online store. That still surprises me.
That's crazy.
That surprises me because when we went in there, I would say 90% of the store was online, like Has Been Hotel Amazing Digital Circus, stuff where I'm like, you can just buy this from them. Like, you don't have to go to Hot Topic. You can just buy it from like Glitch's fucking website or Vivzy Pops. You know, I feel like it was just a lot of, I don't know, weird stuff. And they had a bunch of anime bullshit. I digress.
Skibidi Toilet.
There was a Skibidi Toilet thing, and I was like, this is clothes shop. Clothes shop. And you know, fucking, you know, to know that there's Skibidi Toilet and there's gonna be a fucking Meat Canyon shirt. I'm pulling out, dude. I'm fucking, hey, I'm U.S. troops in Baghdad. I'm pulling out. Is that good? Anyway, we cut that. Hot Topic back in the day used to be really exciting. I used to love going in the mall and you would see like the metal fucking archway. Looked like a fucking Stargate. It had the sick Hot Topic logo. Now it looks like, I hate the new fucking logo. Cringe. Back then too, to you youngins, there wasn't like tons of Spotify and shit. So you could like go in and actually put on the CD and like listen to stuff and all that kind of stuff. And it was a great way to find new shit. It was just like bolstering with life. Really missed those old days. And also Trip Pants. The days of the Trip Pants. Long gone, Nick.
Yeah, this one's a,
This was a rough one. This is the new Hot Topic logo, by the way. It's like an army kind of thing. Kind of cringe. Customer service, 0. 0. Right?
Yeah.
There was 2 girls working there. Couldn't have been sweeter. We were like, hey, I wanted to just have you guys pick out whatever. They were super excited.
Literally anything. Yeah.
Literally anything?
I said anything. Like, you could tell they were gonna f my shit up in a fun way. And then, and I hate to say it because the stereotype of like the larger woman with pink hair came out, very older millennial core, and just kind of ruined the entire vibe. The entire life of the store got sucked out, and we were like the only people in there really, so it was just like really quiet. She's like, hey, you actually have a customer, and there's a customer, and then they went up, and then they never came back, and I'm almost positive that fucking troglodyte said,
don't help them.
Don't go back. Don't go back. So we picked out our own stuff.
Oh, you gotta mention she said not to film.
Oh, yeah.
Are you guys don't hate me? Are you videoing in here?
Yeah.
I can't video or take pictures in Hot Topic.
Okay. Which, once again, because I get it, of like people's privacy, and we try to do our best here with like, we blur people out, we try to do whatever, but still it was like, just the way that she went about it was just so fucking like snotty. Hey, ooh, I hate when people do that. Yeah, I don't want to be that guy, but there's actually no filming. It's customary policy. I think she said something too about the law. It's Missouri law. I'm like, is it? Also, there's no one else really in the store. I don't know. But we had to get a classic. We got a Gurr. We got a Gurr hoodie. Did I take you back? I know there's definitely some bitches out there who are like, oh yeah, that's the ticket. We got some pants. The biggest pants they had were 36. Better than Hollister. Still pretty tight.
Where's the fat clothes in Hot Topic? I feel like fatties, like...
Dude, that's what I'm saying. You think these motherfuckers are doing 5K shopping at Hot Topic? Are we not in the 50s yet for waistlines? Are you fucking kidding me? If you imagine this bad son of a bitch in a 50, I would wear it. The studded pants. We have that. We got a...
Did you get 2 pants?
Oh, because they had the buy one. They had the buy one get... Well, I'll get there. Also, this is another free shirt I got. The free shirt she gave was toothless. And then the last one that we got to, Nick said this was My Hero Academia. It just says Deku on the back. That's pretty much what the whole store is, though. It's just anime and like online stuff. There's some band stuff still, but it's like they put it kind of in the back wall. They're like, if you want your Kill Switch Engage shirt, it's in the back in the corner. Please direct yourself to the Skibidi Toilet stuff in the front. The One Piece items, please, in the front. Thank you. So then they had a deal going on where if you bought something, you got 2 items for free. Initially, I was like, I don't actually plan on wearing any of this. So no, I just don't want to have to carry it around. I'm good. I don't want it. You guys can have the shirts. She made a big point to really shame me for not wanting to get the free items to donate them.
I'm picking up so much clothes that it's just for a video.
There's school down here, man. They need it.
I am going to drop it off, yeah.
Well, do you want to get some more? That way you can go donate. It's free, 2 free things. I'd rather someone get it and not miss out on $100 or more worth of free stuff.
Newsflash was going to donate all the items anyway. We do stuff whenever we do like food challenges. We usually donate to my local harvesters here in Kansas City, local food shelter thing. Really good stuff. And we were going to do the same with this. And that was going to be the big reveal at the end of the video. But, oh yeah, he bought all this stuff. How he's not going to wear them. And we're going to give them away. But she's just like, yeah, well, if you're not going to sign up for the point, and that's another thing too. All these places were so adamant to get your phone number, email, so they can give you fucking points.
Alrighty, what's a good phone number for you?
I don't want to give my phone number. That's cool.
Do you have any family or friends that have their number in there? That way they get your points and your free stuff?
No.
No? Okay.
I'm like, I am never coming back here. And I would tell her, I'm never coming back. Never coming back to this store ever. Why would I? Look at me! And even if I lost weight, you know what? Am I gonna pretty woman this bitch and come back and be like, yeah, the jeans fit this time? No, yourself. And I was like, okay, well, you guys can pick out the shirts if you want. I can't. I'm not gonna get in trouble for that.
I'm totally fine. If you guys want to grab something, you can.
Hell no, I ain't getting in trouble.
All right.
I'd get in trouble if I had to pick it out. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not picking it. She fucking got up and got a toothless shirt in a fucking size negative for some shorts. So hopefully there's like, I don't know, a 3-month-old baby looking for some trip pants or something like that, because that's what's gonna happen. So customer service, -2. I'm gonna just say -2. I'm going to be up below 0. It just pissed me off. It really did. The ambiance of the store, fucking won. They also had the same commercial going where it was like, look how hot you can be dressed in our like weird clothing. Did you see that like thing that kept going? It was like a girl and she like pushes over a stack of books and she's like,
oh, I didn't even see that.
Horrible. I'll see if we should see if we can find it. It was just playing on loop and it just pissed me off so much. They'd play that and they'd play the Tron Ares commercial. Those were the two things on the TV. Okay. So, ambiance of the store, Juan. All right.
What about fat friendly?
Fat friendly, fucking Zero again. For all this, $159.74, which we did get, you know, like an extra jacket and stuff, but still $159. And then they force you to take some extra toothless stuff and all that kind of stuff and shame you. So have fun with that. All right, here I come.
Oh shit! Don't look.
This is the Hot Topic Summer Collection.
Do I look now?
Okay, wait, ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1, look.
Ew.
Okay. All right, don't see. I got my pants looking like Kevin Gates. Is there sweat stains on my ass?
Damn, they are not fitting you, are they?
No. But I got the My Hero Academia jersey, and then I had them hook me up with the classic Gurr that they're still selling in 2025.
I was gonna say, I think I had that hoodie. Your little butt cheek, too, just like hanging out of the jacket.
I'm like Kevin Gates. I saw a comment of Kevin Gates at a show, and his ass was popped out like this with these skinny jeans on, and someone said baggiest pants in Atlanta. All right, 1 out of 5.
Can I do 0?
I guess.
I will say if I was 13, it would have been like a 5 for sure.
All right, 0.
I like your cute little, your boxer butt.
The boxer butt didn't even get 1 point?
No.
Shows you how much she really fucking likes it, stuck up bitch. Next up, we went to American Eagle.
Is this going to be a trajectory we're going to see? Is everything just going to keep getting worse and worse? I feel like the store has not changed in 20 years. The pants are so small. Am I this much of an anomaly?
American Eagle right now, like I said, this is the creme de la creme. It's the creme de la crop. It is the #1 because of the Sydney Sweeney ad. I will say when I went in the store and I didn't see any Sydney Sweeney posters or anything, that kind of ruffled my feathers. Little about American Eagle. Originally intended to be an outdoor clothing store, American Eagle was founded in 1977 by 2 brothers in Novi, Michigan. Since its inception, it has over 1,100 stores and gets nearly $6 billion in revenue annually. What?
$6 billion?
$6 billion. God damn. It has been in hot water recently because of the ad campaign featuring Sydney Sweeney. Public believed it was about eugenics. Also, if you could believe it, American Eagle is also guilty of exploitative human labor in Asia countries. What? I went into American Eagle and my God, was it a nostalgia trip. I used to go there with my cousin. Once again, never really able to fit in anything. Also too, here's the thing. You can't be a big fat and wear like light blue jeans. Maybe if you're a girl, like girls with like thick thighs and a fat ass and like a big pussy area kind of thing, they can pull it off because people are like, damn, you're throwing around a lot of junk in that trunk, that kind of thing. But like seeing like a 12-year-old boy with like a fat thighs like that, like walking around, huh?
It's like big game hunting for pedophiles is what it is, all right? I wasn't about to do it. But going into American Eagle, it hasn't changed. It felt like I stepped into it 20, 30 years ago. And that, to me, I kind of like that it was a relic. Ambiance already, I'm going to give it 5 out of 5. Smelled good in there, too. Really liked it. Cheery environment. Made me feel like I was back in like 2002, a year after when the nation was healing. That's whenever we got to our customer service right away. Boom. I like that. I like when I walk in a store and someone says, hey, how you doing? And then I say, not bad, man. I'm trying to get an outfit going here. I wonder if you could help me. And what's he say? Absolutely. I'd love to. My boy, Jesus, he was great. He had a little pep in his step, didn't he? We kind of gave him the challenge, whatever he did. I haven't really made an outfit in a while, but I can try. And I just knew he was going to kill it.
I haven't done an outfit in a cool minute, so I gotta see what we have.
He's like, what size are you? Didn't even look, he knew. Biggest size goes to the lowest jean. The jeans here he chose, light blue, 3830. We're getting bigger. These I was able to squeeze into a little bit, but still, like I said, if I was a fat 12-year-old, I'd be File's Playground, I'm telling you. They were kind of the kings of the like pre-ripped jeans. I still don't really know if I understand or like that. I don't know if I like that, but he was on a rampage. He was like, here, what about this? This looks good. And he gave me this thing, and it's a Bud Light, a nice Bud Light graphic tee, which I do like. Bush Light graphic tee, and it has the trout on the back. Once again, the Southern thing. People are gonna pretend that, you know, they're like, yeah, I don't really care about the Southern, whatever. I like the Bass Pro Shop feel of it. And he was like, you need a fucking hat, and he gave me this little guy. Yeah. Boom. How nice is that? I walked out of that fucking dressing room. I was like, I feel like a fatter Post Malone or like a Luke Bryan. This feels the most right. Little country boy action.
I was gonna say, you look like Post Malone.
I had some help. It ain't about the Don't act like you ain't it. It about the
Do I feel like that?
It takes two to make a...
Yeah. Got really quiet. I like wanted to get some fucking boots on and be like, where I come from, it's cornbread and chicken. You know, I want that kind of shit. He went up, he was like, how was everything? I was like, unbelievable. I did show him a pic of the fit though with it all in because it's a little small again. He did, ooh. Pic of the fit. Customer service, 5 out of 5. It was awesome.
What about the fat friendly? That's like a...
Well, fat friendly, I would say I'd give it a 3. I mean, I am disgustingly obese. I'm a fucking monster. I'd give him a 3. It was also $147.10. A little more upscale, but at the same time, I'd pay for the premium if I got this kind of quality every time, is what I'd say. All right? I think I said, what do you want to say to the people? Because I said, hey, where's this going to pop up? And I told him this channel. So if you're watching this, you did good, buddy. But you could tell though, he was just like, I don't want those motherfuckers to come for me. Yeah, because Nick was like, you got any socials you want to plug? And he's like, nah. Nah, I'm good.
You want to shout out your socials?
No.
I thought that was pretty funny. So American Eagle, honestly, so far, I would say it was the most pleasant. Felt good in there. Felt damn good. I liked it. This video is sponsored by Helix Sleep. Sleep is so important to your health and productivity, but many of us may be getting this part wrong from the start. If you're too hot at night, or if your mattress is old or damaged, it could seriously be impacting your sleep. And it may be time for a Helix Sleep mattress. Helix has 20 unique mattresses, all set to serve a specific purpose. And before you get a Helix Sleep mattress, they have you take a sleep quiz to find out the perfect blend of what you need. Are you a side sleeper? Do you have back pain? How firm do you like your mattress? The quiz is very quick, but it takes your answers to these questions and recommends the best mattress for you. I got the Dusk Luxe for my particular needs, and I've been getting deep, restful sleep each night. Deep sleep. It is amazing how much sleep... This is Sydney Sweeney's home turf. This is American Eagle, baby. Allison, 3, 2, 1, go. I think I'm gonna sell out a stadium with some. Hey, who do I remind you of?
I had some help. It ain't a man who said I'm not on sale. Don't act like you ain't got a man on shelf.
You just get copyright strikes for that.
It takes two to bring all that you do. Ooh, ooh.
Bunch of ugly fucking Midwest girls doing.
Woo! Woo! I had some help. It ain't about saying I'm by myself. Don't act like you.
Out of 5?
I actually do like the shirt.
Oh, it takes two to bring all that you do.
But you do look like a Morgan Wallen fan.
Morgan Wallen, he's in that song.
Oh my God.
Hey, I'm a full-blown retard.
Is that a Morgan Wallen song?
I'm about ready to give my baby at the retard store.
Put that on iTunes immediately. What's the worst score?
I don't know. The pants are really bad.
This is classic American Eagle. People would suck for these jeans. Allison, the pre-ripped jeans?
Distressed jeans.
Distressed jeans.
I don't like they have jeans under the distressed jeans though.
I've been fucking hoes and popping pillies, and I feel just like a rock star.
Also, it's like, what is done, like, where do you work that would happen?
I'm on the field. I'm farming. I'm getting hay bales. It takes two to break all I do. Or I work at Enterprise Car Rentals. Ooh. I do flooring.
You look like the son of the guy who owns the flooring company.
Yeah.
Wow, that's how I got the job.
How do you think I afford these fucking jeans? They're expensive.
How much was his outfit?
$170.
No, that's a lot.
It takes two to break all I do. Ooh.
I like the shirt enough, but I don't like anything else.
Okay.
I think you look
Not
good.
even the hat?
Well, I think you look good in hats. I just don't like that it's like obviously American Eagle's hat. It like makes the back of your head look tiny.
Yeah, show the camera. Good turn.
You look like a pinhead up top, but then like it's big on the bottom.
Who are you calling Pinhead?
Like a 2 out of 5.
A 2?
And then next up, we went to Buckle.
You want to see something? I'm kidding. God, you're kind of licking your chops a bit there, weren't you? Okay.
Buckle, for people who don't know, back in the day, in the early 2000s, it was like where Guidos would shop. It was like in the Jersey Shore era. It was like the biggest store. And that's like whenever I remember the shift happened. People were like, fuck American Eagle, I'm going to Buckle because I can get my Affliction shirt. I can get my bedazzled jeans that have the crosses on it. And that was huge. It was a big thing back in the day in like 2008 or whatever. Oh, Buckle was on top. But a little about Buckle. In 1948, Dan Hirschfield founded a clothing retail store with his father called Midless Clothing and eventually opened a second store called the Brass Buckle. It wasn't until 1991 that the brand changed to just Buckle, and since then, 440 stores have been opened across 42 states. Employees of the brand have claimed that working conditions are horrible with low wages, long hours, and mentally draining managers. What job isn't that? And in 2017, the brand had a massive data breach that exposed millions of customers' credit card numbers online. Did you have a credit card on file? You're probably breached. They gave me a big old tote, which I want to say, Buckle was good shopping. Can we at least agree there? Buckle was good shopping. We had my boy Gabe. His name is on the name tag Gabriel. I would have liked to say Gabriel more than Gabe. I was wearing a Soul Ring shirt from Magic the Gathering. He said, I love Magic. I haven't played in a long time. He's dressed up like a cowboy. The whole store is now like cowboy stuff. Ariat. It's like all just cowboy shit, which I think that's just the fashion thing right now. But this is like cowboy type stuff, I think. Like more like the plaid button-up shit. The gay stadium jeans, all that kind of stuff. That's what it was. My boy Gabe gave us a 6-star customer service treatment. I'm gonna say 6 out of 5. Ooh. He was that good. He was shopped around the store. He was like feeling me out. Size waist, 60, 63, 62 waist. I'm like, hey, yeah, Gabe, pretty much. And he sit there and he did me up right. Well, first off, he came up and he gave me some Chelsea boots. And I look damn good in these Chelsea boots. I'm not thinking about getting a pair. They're a little snug, but I'm happy with them. They look good. And then he dressed me up. He said, hey, why don't you try this guy on the back? Gave me a darker tone because he knew that, listen, you think this big fat bastard wants me to walk around in white and red? Here's the thing for you twinks again. White and red is a death sentence for us fatties. You see everything, all right? But the dark tones get to hide it all in the abyss. He even gave me, I like these gay jeans a lot, dude. Like nice dark gay jeans. This is what I would do if I was like secretly having sex with a man. I met him at like an Olive Garden. This is what I would wear. I like that a lot. And then he topped it off all. He said, you know what? These are gonna bounce good off your eye. He didn't say that, but he did. But he did say, I think this is gonna go well, and it did. It did go good, didn't it, Nick? A nice baby blue shirt. I would have never picked this out in my life, but he made the right call. Good job, Gabe. Here's the problem though. I got the most stuff here. Also got a pair of shoes. He's like, well, what's the occasion for dressing up? I said, I got a date at Texas Roadhouse.
Where are you going on your date?
Texas Roadhouse.
Texas Roadhouse. Do you want to look Western?
Hell yes.
Are you trying to tell me this isn't a date at Texas Roadhouse kind of thing? He nailed it. Nailed it. But we did spend $300.94. All right. But to be fair, the boots are what really got us. The boots alone were over $100. So you take those out of the equation, you're looking in the same ballpark as everyone else, like 140 range. But I will say you got to do the boots. Also, we made a rule where it was like, if they suggested something, like, I think this would look good, you had to get it.
He was trying to give me clothes too.
He was a little show pony, wasn't he?
He was insulting my style. There we
Do
go.
the same thing for you.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
No.
Hey man,
I
you gotta
don't
look
use-
sharp for game night.
You're saying I don't look sharp right now? I got sweatpants, a hoodie.
You gotta look sharp for game night, man.
Oh, I'm looking sharp.
Well, I mean, you looked homeless. Our job is to entertain people, Nick, not look. Are you wearing this? You're wearing the same outfit from yesterday.
Yeah.
You didn't even change clothes?
I rolled out of bed because my alarm didn't wake me up, so I was kind of panicking.
We need to take you back and have Gabe treat you right, dude. All in all, though, the ambiance of the store, 5 out of 5. Can I say that? Every person in there was smiling. Even the older woman who was dressed like a fucking like rock star or something. She looked like somebody that would be at Woodstock. Like not hippie, but just like cool. Like a cool older woman. And she was nice as fuck. Everybody was nice. The fat phobic or fat friendly, 5 out of 5. They said they had sizes up to 5X. I was just like, sir, you have yourself a customer. Is what I thought to myself. I mean, all around, I don't think I could mark it down for anything. I really don't.
He did get your name wrong.
Let's drop the customer service down to 5 then. Instead of 6 out of 5, we'll drop to 5. He kept calling me Nathan.
You need shoes too, Nathan? Nathan, what shoe size you wear?
Nathan, does this fit? And I was like, I didn't know he was talking to me. And he's like, Nathan? I'm like, Hunter. And he's like, oh, that's right. But you know, it's those probably he's helped so many people, he probably got mixed up. Let's boost him back up to 6.
Okay.
Let's boost him back up to 6. Come on, he did a good job.
He was trying. He was trying hard.
Not only was he trying, it seemed like he actually cared. The American Eagle guy was cool, but it was the first time where I was like, it feels like this is a store that I would want to keep coming back to. Clothes are ugly as shit, but that's not what we're judging, right? Because I wear death metal shirts and all that kind of stuff, so it's not my cup of tea. But if I heard a guy be like, yeah, I got a credit card actually at the Buckle, I'd be like, I get it. I fucking get it. This is the Buckle summer outfit, stylized by Gabriel at Buckle. Allison, go ahead.
So yeah, do a spin. Look at the boots.
You look like a good old country boy. I don't know if I've ever seen you in shoes like that.
Where would you take him out to eat looking like that?
I would take him to Denny's or
like this, Denny's?
Where would you take me? I need you to tell me right now where you down. Look at me. Where would you take me? Where would you take me to dinner? To dinner.
Maybe Texas Roadhouse?
Ding, 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 ding. That's what we said.
That's what we asked Gabe to do. Date at Texas Roadhouse. Well, what do you like or dislike about it? You're being very wishy-washy.
I don't love the blue shirt. I don't feel like the shade of blue complements what's going. It's all blue, but I feel like it's almost like a green blue. And I rarely ever see you in plain shirts either, so it's somewhat traumatizing. I like the flannel over thingy. I don't know if that jean fit is like for you.
What do you mean?
They almost look like women's jeans.
Trust me, these are male jeans.
They look like they're for women. I feel like men's jeans don't have like so much decor on the butt.
Don't touch it.
Ew, I don't like how high up you've made the front.
When you go into Buckle, you can get a look that looks like this.
Yeah, you see a lot of old girls looking like that, don't you?
It's all on one side.
Yeah, I can tell which side it is. Pull it out of your ball crack.
Out of 5, what are you gonna get? You obviously hate it.
Probably a 2 out of 5. Sorry, Gabe.
How much do you think this was, actually?
Like 150? Well, not counting the shoes, I'd say like 200.
300.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's a nice outfit. I just don't think it looks good on you. I really don't like the greenish shirt.
You realize we're married, right?
It's seafoam green.
All right, so 2 out of 5?
Just change that to a white shirt. Make those not that style of jean, and it's a good outfit.
This is Gabe's outfit. This is Gabe's pick. I just want to say Gabe was a treasure, a delight. So 2 out of 5. 2 out of 5 is what you're saying.
You just look better in like, I don't know.
Dark tones to conceal what, Allison?
I said a white shirt.
To conceal what?
I said I liked a white shirt. I don't like the turquoise color that is.
2 out of 5.
And those pants they don't look like pants.
They don't look like what?
Men's pants.
They look like men's pants! Gabe grabbed them from the men's section! You're saying Gabe's a liar!
I just think it's for...
No! No! Cover your eyes!
I think small tweaks and be a 4 out of 5.
Cover your eyes!
I can't wait to get 700 comments of like, she needs to leave. Next up, we went to, oh God, H&M.
I can tell you right now, H&M not gonna be friendly to me.
You don't think so?
No.
Little facts about H&M. Founder Erling Persson traveled to New York City and was inspired to create his own women's clothing store called Hens in 1947 in a small town in Sweden. And in the 60s, the store changed its names to Hens and Moritz and sold clothing for everyone. From there, it exploded in popularity and eventually reached the United States. And today, there are over 5,500 stores across 74 countries, and it is the most popular fast fashion brands in the entire planet. It's the biggest store, which I want to say in 2012, I remember in the States it exploded. At least everyone was like, you gotta go to H&M. You gotta go. You said Uniqlo is the new place?
That's like the new...
That's like the Korean fashion kind of stuff. Because like Korea is like the fashion hub right now. I feel like everybody's copying Korea. North Korea. With that many stores, the company is one of the biggest polluters with some of... Yeah, well, let's bring him down a peg. With some of the unused products burned to power plants in Sweden. There are also allegations of the company dumping its clothing in Africa and burning tons of unsold merchandise. Pretty fun. Also, don't forget about in like 2015 or something when that dude got fired because he put that black child in a shirt that said monkeying around. I'll never forget. I remember I saw that, I was like, holy shit. They got a fucking 4chaner out there running the H&M product line. Holy hell. Initial thoughts. Ambiance of the store, I'm gonna give it a -7.
It felt like a detention camp.
The only thing that I can compare it to is either a maximum security prison or like a brutal, like, you know, when people are like, oh, this is a brutalist house. The aesthetic is brutalist. It reminded me of that, which is not welcoming. And then also, until we checked out, that was the first time I saw an employee. It was just like a little twinkie gay guy behind the counter being like, you ready? You ready? Okay. We were making some jokes at the checkout, whatever, and then we put the camera down. And we were like walking out. We got done checking out, and he was like, wait, are you recording? I said no, and then Nick did, yeah.
No. Yeah. Or not you or anything.
He's like, yeah, we can't do it. It's like a huge thing now. I'm like, I mean, we're leaving right now anyways. We're not going to do it. No, but seriously, you can't. I'm not. We're not. Customer service 0. I'll just flat 0. I will say though, out of all the stores we went to, I do think it was like the most stylish, even though it seems like this is what everybody in like LA would wear. By stylish, I just mean nice trousers. I can't fit. Fat friendly, -10. All right. Do people not eat anything with any remote carbs or sugar? I've never felt so disgusting. I got these pairs of trousers, which if I could fit in them, I would wear these.
I was gonna say, they look
the outfits they had there, and the material feels good. I think this is being like thrown into a giant power plant in Sweden is kind of funny, but it's like, it felt nice. It was good. And then I got this scarf just because I was like looking for an accessory and there was a scarf by me. So I got a scarf. So hot yesterday. And then lastly, we got this. I've been seeing this kind of like weird honeycomb thing. I've been seeing a lot of these stylish shirts, but once again, the largest size they had was, I think, XL. Like I don't know if it looks that big, but I understand I'm a fat, but this is like tiny. Like it felt like kind of like a large or something. But I will say I do like the sunglasses. I'm a big sunglasses guy, and I really like this. Do I look good?
I thought your fit was good.
All in all, it looked pretty good. My nipples really hard. I looked very fat and disgusting.
You look like the guy from Hangover.
But the fit was sharp. Like if you were in shape and if the clothes fit you, it would have looked pretty good. And all in all, the total was $127.29. Pretty cheap. Their clothes are pretty reasonably priced, probably because of the power plant stuff and the Vietnamese fingers and all that kind of stuff. This is the H&M summer outfit, the summer collection here. Surprisingly cheap, surprisingly stylish. Allison, 3, 2, 1, go.
I feel like you need your tiny little espresso as you sit outside of a cafe in LA.
It's kind of surfing now.
Out of 5, Allison. Out of 5.
I mean, I don't love this outfit on anyone, even women, so I'm gonna have to put it down with the opposite side of the same coin as Kyle, so probably a 1 out of 5.
This does feel like every LA person, when it's like, I want to dress nice, they wear this stupid fucking honeycomb shirt and trousers. I actually like trousers. I wish I could fit into trousers more. Trousers with like death metal shirts or something would go kind of hard.
Also looks like a bitch who thinks she's really unique and special, and she's on her vacation to Vermont to see the fall colors, but she thinks she's the only
I love
one wearing the
leaves.
outfit.
I love leaves. I can't wait to get fingered in the back of a Cadillac or a Tesla. I don't know what's a more.
Yeah,
Probably a Tesla. I can't wait to get fingered in the back of a Tesla Model S.
Yeah, I drive a Roadster actually.
It's actually gonna be a.
You raising up to 2?
If I'm getting fingered in the back of a Tesla,
Yeah.
probably a 0. I hate Tesla.
All right, we'll keep it a Cadillac then. We'll keep the 1.
All right, I'll do the Cadillac.
We'll keep the 1 point.
Range Rover. That's more what this outfit is. They don't actually care about the environment. They love.
Yeah,
a
you
Range
can see me.
Rover.
You can see me putting up like bags from Trader Joe's in. Here, call my name as if I'm like loading bags.
Brittany.
You look like a Brittany.
Brittany's his dead name.
Oh.
I would never go back. One, because I know I'm not gonna fit in the clothes, but also it felt so snooty. Like it just felt so fucking like cold and uninviting. It just kind of felt like, yeah, you realize you're not gonna fit into that, right? Which actually leads us perfectly into our next stop, Aeropostale.
I want you to look like that.
Really?
Yeah, like Timothy Chalamet. Like a husky Timothy Chalamet.
I would rather someone just call me fat than say husky. It's like the most insulting.
I'm just gonna keep this one brief because we didn't get anything in there. Aeropostale is like just another kind of Hollister thing, same kind of shit. We went in and they were like, nothing is going to fit you in the store when we asked the customer service. So we didn't get anything. That was the extent of it. So fat friendly Nick, negative infinity. Customer service, I give it a 4.
I was gonna say they.
I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate the honesty of them being like, seriously, dude, it's just like the sizes are really small. It was nice. I appreciate it. It hurt. It hurt. But sometimes you need that tough love. Actually, you know what? Customer service, 5 out of 5. Save me some money. Ambiance, I would say it's a 2. It's kind of slow. It's also tiny. Tiny claustrophobic store.
Kind of felt like a children's store.
It did. It felt like, and also just like a bunch of meme shit, like a SpongeBob shirt where it was like, it's just, I don't understand the streetwear kind of aesthetic. I don't know if that's still super popular or not. I feel like that was like a 2016, 2015 thing. But I don't know. It felt like a children's store. If Hollister is for like high schoolers and maybe college kids, Aeropostale maybe felt like middle school, like junior high. That's what I would say. So all in all, it is what it is. And then the last store that we went to was Gap.
If I was just, God, 70 to 100 pounds lighter, I think these places would be kind of awesome.
Which this is a big favorite. I was surprised there's not Old Navy. Was bummed. Gap and Old Navy kind of go hand in hand though, so I figured it's the same shit. Everyone's mom owns a Gap sweatshirt. Just want to say that. Little fact about Gap. Gap's founder, Don Fisher, created Gap because he's too fucking fat and he couldn't find a pair of jeans that fit him at a Levi's store. Good man, felt him. Founded in 1969, Gap is going under as newer generations are not gravitating towards its products or marketing. It's definitely, like Old Navy and Gap, that's like, it was never cool. It would be where I go. It's kind of like where a huskier kid would go to get like a shitty polo, some fucking cargo shorts or something like that.
That's surprising because I could have sworn like 10 years ago, Gap was like, it started becoming cool and like started going up. Kind of like Champion. Like Champion used to be like cheap you get at Walmart.
Yeah, but then you just have to collab because didn't they collab with like Kanye or something? Like Champion did something with some collab that like made it streetwear, and then that's like what blew it up. Maybe Gap went through that, but I don't think it ever did with like Champion, where Champion had this huge resurgence where it's cool. I feel like Gap was always just kind of like, this is your mom back to school store. It's how I always read it, but I'm not sure. And it felt that same way going in. I mean, like when we went in, there wasn't really anybody to really help us again. It was kind of like when we went in, it was like, okay, it's not that staff was rude or anything. It's just they were doing other stuff and it felt like weird intruding on them to be like, hey, can you help? Where the other stores, it felt like they had plenty of people to kind of be like, hey, how you doing? They were folding stuff so you could ask. This one felt like they were actually being pretty proactive. And this person, there was like a person manning the counter and then another woman was like kind of frantically tagging stuff. So maybe they were understaffed for the day. I don't know. Ambiance, I mean, there was a lot of people in there. It was fine. It was chill. It wasn't like necessarily cool or anything. I'd say the ambiance is like a 3. So going through though, I got this nice little fucking, it was a bit small. I was surprised. It was a bit smaller than I expected. I would say fat friendly, like a 3. If I could fit, I mean, I would wear this to like a fucking like a little casino night thing or something like that. And just I got like a nice pair of like black shorts. The material feels nice. It's comfy. I mean, like all in all, once again, have to lose some fucking LBs to wear it, but it's not bad. Definitely not super stylish. Like it didn't feel like a.
What am I supposed to?
It's not like the quality feels cheap. It feels fine, but it doesn't have like some of the other clothes, like shirts from like American Eagle or the jeans. They just feel nice. These feel like, I'd be like, it feels like back to school clothes. I don't know. But the price, 57 bucks.
Whoa.
57 bucks for these two things.
Damn.
Which it isn't as fashionable, but once again, man, if you just color pair shit and you want to look nice, I mean, like, it's really easy to look nice with cheaper clothes. It really is. You don't have to go to these big fucking stores. I wouldn't force my kid, I guess, to be like, well, you're getting American Eagle jeans because they're better. Because I thought the jeans at Gap were just as fine as all the other shit that we saw, and they were significantly cheaper. So all in all, not bad. I mean, like, for that reason alone, I think that it gets a little more credit in my opinion. I don't know. They also put Vietnamese fingers and they pollute water and stuff too. So you do what you do there. So out of those, I would say by far Buckle was at the top for me. Everything was on point, and then American Eagle was second. Like, those are the top two. Everyone else really just kind of sucked major dick. Those are the only two that I'd ever be like, I'm gonna go back into those. But none of these really matter until my boo thing sees them, because she'll be the final decider of like which outfit does she like, and that's gonna play a part. This is the summer look that Gap gave me. Allison, 3, 2, 1, look.
So did they dress you?
Actually, Gap was too busy, but they had like a collection area, and this was a part of that collection. I think the black looks slimming.
I'm not crazy about the pockets on the thighs.
Okay, well, pockets are kind of useful.
I kind of like how low you've buttoned the shirt. I don't think floral patterns is you. I think you're pretending to be someone you're not.
Okay, well, I'm not doing anything. This was chosen. Okay? So they don't put this on me, I guess is what I have to say.
I mean, like a 3 out of 5, like it's down the middle.
A 3! That was actually what I kind of gave the store too. All right, 3 out of 5. You gave Gap the highest score?
I guess.
I guess legitimately just shop at Gap. Because I guess for all the single men and out there, this is what the pussy scored it. What? Is bad? Is that bad?
I guess. I don't know.
Is it? You can say if you're a straight man or you're a girl who likes beef. If you work out at Curves, then shop at Gap. And our scores from being in the stores, Buckle did win, but in terms of like showing, I mean, this is probably the most important score of all, so I guess Gap on top.
Well,
would you
take the Buckle outfit, wear this shirt instead, and then make the jeans like...
These are different stores, Allison. You can't do that. This is one-stop shop.
One-stop shop.
One-stop shop. Hold this. Hold it up kind of close to my face. Bring it up here.
You got a lot of nerves, don't you, baby? I know it's hit the ground, but you, baby, like I'm the only one. What you throw them stones if you living in a glass house with a view? I thought you knew I had some help.
I think you guys... That's it. That's the video. If you're a morbidly obese person, I guess just kill yourself because you can't get any clothes. Bye! Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down because today I took a shower. My hair's not greasy. Sometimes to take a shower takes a long time to let my hair air dry. I won't see anybody comments again as someone saying that the haircut looks bad. Hair's wet, not greasy. You want to smell it, Nick, and see how it smells? And then go ahead and go back and then give your review.
10 out of 10. Smells like wet dog hair.
I don't know. It should smell like Dove.
As a child, I went on a date with a girl when her dad was there. This is 6th grade. I don't think he liked me, but he sprayed me with a water hose.
Frankenstein, for example, is to me an expression of all of our society.
He got all my hair wet. I told him not to. It makes my...
Today we're going to talk about bug chasing. And no, not regular bugs, because when it comes to the world of sexual fetishes, yep, we're going there. There is no limit to what absurd things people can find themselves aroused by. And in most cases, there's no reason to judge people for what gets them excited in the bedroom, right? Behind closed doors, Nick, anything's fine. After all, nobody wants to kink shame, right? But what about a fetish that revolves around testing the boundaries of physical health? Disclaimer for this video. Disclaimer. Don't want people getting mad. 1, video's gonna be gross. 2, bug chasing is a very hotly debated topic and has been for quite some time. It's believed by many to be overblown and inaccurately reported on during a time where concept was more novel and shocking, okay? So keep that in mind, that our goal is just to talk about what it is and what other people are saying online and in the news, right? I have no opinion. I am a shell of myself.
Or you do have an opinion.
I thought that this was just kind of interesting that people, pretty much for a few people, just when you want to click off the video, let me just summarize it here. People like to go to parties, like to cough each other's faces, and they catch their diseases.
Everybody cough in my face. Do it.
Okay, big game hunting, and they get hard, and they sometimes chum. So if that's a video that you're interested in, plop on down and hang out for a bit, or if you just said, you know what, I'm good, more power to ya. Bug chasing is one of the stranger out there, one that many people are becoming more aware of after a viral story posted to TikTok by someone named Belisa Bell. In her TikTok, she goes on a frustrated rant about her father.
My dad purposefully got HIV because he's a self-proclaimed bug chaser and he thinks that it's hot.
He self-described himself as a bug chaser, choosing to live this life because he thinks it's hot. Huh? According to her, this was something he had slowly been planning ever since she was a kid.
When we were children, he started to buy books about AIDS and the AIDS epidemic. He would read them and then he would come up to our family and my other siblings and tell us about how amazing it was to be able to take care of victims of the AIDS epidemic and how wouldn't it be such a good cause? And how he just feels so bad for all of those victims and how they just want someone to take care of them.
How do you throw that into the conversation?
Yeah, it's a little gross.
I mean, at Thanksgiving? I'm not thankful. I bet that's how you start off. I'm not thankful. I don't have AIDS. Nothing to be thankful for. And he passed the gravy.
About 2 years ago, my family received a call about how my dad was extremely sick. He had rashes on his body. He couldn't sleep, night sweats, all of these horrible things. He genuinely seemed like he was going to die. He goes to the hospital a couple of days later, and then we get a call. He had developed 3 STDs, one of them being HIV.
How do you get AIDS?
It has to come from someone with HIV, sexual contact, blood transfer.
So there's no way I could just be in a produce section looking at a pomegranate.
No, you just can't get hit by like AIDS ray or something.
There's got to be an AIDS ray now.
This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Breaking bad habits can be hard. Let Fume help you with that. Fume is not a vape, it's not an e-cig, it's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and never any toxic chemicals. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device that puts you on the path towards being free from bad habits. I love Fume's crisp mint flavor the most, and also how compact the device is. Oh. Fume is also there for whenever you feel anxious. Keep Fume by your side and find your calm with the satisfying clicks and snaps of the device whenever and wherever you need to be. Over 500,000 people have already made the switch to Fume as part of their habit change journey. If you're ready to try for yourself, now's the time. For a limited time, if you order the Journey Pack using my code PAPAMEAT, you'll get free Fume topper and an awesome accessory to level up your experience. Click the link at tryfume.com/PAPAMEAT or scan the QR code on the screen to get yours today. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
But it got so bad that at one point he was fully convinced it was going to kill him. He discovered he had HIV as well as 3 other STDs. To do this, bug chasers will have unprotected, or as we all say in the cool community, bareback sex with other men hoping to spread the disease. Damn, dude. So he wasn't even gay. He was just like, I want you to give it to me. It's kind of dedication. What about sex is it that gives you HIV?
Tearing like the inside of your hole. You're tearing skin, from what I heard. Can we do fact check?
I want to put the fact check, and while I talk, I want my voice to slowly lower in the mix so I can talk about this. Does it have anything to do with poop? No. So it's not about fissure tearing and then the poop gets in there. He better really have lowered the volume for that. While the fact check is up, or else I'm gonna be pissed.
Not only did he try to groom me to be his partner and his toy, but he also wanted us, his family, to take care of him when he purposefully self-destructed.
Do you think that's like a victim complex?
Yeah, it's a victim it's kind of like Gypsy Rose's mom. It's like Munchausen's by proxy or whatever. But it's just isn't it just regular Munchausen syndrome? I thought Munchausen syndrome is when she's like, I'm sick and I'm a victim. Help me, help me. After the story had gone viral, her family was furious at her for talking about it publicly, and Blizzard was kicked out of the home, and she began resorting to TikTok crowdfunding to afford moving out. This eventually worked out, and she has been updating people about the process as it develops. Can you get rid of AIDS or HIV? What exactly is the difference? Because this is actually an interesting thing people don't know. What is the difference between HIV and AIDS?
AIDS is a advanced stage of HIV. AIDS stands for autoimmune disease. So,
what does HIV stand for?
Human something virus.
Fact check again. And if there's something with poop there, then we can put the edit back in. But I'm almost positive it has nothing to do with poop.
It's blood, semen.
You're telling me that blood and semen, but there's no poop. The fact check has still got to be up during this part. Voice lowered. Bug chasing has been around for quite some time. In fact, many claim that it's been a thing since the AIDS epidemic of the early 80s. As medication began lowering the death rate of virus, gay men slowly began having unsafe sex once again, no longer being afraid of catching it. Even back in 1997, it was known that a tiny community of bug chasers existed. There was fear that if their numbers were to grow, it could roll back the last decade's worth of work. Medical advances, you know what I mean?
Jesus.
I don't... Fact check. I don't even feel comfortable publicly saying that. I have no. Cite your sources.
I was gonna say that sounds cartoonishly evil. To
That
paint the gay people.
sounds. That sounds like an offensive. It feels like someone pulled that from like an anti-gay pamphlet or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. And they were so evil and so horny that they said, "Why are we doing? Let's just give each other AIDS." There's no way. We have got to fact check. Let's do swig break is fact check. Fact check. There have been many publications that have greatly exaggerated the prevalence of the bug chasing community to make it a more enticing article. The way it's been sensationalized has made it incredibly hard to determine the truth about this strange fringe group. So even though it is real, I think some people, maybe even ourselves with the amount of fact checking we have to do, are making it seem maybe much worse than it is. Even though we did start this video on a man bug chasing HIV. Even if someone's like, I have the flu, can you cough in my face? Why? No, there is, but I'm just saying, it doesn't have to just be HIV. Even so, like, can you imagine someone being like, you got chicken pox? But a supposed groundbreaking report by the Rolling Stones included an interview with Dr. Bob Cabage, the director of behavioral health services in San Francisco. He was quoted saying that 25% of newly infected gay men are seeking HIV, consciously or not. Fact check! Fact check!
That's no way!
There is no way! What are we doing? Who wrote this one?
Yeah.
Oh, just both of them? Yeah. We have got to fucking get some HR stuff going on. What's your opinion on gay marriage? It's fine. In a Newsweek article, however, he ranted about how he never actually said that. All right, redact the anti-homophobe. Okay. And even told their fact checker this was completely false before its release. I don't care.
So they just
make it 38%. Whatever. Say he hates gay people. Like, I never said that on the cover of the Rolling Stone. Other outlets like Vice insist that bug chasers engage in sex roulette parties, which are events in which one person is secretly infected with HIV, and everyone avoids the use of condoms during sex, giving people the thrill of not knowing whether or not they have it. Many of the peoples referenced in these articles seem certain of their existence, but cannot seem to point to a specific group event they've seen with their actual eyes. You know what? It's too much HIV stuff.
I was gonna say,
because every time I've ever heard bug chasers before, because I've heard it before, this HIV viral post, but it was always like people being like, you have strep throat, or like you have it's basically like minor thing. Like, I don't think I've ever heard of anyone being like, I need to go get HIV. Not saying there isn't, because I bet you there is someone out there who's like, let me toe the line.
I would say it's general STDs. They want to get like gonorrhea or like something that's kind of curable, where it's just like roulette of like, I'm gonna get sick, and then you find out if you got sick or not.
It's like an adrenaline rush. It's like an adrenaline junkie. Can you imagine someone the same way that someone like buys like a necklace and they're like, oh, I've always wanted this chain. Could you imagine that with like genital warts? I've always wondered what my balls or pussy would look like with all these like little beautiful These little pearls hanging off my skin.
I want to, you know what? I want to interview a bug chaser who they regret doing it, where they're just like, I was stupid.
That has to be 90% of them, if not 99% of them, right? I think it's something where you just, you get the thrill. It's like, that's got to be the craziest post-nut clarity. Sitting at home, blank around and throwing it in your mouth. Oh, jeez. Across all strange corners of the internet, you'll find people discussing these so-called bug chaser parties, while it's likely that they're being completely overblown. I think it'd be interesting to see what they claim goes on during these events. There are two types of gift giver parties. One involves an orgy that consists of just one HIV positive person. After the deed is done, the host reveals who the positive person was, letting the group know who was potentially infected.
See, I wouldn't want that. I don't want to know who's infected.
You don't? I like that, actually, at the end of the party. Everybody gather around. Who had fun tonight? It was a good time. We had a great time. And for everyone wondering, drum roll. It was Sarah. She's like, or actually, that's a big guy. It was David. David! I knew. I had to suspect. I should have went with my gut. I should have went with my gut. Like a party, that casual at a party? Maybe it is.
So you know what'd be fun though? You go into those parties and looking around and being like, guessing who's got it. You know, there's gotta be one guy who's just like,
everyone's all health, everyone's all good, and then one guy has like super gaunt eyes and cheekbones. Like Nosferatu sitting in the back. No, couldn't be him. Too obvious. The other variation of these parties involves one negative person having sex with multiple positive people. These parties can supposedly range anywhere from a few people all the way up to 30 people. And usually, the host provides some type of drugs or alcohol to guests to enhance the experience, right? Malibu rum? Malibu rum and an oatmeal cream cookie? Within the community, it is said that there's a lot of terminology that gets thrown around during these events. But here's what we're seeing the most often. If someone is looking to get infected, they are called pause chasers. You know what, bleep it. I don't know what I said. Pause chasers. I don't know if I like that. Those looking to receive the disease look for HIV positive sperm, which is referred to as pause load, or poison seed. There are even pause pleasers who have HIV medication but identify as a bug chaser. Some members claim to take part in a ritual that involves them damaging their own to the point where they basically bleed. This way, when they have sex, there's a higher chance of spreading the disease. There is no way this video stays monetized. We have to bleep all of that. That's just... And I guess the only way that we can have it, like what I just said was, some people want they want their whole to have strawberry syrup. This can be done in a variety of ways, with some people putting fireworks on their ass to do maximum change. What do you mean you're blew up? I stuck an M80 up there and let her rip. Some people make it easy for you to identify them as positive. If a positive person wants negative people to know he's open to infecting them, it's said that they'll get a biohazard symbol tattooed on their body. That's insane. Most of the time, it's placed somewhere visible on their arms or legs. Some opt to get it tattooed on the shaft of their penis as a direct warning to anyone they encounter. But let's take a step back and discuss why it is that people find themselves taking part in bug chasing. For many bug chasers, the idea of catching HIV and other STDs is simply an extreme online fantasy. Bug chasers existed for a long time. However, the internet has allowed the community to practice the fetish without actually contracting the disease, right? You do a nice little role play. Like it'd be a little preemie baby. You gotta do that, and you get to live a normal life after that. For some, bug chasing is similar to thrill seeking or adrenaline rushes. It's the idea that they're doing something taboo and potentially dangerous that gives them this rush. And online, a man spoke out about how his ex was a chaser and how his kink was going to holes without the use of a condom. He had HIV and got a thrill off knowing that he altered someone's life without them ever knowing it was him. That's not a good person.
That's a felony.
That's, I think, yeah. Yeah, because, yeah.
Others who partake of the community view getting the disease as empowering. When they get HIV, it's like they have been freed from their fear of getting the disease. There just has to be fact checks, all sources, source links, to where if it's wrong, listen, go yell at them. We're just reading what we found. All right. I did not know this was going to be so heavy HIV. Is this a problem? I feel like this is a problem. I feel like it's going to get nuked into the ground.
By saying HIV?
Yeah. Yes.
We'll just put a disclaimer saying this is an educational video.
Even today, bug chasing still exists in small pockets of the world, mostly facilitated through online communities. While there have been incredible evolutions in AIDS medication and the way treatment is administered, some bug chasers considered it to be the equivalent of an adult using floaties. According to them, medication like pre-exposure prophylaxis takes the thrill of masculinity out of having sex. There are various dating sites used for explicit purposes of meeting people who have AIDS, HIV+, and other sexually transmitted diseases. Websites like positivesingles.com or Posmatch.com. There are events here and there that aim to reduce the shame people feel living with HIV. Some are strictly kind and wholesome, while others seem to have more degenerate intentions. In 2021, the gay star Tim Tyler tried to host the Pause Pride Fest with the goal of raising money for HIV groups and to celebrate people who may feel outcasted from society due to their disease. That's fair.
So is Pause a...
I don't know. It's really early in the morning to talk about this much HIV related stuff. I really thought I was going to be like, yeah, I'm sick. I have a boner. This sounds all well and good until you realize that part of the event would include the Chasers Jamboree, aka party including those with and without HIV. The website advertised the event, stating chasers and gifters would identify themselves with colored hankies. And the Twitter page posted a poll asking those attending which category they fall under, with a grand majority being chasers. It turns out that Tim has been an open bug chaser who successfully contracted HIV, so the event appeared to be more of like a super spreader event designed for his own sexual fantasies rather than like an uplifting thing. Maybe it could be both, I'm not sure, but I don't know. A blogger contacted the resort hosting the event, explaining that the event was not at all about raising awareness for HIV. Supposedly, the owner sat in stunned silence for 2 straight minutes after realizing what was actually going on. They dropped the event soon after. Tim announced its cancellation. He then suspiciously reached out to people about continuing to donate to event's PayPal account. That Tim manages himself, in order to raise money for HIV nonprofits instead of just donating directly to the nonprofits. I think Tim might have been scamming a little bit.
Skimming off the top, it sounds like.
While most people would probably be a little more private about their chase fantasies, some people are willing to post public Craigslist listings in search of their dream gift givers. Other people seeking dating advice online have admitted that bug chasing has caused significant problems in their relationship and led to eventual breakups. After dating a man for 6 months, one user admits to finding out that his drag queen boyfriend had been secretly hooking up with Pause guys in the hopes of being infected. Damn. You want to lean me in on that? Okay, we're getting way too intimate way too fast. This is private stuff. In the span of 2 months, he slept with 50 people. The user was told that he was doing it so he could get government benefits and to fit in better because many of his friends were HIV positive. I don't know if I believe that story, Nick. That's too crazy. Is it not? I mean, this all reads like a homophobic pamphlet. Yeah, the gay guys all get AIDS so they can get government benefits and they can all hang out with each other in their cool treehouse. The bug chasing community has a dark underbelly that many of its members struggle with. There are more serious implications for those that are driven to get the bug. A small section of the community gets HIV as a form of self-harm to cope with something more serious in their life. Mental illness is seen as a big component, with many people being preyed upon or agreeing to certain acts while not being in their right state of mind. Some research insists that this fetish is based in addiction. Certain fetishes are tied to bug chasing like BDSM, but one in particular is extremely damaging. Chemsex.
also known as party and play, involves both parties injecting themselves with hard drugs while having sex. This behavior ties the act of bug chasing to getting high and creating a very addictive loop that is hard to break and even more dangerous. The addiction only worsens with each party or interactions as people slowly grow more desensitized to the idea of having HIV. There seemed to be a lack of proper knowledge of the disease for many people that partake in acts like this, and all of these elements leave many people broken and hopeless. One man claimed that he was seeking an HIV positive partner so he could get infected because it was his death wish. When questioned why he wanted to go out this way, he stated it was no different than someone addicted to drugs or energy drinks. You hear that, Red Bull? You got some explaining to do. They believe it's a way to control their fate, stating they would have died from cancer or a heart attack anyway, so I'm gonna die from HIV. Another man simply wanted to die from bug chasing because he didn't see any other way. They claim they have no skills or friends in life to keep them around. And the thought of getting AIDS is arousing, so they believe it's the best option, which is just sad because it's just total mental deterioration. Lack of self-confidence, lack of social skills, all come together for someone to just be like, what's the point? And that's heartbreaking. We've covered a lot of strange on this channel. A lot. Too much. Gotta reel it back a little bit. I think we might be done with this for a bit. I think it's safe to say that bug chasing is one of the stranger and more dangerous ones, if not the most dangerous one. I mean, I don't know. Unless it's just like I want someone to murder me or whatever, which I don't know. If you're watching this and you're part of our massive, overwhelmingly gay audience, be careful out there. You never know who's out there prepared to give a little gift. And those who participate in bug chasing, just make sure you're prepared to deal with the lifelong consequences that follow. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Stay safe out there, wear a mask, and wash your hands. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're recording a video right after we did the last one. Last week, we posted a video about disgruntled employees, so much so that we had to talk about CEOs. But it's been such a big back and forth. So today we're going to be talking about CEOs, baby. Everyone can relate to working under a boss that he absolutely despises. In fact, some of the most cathartic online discussions revolve around making fun of CEOs like Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg for practically everything they do because it's nice to punch up. For people that seamlessly have it all with God complexes and fundamentally change how we live, it's nice to fucking punch up every once in a while. Am I wrong? That's why I think sometimes people leave horribly nasty comments on my videos. Because they're like, fuck this fat ass and his millions of subscribers. I get it, dude.
Punch up, baby.
Punch gently.
Yeah, punch gently.
Just, I mean, give me a love tap. You don't have to curb stomp me, please. Don't make me bite the curb. It's hard not to get why people feel such a deep hatred, especially with the upper echelon of CEOs that go to crazy lengths to boost profits and add another zero to their net worth. At the end of the day, it's all just a giant pissing contest where it's, how much do you need? How much do you actually need, Nick?
Everything.
As long as the numbers are good and the investors are happy, then everything else, including your health and happiness, comes second, baby. This problem has grown even bigger in recent years, as it seems like every day there are new headlines exposing a company for doing something nefarious. From AI CEOs ruining the PC market, and also, I don't know, like basically saying that humanity sucks and that robots rule. I don't know. They want the end of the world for some reason.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right?
Two, I don't know, McDonald's CEOs attempting to seem relatable to the masses by trying to eat their own products without throwing up. It's truly a marvel.
I love this product. That's a big bite.
The controversies are endless, my friends. Unsurprisingly, most of the people in the top are complete weirdos who had strange and narcissistic behaviors before they climbed the corporate ladder. And this kind of behavior actually helped them get to where they are today, but created many enemies along the way. So, let's go over some of the most heinous and bizarre things CEOs have ever done. It's gonna be a long video. How long is this video?
16 hours.
We're looking at a 16-hour. This is a down the rabbit hole video. Yo, shout out the new down the rabbit hole video, dude. Nigel Cheese. Did you watch that one?
We watched a little bit, yeah.
It was fucking great.
He's a genius.
Nigel Cheese? Exactly. 1 + 1 = 1. I'm a proper English gentleman. Anything down the rabbit hole, dudes. I'm fucking. I eat it up. I love all of it. Shout out my boy down the rabbit, Frederick Nunson, the homie. I don't know. I wish he was my homie. Hit me up, Fred. To boost morale, some CEOs will take their entire staff on a company retreat and get them out of the office, like Valve. They take them, like, I think they take those motherfuckers to Hawaii every year. Expenses paid. I heard Valve, though, they I heard they treat their employees right. Is that true?
They have a very loose structure of like a hierarchy. Basically, you could join Valve and they're like, you can do whatever you want. And they leave you alone. So you're like, oh, I'm going to work on this project. Yeah, I'm bored. I'm going to go work on this one.
Is that why nothing ever gets done?
Yeah. Their mentality is like they want their workers to be excited on things they're working for. So it's like if a big project comes up, like Dota 2, everybody loves working on Dota 2 because it makes them a shitload of money. And then like when CSGO came out, they started switching to CSGO, but nobody wants to work on like TF2 anymore. I think there's one person working on it.
What about Half-Life? I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. Basically, what we're saying is Gabe Newell is a good CEO.
That's what people say.
That's what people say.
That's what people say. I mean, he's happy.
How often do you think they have him at gunpoint? You better say that. You better say him at good. That's what I do, my guys. I have a 3D printed gun. I have a Bamboo Labs printer. I print out a gun. I go to all my employees and I say, you say I'm a good boss right now. While these retreats, it might seem like a nice gesture, one week-long retreat turned into a week of pure hell. In 2017, the CEO of Plex, Keith Valerie, decided to treat 120 of his employees to a survivor-style vacation in Honduras, labeled as a team bonding experience. What? Team bonding as Survivor? Only one of you will win. Fight. The $500,000 trip was already off to a bad start before a single person boarded their fucking flight. 3 weeks before the retreat was set to start, the resort they were staying at had both its general manager and head chef resign. After getting off the plane in Honduras, the crew was crammed into buses and was shipped out over dirt roads. And when they arrived at their destination, most of the staff felt uneasy because the property was guarded by numerous guard towers equipped with machine guns. This is what, can you just upload? It's just Pirate Bay for movies, right?
Well, now they're trying to be a legit service, so they have like free movies and stuff, and you pay for services.
Yeah, but you and your brother just use it for anime, right?
Yeah.
Their anime selection is haunting. This video is brought to you by Stars Forge PCs. Right now, they're having a massive Memorial Day PC sale going on with huge savings on all PCs. And even if you aren't in the market for a new PC, they have collaboration keyboards and other gaming accessories for sale. So go check them out. The link will be in the description. Thank you to Stars Forge PCs for sponsoring this video. Seriously, if you guys are looking for a PC, this company's pretty sick. I appreciate you guys. Bye-bye. The CEO had flown down a few days earlier to help set things up. However, as soon as he arrived, he noticed all the food was deep fried, and the staff warned him not to eat any vegetables. That's a good sign. Oh, so can I have this tomato? I would not eat that. He disregarded their warnings, claiming he just had to have one small salad. God, what a CEO thing. I have to have my salad.
Yeah.
I have to. I just one. This led to him contracting a severe case of E. coli and becoming bedridden before his company even arrived to the company retreat. He claimed that while in the hospital, he lost up to 8 to 10 pounds in just a few days, and that the staff would nail his IV bag to the bedpost every time he was swapped. Like fucking Martin Luther. Go with God. With Keith unable to direct the Survivor challenges, other executives had to step in and divide the contestants into teams so the games could begin. The first challenge that the staff were tasked with was eating tarantulas as well as assortment of other disgusting foods. What kind of company retreat is this?
Survivor!
I thought Survivor, I thought that's like a fear factor
that
thing.
is more of a fear factor.
I thought Survivor's just being like, I don't know, like float in the ocean and hold your breath. Or what, I thought it was that. Next, Keith hired a former Navy SEAL to simulate beach drills, which included pushing employees to army crawl in 100-degree heat while being screamed at. Nobody in the company was particularly fit. Yeah, come on, the people at Plex, come on now. So people began to overheat and crawl on their hands and knees into the ocean to cool off. That's what I'd do. I'd look like a fucking sea turtle. I'd crawl off, I'd be on the beach, there'd be like 70 eggs under me. Eventually, people began passing out, and the Navy SEAL agreed to tone down the intensity. All right, fine. I'll tone it down a bit. Things would only... Every morning, a fumigation. Which also, I'm like, there's no way that has not stopped lingering. So you're going to bed and you're just breathing in those chemicals. In addition to the insects, one of the senior engineers was sleeping and heard a loud crash in their bathroom. When he went to investigate, he found that a porcupine had fallen through the ceiling of his shower and was trapped behind the glass. I love the picture.
Yeah.
He's like, let me out. Through their stay, the facility experienced frequent power and water outages due to brutal heat wave. And one of the employees was running back and forth between his co-workers' rooms, delivering water bottles to keep them cool. While doing this, he forgot to drink water himself and began to experience severe heat palpitations due to heat exhaustion. And after nearly collapsing, he was taken to the hospital and put on an ECG machine. You think they also hammered a IV bag? What are you doing here? Not going well, sir. A positive of the trip was that they had unlimited access to golf golf carts, so they could drive anywhere they wanted. The downside was that the trees blocked the solar panels powering the road lights, so they would shut off after about 30 minutes. As a result, some employees ended up driving in the dark and crashed into things. Near the end of the trip, the entire company boarded small planes to an island called Utila to attend the opening of a new baseball field that Plex helped fund after the original was destroyed in a hurricane. The day went on without any issues. They swam in clear waters and played basketball. But this brief respite was all they had before problems started to arise once more. It came time to head back to the mainland. Utila's airport was very basic and lacked runway lights, meaning no planes could land on the island after the sun went down. And because of this, the pilots were tasked with getting the 100-person crew back to the main island before sundown, using an 8-person propeller plane. One by one, the plane took off and returned, taking small batches of people. However, they didn't make it back in time, and some employees were forced to spend the night on the island. Many of them were using antihistamines to treat the insect bites and were left for hours with insatiable itching. And thankfully, those left behind were able to find a doctor on the island and get the medicine they needed. For the rest of the night, the remaining employees stayed at a hotel, drank beer, and listened to reggae. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Not bad. When the morning came, the pilots picked them up, and the rest of the company drove to the airport to head back to the US. Though it was a retreat from hell, many employees say they enjoyed their time and grew closer to their coworkers. At the end of the day, people did get closer together, but it seems like it's through trauma. You get closer through trauma, right? Was that a big brain move from the CEO? I don't know. And this could all be chalked up to a horribly planned event with the good intentions. Many CEOs, however, are far more sinister in pursuit of profits and stuff. I mean, to me, this does not seem like this is not a bad CEO. I mean, we're dipping our toes a little bit of, you should have thought that one a little better, right? But at the end of the day, it doesn't seem like anybody really had any resentment towards the CEO.
It's more so, I mean, to be fair, he was trying to do something fun and it was just horribly planned. There's way worse CEOs.
Yes. Nearly everyone in the US was affected in some sort of way by the RAM shortages created by all the AI CEOs. And since 2025, AI has seen massive growth and its overall integration into everything has accelerated at a terrifying pace. And because of this, many AI CEOs are ordering their companies to lower or halt consumer-grade RAM production and focus solely on AI memory for the massive data centers popping up everywhere. I fucking hate them. They're everywhere. It's fucking disgusting.
I think we're getting 2 or 3.
Well, they're by us, yeah. It's fucking stupid. The price of a stick of RAM has risen nearly 120% to 300% depending on the brand, meaning a stick that cost usually $300 in 2024 is now upwards of $1,000 in some cases. This has not only raised the prices of pre-built PCs, making it harder for an average consumer to get one, but also prices of consoles. It led to systems like Steam Machine being delayed as well. Shoe company Allbirds decided to rebrand as New Bird AI and sell off its shoe brand to begin buying GPUs and building AI data centers, which has sent its stock soaring. Fuck off. This decision comes after the company saw a steady decline in sales since its founding in 2015. And the worst part is, the CEO sent out a company-wide email informing everyone that they had been let go and that all of their retail stores would be shutting down without prior notice. What a fucking nice guy. And this will likely start a trend of other companies abandoning the customer market and investing fully into AI, getting out of like actually having to like rent out store spaces or do whatever and just fully integrate with this like get rich quick scheme that people are having with AI data centers. People are tired of AI being pushed down their throats, and CEOs know it, yet they still force us to use it. The CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, published a blog post at the end of 2025 urging people to stop calling everything related to AI slop. How about you go fuck yourself, idiot? He believes we need to get beyond the arguments of slop versus sophistication. Humanity needs to learn to accept AI as the new equilibrium. It's the way that CEOs talk about AI, it just shows how little they accept life. It's like it shows what disdain they have for actual humanity. It's not surprising, but it's so eye-opening. This spurred a wave of people calling out the CEO and referring to anything the company did as microslop, which beautiful. Microsoft hated the word so much that they even banned it on their Discord and restricted people who used it. What a fucking pussy, dude. Yourself. CEOs will gladly screw over consumers, but what about their employees? In 2023, Clearlink CEO James Clark announced that the company would require people to return to the office. This was after promising lots of newly hired employees that this would not be a possibility. When the company responded negatively, he held a meeting with all the employees and went on a rant about how he was sacrificing his time in the office while, in his words, 30 employees were quiet quitting because they hadn't opened their laptops for a month. He then praised the people who made insane sacrifices to return to the office, such as one woman who had to sell her family's dog to get back to the office. What? He said that it broke his heart and that she had to do it, but praised her for complying with the new company standards. I know you couldn't take care of your pupper and you had to get rid of it. You probably really like that guy, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Next, some of his employees complained that they couldn't go into the office because they were stay-at-home mothers. James' response to this was that it shouldn't be an issue because real mothers would be able to balance working in the office and childcare.
Whoa, this guy did...
I didn't say it, all right? I just want to say that base take is not from me, all right? Once again, though, it just shows, well, robots don't require a robot mom could do it.
Well, my nannies take care of my kids.
Yeah, exactly. We'll just get a nanny then. I don't understand. It's like, well, I'm not rich like you. You get your housekeeper then to do it. Like, what?
You get your mother, okay?
Yeah, get your mom. After hearing this heartless, disconnected speech, many employees resigned, and the company received significant backlash, as if they give a fuck. James tried to save face by saying his words were taken out of context, but aside from his company being review bombed, he never faced any repercussions. Exactly, because they don't give a fuck.
As long as they're making money, they don't give a shit.
Also, they just know that, like, oh, there's going to be another thing in the news. Who cares?
And they're going to replace us with AI.
We will be computers. We will have to. After a while, they're like, I don't even know why people are rejecting the cyborg treatment.
Elon Musk wants to do that, put a little brain chip inside you.
I think it's because they're all just afraid to die. I mean, who isn't afraid to die? But I think CEOs have a hard time grasping that they're like, what do you mean I won't have, it's just over?
Could you imagine if CEOs were immortal?
There would be no point of living. Yeah. There would be no point to life itself. Some employers actually value the work that their employees do, but far too many believe that their employees are lucky to have a job in the first place.
Me?
Nick.
Yeah, I am lucky.
Yeah, you are. You all should know that. It's like there's like a bunch of people. Me? During the 2023 Australian Financial Review Property Summit, my God, pick a better fucking name. Property developer and CEO Tim Gurner stated that he believes we should see pain in the economy. By this, he means that employment rates should rise up to 40% to 50%. His reason behind this? Well, Tim believes that after COVID, the average worker got lazy. So the employer quotes,
"Need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around."
You see, in Tim's eyes, layoffs are not a sign of a failing company, but actually a tool employers can use to threaten employees into working more and being grateful to even have a job. Once again, it can't be said enough, go fuck yourself. I think that they think this is like normal. Well, everybody thinks this way. Because all they do is talk to other CEOs. So when they actually say these thoughts out loud, you're like, what? This is not the first insane thing Tim has said. In 2017, he faced significant backlash for saying that millennials couldn't buy homes because they were buying too much coffee and avocado toast. Remember that guy? This was met with a tidal wave of angry millennials ranting about how they greatly simplify why people in their generation were struggling financially. Tim publicly apologized. Yeah, he probably threw up. He's probably sitting there and he's like, he was doing this under the podium. Or he's doing this behind his back.
Oh, yeah.
Tim publicly apologized, claiming he felt deep regret for his statement. But it appears that old habits really never change. Tim, if you're out there, hope you get in a wreck. Is that horrible to say? Even to a CEO, do you really care? Do I give a fuck? You know what's fucked up is that Stevie Ray Vaughan dies in a helicopter crash, but Tim Gurner probably flies a helicopter all the goddamn time. Yeah. Most of the time, CEOs can be mentally draining, but for one employer, their boss nearly killed them during a meeting. After getting hired by a small startup, one man was under constant psychological harassment for 7 months straight by the CEO. From the moment he got hired, his boss was constantly yelling at him and demanding he explains what he was doing at literally every moment of the day. And on top of the overbearing boss, the man was required to work 12 to 14 hours a day, including weekends. And after months of being belittled, everything came to a head when the CEO began screaming at the man at the top of his lungs during a video conference. I mean, it's just all public humiliation shit, power tripping humiliation shit. Which also, even if you're upset with an employee, it's just that level of delusion where it's just like, well, this is probably inappropriate to do in a video conference, right? With all these people here. But I feel like you're just making a statement and it's just power tripping, right?
I honestly think some CEOs do it on purpose, where it's just like, I'm gonna pick the weakest out of the pack and like make an example of them. It's just like alpha brain bullshit.
But that's just power tripping,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that an idea to where it's like, hey, everyone who's in here, don't let this be you?
It's a warning thing of just like, if you have like a scapegoat and someone you know like you could pick out to be the example, it's very easy of just like, I'm gonna pick on this guy to show everybody else not to fuck up.
After several minutes of being yelled at, the employee began struggling to breathe as his chest began to tighten. He eventually collapsed, alerted his mother, and was taken to the hospital. While there, the doctors told him he suffered from a panic attack caused by his boss's endless screaming, which if anyone's ever had an actual panic attack, it feels like you're having a heart attack. I mean, if you feel like you're dying. I used to get them really bad. I remember I feel like 2 or 3 years ago, I got them really bad.
I had really bad anxiety in high school. So I remember I was like one of the up and running people to be in a play as me or this other guy. And I've never been in like a big play before. I had a huge anxiety the other day. And I was kind of hoping I didn't get it because it's like
just the pressure of
just the
to perform.
pressure.
Yeah.
And, surprise. I didn't get it. So
yeah. Thank God. I mean, I've never had a heart attack yet. The very first time I had like a bad one, I drove to the hospital because I thought I was having a heart attack. It's just like tightness of breath, and your chest like your heartbeat races, and you kind of have like a fight or flight response. You're just kind of like it's very overwhelming. It's very odd.
They have beta blockers for that.
There you go. When he recovered, he immediately resigned. According to the HR department, however, his medical emergency was actually an act of charity by the company since they were paying him for his time off. An HR department said that. Oh my, which also, I've had a boss before, man, that's like, did shit like that. I won't say the company or whatever, but it was like a place that had like comic books and we've been there. But he was just like a guy that would he'd bully you until you quit, basically. And he was like a guy that was like new and he was like trying to prove himself. He would like bully you until people quit, and then he'd bring in other guys and he would basically joke about you in front of you to them,
yeah.
And then like try to get the other new employees that he hired to like resent you. And that was his way of like thinning out the herd.
My boss had a similar thing where she wasn't that mean, but she would purposely like cut people's hours because she's like, if I don't like them, I'm just giving them. Like,
100%.
Because she's like, I'm not gonna fire them so they could just get on unemployment.
Yeah. That he did that too. And then it was like a weird thing too, where it was very obvious. He was just such a fucking creep. He also hired like a bunch of like 15-year-old girls and like. He was like that kind of guy.
Yeah.
He hired like, oh, these are all my buddies from like my Toys R Us day, whatever. And then he'd hire like a bunch of younger. He's just a fucking creep. That kind of shit. It's no surprise that many CEOs have insane egos, with some believing that they inherited their position from God himself. After being appointed CEO, a man invited his entire company of over 200 people to a Zoom meeting, labeling it an announcement of an upcoming project. However, instead of discussing anything work-related, he opened the meeting by stating that he believed he had been directly appointed to the CEO position by God. Apparently, Christ had brought him to this position like it was his divine purpose in life. Realizing how insane the situation was, many workers resigned shortly after the meeting ended, and morale plummeted for those who stayed. Which also, what was the company?
Yeah, I want to know.
We sell tires.
Yeah.
And it's like, God wanted me to be here. It's like, Greg, we sell tires. It's clear that if you want to be a top-level executive, you need to be a little crazy. And in fact, many CEOs go public about their strange habits and reveal themselves to be very bizarre characters. The co-founder of Boost Mobile, Craig Morgan, is the 4th largest mobile carrier in the US. The man had several rituals, such as going to bed early exactly at 10:04 p.m. every day, which already I'd be like, how do you control that? 10:03 and yeah, injects himself. Not only that, but every single day he eats 5 cans of cold sardines and encourages others to do the same. As a self-described sardine evangelist, Craig attributes his health to his sardine consumption and believes that's why his business continues to grow. It's just because of the sardines. At the same time, I kind of fuck with that. Gotta eat sardines. We have to imagine that every CEO is just a psychopath, right? Yoshiro Nakamatsu, also known as Dr. Nakamatsu, is known for holding over 3,000 patents. These inventions would include the toilet seat lifter, a throwable self-defense wig, and the Cerebrix chair, which is a recliner that blasts electronic pulses into your brain to supposedly boost brain power. The goddamn Jimmy Neutron chair. To come up with all these crazy inventions, the man needed a room where he could relax and think. That's why, naturally, he built a bathroom in his home covered head to toe in 24-karat gold. Naturally. Yoshiro believed that doing this blocked harmful radio and TV waves that would affect his thinking. It also partially soundproofed the room, allowing it to be silent most of the day so he could scream and shit all day long. When inside the room, he would sit on or near the toilet and think about new inventions for hours. One of the only rules in the room was that no nails were allowed inside because he believed it disturbed his thinking. To ensure this could never happen, he also had the room built with no nails. Which also, I was gonna say, at what point do you also say this motherfucker has something going on? 3,000 patents? I mean, how many people have a solid gold room?
Off the top of my head, only one.
I mean, I was gonna say, like, there might be something to him. Also, I wonder why the nail. Why no nails?
Yeah, I don't
That's just what is that? That's like an OCD thing, right? CEOs will calmly let hordes of people go from their job without a second thought. But the worst of the worst CEOs will cause them to lose their lives. The Deepwater Horizon disaster is one of the deadliest industrial disasters ever. 11 people were killed on an oil rig explosion and over 200 million gallons of oil dumped into the ocean as a result. I feel like a lot of people know about this. Part of the reason the oil rig exploded was the CEO cut overall operating costs by rushing safety inspections and standard work protocols to save time and make more money. You know. Good stuff. Following the explosion, Tony Howard would go on and say the string of disgusting things about the explosion in the media. When questioned by the environmentalists worried about the scale of the oil leak and the cost of cleaning it, Tony dismissed their concerns, calling the spill, quote, relatively tiny compared to the whole ocean. That's when you need to throw them in and be like, drown.
Yeah, exactly. Throw them into the oil.
And light it. Later on, after months and months of being interviewed, he finally broke down and said, there's no one who wants this thing over more than I do. I'd like my life back. Live on TV. What a fucking douchebag. Once again, throw him over. Throw him over into the oil, dude. This sent people over the edge as Tony was clearly only focused on himself rather than the 11 men who died and the entire ecosystem affected by the spill and his shortcomings. And shortly after this statement, BP would face huge cleanup fines and Tony would be fired. He still ran and made it off like a bandit, dude.
Oh, yeah.
You think he gives a fuck? He's just like, and I don't have to do anything anymore? Perfect.
He probably got some huge exit bonus.
Payout. He got a huge payout, yeah.
That's the fucked up thing with CEOs is that they go in, they gut these companies, they ruin them, get a huge bonus, and then just leave and have a new CEO come in.
Yeah, it feels like a big thing is that with a lot of these CEOs, it's like, it's just a pissing contest between other CEOs. And I feel like the only reason they even stay and keep the job with these bonuses is just to keep up that kind of like social relationship they have with other CEOs. I hope they all die. I legitimately hope they all die. It's fascinating to see what happens to those who not only become successful, but reach the absolute peak of the business world. People become so detached from the common man when they reach a certain point, and it can cause them to do some pretty crazy things. The power tripping done by these people has gotten so completely out of control to the point where stories like this are becoming everyday occurrences, and no one seems to mind. It's just a thing now where they're just like, oh, well, what do you expect? For centuries, workers have struggled against their employees, and despite laws and revolts, that conflict still shows no sign of ending anytime soon. You know, we're relying on these companies for jobs and these things, but it's just at a certain point, I'm almost wondering if CEO should also be, it's like a presidential terms. 4 years and you're out and you circulate. That way you don't have any guy who's over hoarding over anything, you know, because that's the biggest thing, is it's king mentality between all of it.
A lot of people are saying that AI should replace CEOs. But then to me, I feel
There's
like
really no hope for anything.
that's more dangerous because
of course it's more fucking dangerous, dude. What? Yeah, no shit. It's a soulless computer. They're already a soulless person, but the thing is, like, behind every CEO's lifeless eyes, there's like has to be a tiny spark of humanity somewhere. Even if they are a nepo baby, whatever, there's a little something from your evolutionary code.
And they're flesh bags, so they decay, whereas a computer will never die.
Whatever. God, what a depressing fucking video. I don't know, dude. Go up to your boss today and say fuck you. Or write an email to a CEO and say and tell him to fuck off. Also with the YouTube CEO. He's cool, right?
Yeah. Hey Hunter. Fuck you.
I asked for that one. We'll see you in the next one, guys. Bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in sundown because today we're going to talk about one of the biggest music festivals of the year. Coachella, baby. Oh yeah. Give me that sick Coachella montage. Coachella, a place where all the biggest artists pile into a massive venue for 2 weekends of non-stop performances. Coachella has cemented itself as the ultimate supplier of FOMO, fear of missing out. Whether it's influencers desperate to make content or music fans who want to see their favorite artists, it's truly absurd the lengths people will go to attend this event. Nick, have you gone to Coachella before?
I've gone twice, baby.
Was it actually worth it?
The first time was. I saw like 30 bands when I was there. And then the next year, I literally think I only saw like 2 concerts a day.
Don't you have to camp out there and stuff?
Yeah, we did the camping, which I liked.
I'm not a big fan of music festivals. It's a young man's game, is what it is.
I got lucky the first time because when you buy the tickets, you don't know who's playing. So like a year in advance, you have to pay for the tickets.
But I mean, you know it's going to be some big act or whatever.
And there's so many bands, but luckily I was really big into music that year.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah. I was really into music that year and I've kind of faded out of it. I don't listen to music anymore. Has there ever been any metal?
Yeah, there's metal.
Really?
Yeah, the year I went that kind of sucked was when Radiohead came back. That was like their first year touring again, and they had the worst stage problems. They came out, played 2 songs, and then their music cut out, and they'd sit there You can just hear the.
I'm and he's like,
they don't play that song anymore.
Isn't that the most popular one? I get it. I'd hate to play the same thing too. You know what I'd say though? Your biggest fucking song, Dance Monkey. Is what I'd say, dude.
They've evolved in a...
Fuck them! This is especially strange considering that every year there are horror stories from attendees that paint the venue as some sort of dystopian hellscape, which, to be fair, some of the pictures I've seen is not far off. It looks like the set of Mad Max sometimes.
The way people dress and stuff.
Yes, the way that it's dressed, it's kind of out in the middle of the desert, whatever. It's maybe not as bad as like Burning Man, but it still has like a taste of it, you know what I mean? Things can get pretty crazy after all. When you put thousands of drug-filled concert goers and influencers like James Charles, remember that James Charles picture where his ass was out? Can you imagine being at a concert where James Charles is lurking around? The Spooky Man. Yeah, that's what the locals say. The Spooky Man is spooky. Spooky Man. Who, James Charles? He just does makeup. Spooky Man. I don't like him. The Shadow Man. That's what they call James Charles. They call James Charles the Shadow Man. All you see is a giant silhouette of like huge fucking big ass lips and a giant ass. Hi, sisters! Oh! Yeah. So, let's explore the insanity that is Coachella. The first Coachella Festival began in 1999 because its founders wanted a place to celebrate music, art, and culture similar to that of the Glastonbury Festival in the UK. I also wonder if it's also because of the Woodstock resurgence in the 90s too.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Because there was a lot of, and then the Woodstock 99, I'm pretty sure that's where people died. The lineup of the inaugural event consisted of artists like Tool and Rage Against the Machine, and attendees would spend as little as $50 for both admission and parking. They'd either pay for a cheap nearby hotel to stay at during the event or simply sleep in their cars to save a couple bucks. The venue was much smaller than it is today, but the shows were much more intimate, and people have fond memories of the earlier years where the venue was not densely packed and people could appreciate the music without social media interfering. It's kind of I feel like people go there just to get pictures now.
It's for the gram now.
You just go there to get your pictures. Once again, show the James Charles pictures. That's the pictures you're getting. The Shadow Man's lurking, waiting for a camera to be on him.
You gotta take a picture at the Ferris wheel. It's the Coachella Ferris wheel, man.
Oh, is that like a?
I'm pretty sure I have a picture where I'm standing out in front with it, but...
Were you shirtless?
I was shirtless, yeah.
That was back when you were...
when I was, good.
Yeah, you had your pecs and your abs. You were definitely showboating. Were you peacocking a little bit to see if a girl would... Yeah, well, why not? I'm at Coachella. You know what I mean? Sometimes the cucumber tastes better pickled. People felt like Coachella was all about celebrating music without alienating fans who didn't want to drop $150 to go to festivals like Woodstock at the time. And in fact, this made Coachella a counterculture event that gained a lot of respect in the early days. And over time, ticket sales went up. And it began actually making a profit. And this allowed its organizers to book larger artists with much more variety, as well as massively expand the venue space. And by 2012, the event now extended to a span of 2 full weekends, and ticket prices started to rise farther than what the average person was willing to pay. And the lineup started to expand from alternative and indie rock to things like hip-hop, electronic, and pop music. And throughout Coachella's history, art was also a big focus on the event. Instead of simple art installations scattered throughout the venue, you could now see massive pieces designed by well-known artists. Around this time, fashion was also starting to become a big aspect of the event too. No longer did people just wear casual clothing like band t-shirts. People today compare it to the Met Gala in the sense that the outfits seen during the event would literally shape fashion trends. This is all to say that Coachella had a whole culture surrounding it, one that slowly morphed into something way different than what it once was.
This video is sponsored by our partners at Factor. It's never too late to start eating better. Look at me, baby. Look at me. Factor is the meal service that gives you the flexibility to stay active and stay on top of your eating routine. If you're looking to hit your nutrition goals and eat balanced, high-quality meals, look no further than Factor. Factor powers your day sun up to sundown. With nutritious breakfasts, on-the-go lunches, premium dinner, and now daily greens. Once daily drink full of real veggies and nutrients you might be missing in your diet. With Factor, you choose from 100 different menu options each week. Plus, Factor has meal options like Calorie Smart, Keto, Vegan meals, packed protein. Regardless of what you choose, in just 2 minutes you can eat, and enjoy, baby. So it's easy to see why 97% of customers say that Factor has helped them live a healthier life. And the best part of Factor is there's no prep work, no grocery lines, and virtually no cleanup. Head to Factor75.com or click the link in the description to use code PAPAMeatFDG to get 50% off your first Factor Factor box plus free daily grains. That's code PapaMeat FDG at Factor75.com to get 50% off plus free daily grains. Display URL and promo code on screen as this read. QR code, arrow, show for 15 seconds. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video. Now back to the episode.
Yummy!
While it's normal for events to grow and change over time, many who attended Coachella in earlier years started to hate how mainstream the festival was becoming, which is bound to happen, Nick.
Yeah, that's popularity.
Once it becomes popular, it's not cool anymore. I used to pay $50. It's also that was 15 years ago.
I paid, I think, $450 for my tickets.
Damn!
That's not including the parking.
So this is just to get into
that's
the festival.
That's just to get in. But that's all 3 days. And that's why, like, the first time I was like, oh, it's worth it. Because if you think about it, it's $150 a day. I saw like 10 bands a day.
I mean, if you save up for like a whole fucking year or whatever.
It's
I mean,
just
like,
so crowded now.
I mean, I can't even imagine. I mean, I almost refuse to go to shows that have, like, if it's more than 800 people,
yeah.
I'm really not going. Honestly, I'm not gonna go. One of the worst things that come from Coachella's mainstream appeal was that it became an experience rather than a music festival. It was less about music and more of a status symbol gained from going to the cool, popular event of the year. That's just gonna happen though too. You know, once it becomes a cultural thing, especially with the fashion stuff, it's a different kind of cosplay almost, is what it seems like. It's like, oh, we're going and we're doing like the most absurd, impractical outfits that are just so we can take pictures, and like that's the event. I don't really give a fuck about the music. I just want to go and experience that kind of thing, which is also, I mean, in a way, I have respect for that.
It's your time and money. You can do whatever you want.
Oh, of course. But I'm just saying that if it is this like multicultural, like it isn't just music, it's all about art. I think what becomes annoying though is that if you slice up the pie too many times, you have like, okay, well, this portion of people are just here for fashion, this portion of people are here just for music. If you're trying to go see a band but like nobody gives a fuck about it, you're fucking with everybody's experience. Then I think the experience becomes too divided. While the festival is an impressive commercial success, in many ways it has lost its luster. The event is no longer something that anyone can afford. For example, a 3-day pass can now cost up to $650. And like with anything nowadays, scalpers are always there to drive up the prices of tickets purchased at the last second. This year, scalpers made massive profits selling weekend tickets for $4,000 to $5,000 after the event had sold out. And Coachella now offers access to special, luxurious accommodations like their Safari Campground, which can cost as much as $12,000 to rent out. Safari Campground.
The little bungalows.
They just give you a tent and maybe a coconut tree. Or something, you know, whatever, or a tiger plushie. There's an option to rent on Airbnb, but the prices are straight up demented. Properties in the area will shoot up thousands of dollars during the event because they know someone will eventually end up booking them. And those who can't afford this will simply pay for a small patch of land in order to park their car and camp out. If you thought this just meant sleeping in your car, you'd be dead wrong. There is a whole culture behind car camping online where people show off their insanely elaborate setups. Some people will spend well over a month planning the layout and ordering the things they need. And one influencer showing off his room tour included things like fake houseplants, a clothing rack, a decorative knickknacks, and even a director's chair for some reason. I remember seeing this. Guy got a lot of hate. I get it. It's fucking stupid. It feels like that's like a very performative kind of thing.
I equate it to the refrigerator videos where it's just like people have like all these little containers for their tiny sodas and juices.
Those are satisfying videos though. I mean, every time I see that, I'm like, I gotta try that out actually. Be a nightmare to organize though. This feels like an extension of the fashion trend to me. It feels like it's a part of that performative kind of like, well, yes, like I'm dressed here, I'm ready, and also this is my tent. Look how elaborate and like weird it is. You know, it feels like it fits into that same culture for me. I don't know why.
Which, to be fair, if you're trying to get some sniz,
dude, if I'm trying to get some pussy and I bring him back to this amazing oasis, you think they're gonna be happy?
She's gonna be like, oh, yeah, someone's got the safari hut. You should check out my safari hut back in the game.
Do you think this is good? Got the whole fucking set of Jumanji over here, dude. Are you kidding me? Come on back. For many, it's less about the utility and more about the aesthetic and the content that can be made with it. The absurd prices extend to the food as well, and people often post their insane food expenses, like one attendee showing off a plate of tacos and nachos that cost $102 and were cold to the touch. Others revealed that they paid over $20 for a simple cocktail and $17 for a small cup of lemonade. And regardless, Coachella still sells like crazy, and people will gladly drop a small fortune over the course of the weekend. Yeah, no shit. I don't know. People who complain about that stuff, they're like, yeah, but I mean, it's $100 for nachos, and it's like, well, then don't, like, why are you ordering it? What do you expect? It's like going to the airport and being like, can you believe these prices?
Well, you kind of get trapped if you could do car camping because you cannot leave. So you're like, oh, how am I going to feed myself?
Yeah.
Which, granted, if you're camping, you should bring food.
Well, why didn't you bring food? Yeah. I mean, it's like, just bring a bunch of fucking bologna and cheese sandwiches. You know what I mean? Why not? If this all sounds far too expensive, don't worry, because now people are signing up for payment plans in order to pay off the insane ticket prices in smaller installments. In 2025, reports showed that 60% of attendees, around 80,000 people, utilized this to afford their ticket. Many people literally take on this payment plan with zero guarantee that they'll be able to pay off every month. And on the Coachella subreddit, one woman titled a post, quote, "Hey, Coachella fam, I need help." And she explained, "Hey, Coachella fam, I need help." And it explains how she needs someone from the community to lend her $272, quote, "in the spirit of Coachella," because the charge is coming in just days before she gets paid from her job. E-begging online to basically pay off the Coachella loan sharks that you've had. You know what I mean? Come on, hello, Coachella fam. I need you guys to bankroll me. Thank you. You know what's the thing, though, is that women... Sorry, women, being a little misogynistic here. If you're like an attractive person, even if you're a guy or girl, if you're an attractive person, you could post a picture of yourself and be like, looking just for help on this ticket. You would 100% get people doing that just for the fact of like, you want to link up? Like a million percent, a million billion percent.
I had buddies who did something similar to that with their friends. They paid for their tickets so they can hang out with them.
Didn't you do that?
I
thought you paid so you could hang out with a girl or something. You weren't invited, but you heard the people.
That was for a Lorde concert. My coworkers are like, we're going to this Lorde concert on the weekend. I was like, all right, cool. And I liked one of the girls. So I was like, wouldn't it be awesome if I surprised them and drove 4 hours? It just came to the concert.
Oh, no. Didn't you find them there?
Well, I texted them. I was like, hey, I'm at the Lorde concert. And they're like, what?
All right, let me hang out with you now.
The funny and scary thing for them was that we weren't really good friends at the time. And then when I got there, I just stood like this and did not like bob my head or
So
see.
for people that are wondering what he's saying, like he was arms crossed, could not look stiffer, and he's just looking up at the stage.
There was an 18-year-old there with like 3 23-year-old women. So his thought was like, oh, I'm going to rent a hotel and I'm going to
have a crazy sex party afterwards, right?
So when I showed up and the girls were like,
you're fucking up my plan.
They're like, Nick, what are you doing after the concert? And I was like, oh, I think I'm just going to sleep in my car. I brought like a Tempur-Pedic mattress and put it in the back of my car.
Did you think you were getting lucky with the Tempur-Pedic mattress?
No, but I did think this would give me brownie points. Like, they think I'm so fucking cool.
No, it probably came off kind of stock rush just a little bit. Remember that thing that you just told me you were doing this weekend? Surprise. I'm doing it too now.
I think I worked the next morning, so I left at like 7 a.m.
Is that when you're slinging za?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Nice, dude. Influencers with money to spend, however, will admit publicly to spending as much as $200,000 to get the full Coachella experience, from private jet flights to insanely expensive Airbnbs, flying out various people. It's a tax write-off for our content. James Charles.
Can we go to Coachella next year for a tax write-off?
No.
Please.
Only if I know for a fact that the Shadow Man's not going to be there.
Hi, sisters.
James? Can you imagine being in a tent and then, you just see the silhouette of James Charles outside? If you hide your lipstick and mascara, he can't hurt you. The most absurd part about Coachella is that no matter how much money you drop in order to live in luxury, there's only so much you can prepare for when you reach the venue. In 2025, the first weekend of Coachella was off to a horrible start due to what was being referred to as Coachella Carmageddon. People that wanted to utilize the car camping lots found themselves trapped in a never-ending gridlock. People were reporting over 12-hour delays with limited access to bathrooms. It looks like District 9. Fucking prawns. That's how they're referring to each other, and they're all eating cat food and shit. People flooded social media ranting about how long they've been stuck, claiming that people were shitting in bushes and desperately in need of food. And according to one TikToker, a woman was even hit by a car as she attempted to stop it from cutting in front of her in line.
It takes about like an hour or two to get through. Normally, they have like these lanes and they have someone inspect your car because they're trying to find drugs and shit.
Like it's a fucking border patrol or some shit. Like literally, yeah.
They made you take out literally everything.
Did you have to do that?
Mm-hmm. Because
Oh
they
my
smelled
God.
a little funk.
It's just me, sir. Pull over to the side. Others posted videos of cars that were having to be pushed out of line because they were overheating and shutting down. But let's assume you get past the horrible introduction and you get into the venue, right? If you think this means you're in the clear, think again, because doing anything at Coachella is a depressingly tedious chore. Many stands are going to have you waiting as much as 40 minutes when they're busy. Perhaps you opt for a slice of pizza because it's quicker. You may end up being one of the hundreds that reportedly got food poisoning this year after eating a $25 slice of pizza from one of their most popular vendors. You like that? You like being poisoned? 40 minutes, it's a long time, but it's not as long as I thought it'd be. I'm being honest. Also, if you're going to Coachella, why would you ever be like, I'm gonna go to the food stands? Why would you not just be like, I'm gonna make a bunch of sandwiches?
Because you got to party and it's quicker to
I can fucking party and still slam a bologna and cheese sandwich.
A lot of people can't cook these days.
It's bologna and cheese. It's not cooking. It's putting a slice of bologna and cheese in between two pieces of bread. Slap some mayonnaise on there.
Do you think I want to be seen eating a bologna sandwich at Coachella?
I would love to be seen eating a bologna and cheese. People would be like, how many of these did you be? Keep pulling them out.
To be fair, I don't think you could bring food in once you're inside, because you can't bring anything in, like even drinks. They make you pour your drink out.
They won't let you bring a cooler of sandwiches in? So you're saying that you'd have to go buy the stuff and then make it at your deal?
You're back at your camp. And the walk to your camp, they call it like the walk of shame at the end of the night because everybody's so tired and fucked up. But it could take you like 40 minutes to walk to your car.
If I was like 19, I could see myself being, because also you're like, what else am I going to do? It was magical. Bro, when you're in your 40s, everything is hell. Everything. That's why I'm so glad I listen to metal, because it's such a, like, they're always intimate shows. Get in, get out, have a couple drinks, and you're on your way. You know what I mean? I was looking at like a Kanye concert or like a fucking Travis Scott concert. Fuck that. Oh my God. Going to a Post Malone show. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. If you need to rush to the bathroom and you don't have a bucket set up in your camp, prepare to wait another 30 to 60 minutes in line before you're being able to shit your brains out in a public bathroom into a porta-john. Which also I will say, I'm gonna Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. Go to a porta-john on the hottest day and take a shit.
Yeah.
It's a surreal experience. You'll never feel as gross yet relieved in your entire life. I can't explain it.
I have a Nick tip. If you're ever at Coachella...
I don't know why, but already I'm like, I don't think I like that.
If you're at Coachella and you're too impatient to wait in the water line because it looks long and you want to go to the hand washing station, don't do it, because the water there is recycled water.
You did it, didn't you? Did you just shit your brains out?
No, luckily I didn't shit my brains out, but the fucked up thing is like I filled up everybody's water bottle. I had everybody's water bottle, a huge line, and then I saw people like filling up at the wash station. So I was like, oh, that's the hack. The next time I did it, some guy's like, hey, you really do not want to do that. It's like recycled water. Oh. And then I looked at the water, there's like all these particles in it. Oh. And I looked at her like, we do not tell people.
Basically, Coachella is filled with Disney-sized lines for every little thing. If you think waiting this long is simply unfeasible, you wouldn't be the first. Some poor souls will return to their tents only to find that someone got impatient with the lines and shit in their living quarters. And this isn't uncommon, and some people believe it could be the work of a serial Coachella shitter. The online Coachella groups have all sorts of angry rants from the attendees who are fed up with the surprise logs. Like a woman who crashed out after finding out that there was a full-size shit in the woman's shower 2 days in a row.
The shower?
Do you think that that's a woman doing that, or do you think it's a man sneaking in?
I think it's a woman. I think it's a woman who's like, she's above pooping in a porta potty.
I don't even think it's that. I just think bitches are gross. I lived on a co-ed dorm floor. Well, to be fair, it was a liberal arts school. Oh my God. The men on the floor literally had to have a floor meeting because they're like, what are you doing in these showers and bathrooms? Just all kinds of things. We're like, what the fuck? Where is your fucking brain? Like, what is it going on? I'm not going to go into the details of it because it's disgusting. I thought it was going to be the other way around because I'm like, man, the girls are going to complain that like the guys are smelly and all that. You would think, I thought wrong.
I had to clean women's restrooms, and these are high school students, but God, they're fucking, don't do that. Don't fucking do that.
Others report that there are things that have been found with piss all over them, leaving people to lock not only their tents, but their coolers when left unattended, which you should do anyways. Why, like, it would drive me insane thinking that I went back and I took a drink from a water bottle and thinking that someone had touched, like, drank from it as well. That'd fuck me up.
If you lived in a high trust society, you wouldn't have to.
Well, I don't. We don't. Not with the Shadow Man lurking around. When you have a good spot for headlining event, it truly is difficult for some to decide if it's better to find a bathroom or soil themselves. A woman and her friend, for example, witnessed a man fill his pants with piss while waiting to see Doja Cat. I can't stop and look the other way. Just pissing yourself. After you've taken care of all your base needs, you can finally go up and enjoy the amazing lineup that day. But not everyone gets to return to their lovely, detailed, aesthetic campsite. This year, people who returned to the campground exhausted after getting obliterated on various substances found their tents completely destroyed by aggressive desert winds. It got so bad that the National Weather Service issued a dust advisory urging people to stay inside at all costs to avoid the low air quality and dust from doing damage to their eyes, throat, and lungs. Keep in mind, this was going on during headliner event times and even led to big performances canceling their act. And the harsh reality is that Coachella is simply not as glamorous as you'd think, especially if you've had no experience with festivals and how gross they can get. How can you blame people for being surprised by this realization when every aspect of social media is telling them that Coachella is the perfect Oasis getaway? Also, to me, it's similar to fucking Paris syndrome.
Oh, yeah.
Japanese people go into Paris and they kill themselves because they're like, this is France is disgusting. Who would have thought French people are gross? One of the most widely discussed topics in regards to Coachella is the hordes of influencers that are funneled into the venue every year. At one point, began referring to it as the Influencer Olympics, where big brands would invite notable social media creators to create promotional and sponsored content. Across the internet, you'll find thousands of sponsored videos where people have been flown out for free and have all expenses paid in order to shill whatever brand is looking for a marketing opportunity. For those that can't find a way to get in for free, they've even started filming PowerPoints where they basically tell brands why they're a notable person and they should cover the entire weekend for them, of course, just for marketing purposes. And while many influencers likely do want to attend these events for the artist, there are also cases of influencers traveling to Coachella Valley only to take photos for social media without actually attending the festival itself. The goal is simply to convince people that you experienced it, right? I don't really give a fuck if I actually do. I just need people to basically be like, oh my God, I'm so jealous. Oh, I wish I was living your life. Please, James Charles, stop messaging my 14-year-old son. People began pushing the sentiment that Coachella is no longer a music festival for the masses, as it's becoming increasingly difficult to justify spending this much money. The larger reliance on influencers rather than genuine music lovers also puts a bad taste in people's mouths, right? Every year, this topic is relitigated. Those who have been going for years note that the event has always been half about the music and half about the scene. To them, these are just tired takes from older people who want to pretend everything was better in the past. And at the end of the day, you're in a venue with over 100,000 people, you're likely not going to be seeing the most influencers that attend anyways. Feels like a weird elitism in a way, like they're the real fans, but there's tons of obnoxious shit that past years didn't have. I think it's trickle-down cringe is what they feel, because they're like, these celebrities or these influencers going and they're posting about it, and now I'm going and I feel like the cringe I feel from seeing these posts, I'm a part of it. I think it's trickle-down cringe.
It's also rose-tinted goggles.
Of course. Many do note that due to the wider appeal of Coachella, the crowds in many cases were lacking the same bombastic energy from years prior. Artists like Damien Albarn, lead singer for Blur and the Gorillaz, chastised the audience in 2024 for the same reason. He was upset that nobody was singing along or getting excited for any part of their 13 songs. I don't know, dude, you're in the fucking Gorillaz. Get over it. Near the end of the set, he got frustrated and said,
"You'll never see us again, so you might as well fucking sing me."
It's pretty sad. Everyone's just sitting there. If it was Gorillaz playing, I think a lot of people would be, bopping their heads. But it's fucking Blur.
Yeah, it's like a 90s.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking UK pop boom kind of thing, yeah. With an event as big as Coachella and a venue as chaotic as it is, there are bound to be some wild and historic Coachella disasters. It's just gotta happen. During last year's Coachella, Green Day performed their set, accompanied by pyrotechnics that went haywire. As they were wrapping up their headlining performance, a firework went off course and slammed into a nearby palm tree. The explosion caused the tree to be set ablaze, freaking out concert goers. One man went briefly blind in an ear and became convinced that there was an active terrorist attack happening. The one thing that'd be horrible is inciting basically a riot with that many people. People get trampled. Easily happened at Woodstock 99. You gotta fucking watch out, man. Which, luckily the fire was contained and Green Day went back to, doing what Green Day does. And one of the most notorious incidents to ever take place at Coachella was cemented in a viral video from 2009. In it, a 23-year-old man named Jonathan Frederick Felch was filmed being hassled by police officers after drunkenly ripping off all of his clothes, which seemed to resemble wizard robes. Police claimed he was acting erratic, and the man repeatedly denied the request to put his clothes back on. The surrounding crowd cheered on the naked man, with some passing attendees handing him water. An officer hands him his clothes, urging him to put them back on, and he took them and threw them away. Eventually, the naked man is wrestled to the ground, where he is able to slip away and make a run for it. And at that point, he is tasered and drops back down. After a light struggle, a second tasing, he was arrested and taken away among a sea of boos from the audience. Must have had a pretty penis. If the penis wasn't good, they wouldn't be cheering. With any big event, there are unfortunately lots of opportunities for things to go horrifically wrong. Not only is this expected with densely packed crowds, but the venue is filled with structures and potential for falling debris. At Coachella in 2019, a 24-year-old woman named Caroline was dancing at the rear of the Sahara tent during a live performance. And according to her friend, a falling metal balloon prop had fallen from far up above and slammed into her head. Oh my God. She collapsed to the floor, and other attendees at the event noted that they had seen a pool of blood forming under her. Caroline suffered a fractured skull and bleeding on the brain. She survived the incident, but only after having to undergo brain surgery. My God, man. It's at the Travis Scott concert. Also, his response is so funny. Oh, man. Black and white filter. Oh. It really just goes to show, too, that all those people have, like, zero empathy for human life. No souls left. None of them.
Yeah, they just see ants when they're on stage.
Bugs. Bugs Life. Love that movie. At that very same event, prior to the start of the event, a production worker ended up passing away from a tragic accident while rigging the main stage. While climbing up the scaffolding without a safety harness, he suddenly slipped and plummeted 60 feet to his death. And sadly, severe injuries are becoming far too common at Coachella. Even this year, a heavy light fixture fell down into the audience and slammed into a woman's head and left a giant gash on her head. Many believe that this was due to the harsh winds occurring all weekend, and the woman was quickly helped by nearby concertgoers and given medical attention. And this isn't the only dark side to Coachella. In fact, many who look into the history of Coachella Valley will find something that makes the festival feel much more revolting. Coachella has always taken place in Indio, California at the Empire Polo Club. While the event itself brings in well over $100 million in gross revenue a year, many Coachella Valley residents live below the poverty line. 23% of households earn less than $20,000 per year, and food insecurity has seen a rise over the years as well. The following weeks after Coachella ends, a sea of trash and discarded appliances cover the venue. Local farmers, charities, and community members then get to work restoring the land to what it once was. Most of them belong to the Purepecha, an indigenous group in Mexico, who sometimes make as little as $11 an hour. And often this is the work that gets done after an already grueling 8-hour day of physical labor. Workers describe the area as a garbage dump and how filthy is left by attendees. But it's work that required for some of them to make ends meet. And this isn't to say that every person who attends this event should feel at fault for this. And in fact, many aren't even aware of what goes on outside of the festival, but there's something strange and dystopian about such an extravagant and over-the-top event taking place right across from people struggling to make ends meet and become exploited for their labor. It's like I said, it's that dystopian, almost sci-fi-esque kind of like the fucking beginning of like Alien Romulus or like literally District 9. It's just, it's crazy.
They have to clean it up pretty quickly because right after Coachella is the biggest country event, Stagecoach, same spot.
Yay. Despite all the problems with Coachella, there are people out there that treat it like it's an essential part of their identity. Although it's probably changed a whole lot since its heyday, there's likely still some fun to be had, right? So, if you can afford it, maybe give it a try. Just be prepared for a little chaos, overpriced food, and hey, clean up after yourself, you fucking slob. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. You know, I fucking hate festivals. It drives me insane. People just take their cups, they throw on the ground, all kinds of shit. Don't be a fucking, just throw shit away. And even if it's like, well, look at all the other stuff, just be a better part of it. That's all I gotta say.
And do lots of drugs.
Go fuck yourself.
Whoa!
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Or just go to, if you like an artist, wait for him to come through the fucking, you know what? Actually, I'm not gonna, don't go. I hate festivals so much. Fuck it. Is it better to see one band in a day and to like really appreciate that one band versus it being muddied up with all the other performances? I see you, and if you do the breathe in with the smug eye close, I know it's over. Goodbye, everyone. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're talking about how people eat themselves. You know, we've all heard of cannibalism, right? People who eat the flesh of their own kind. Something most people find horrific and utterly fascinating. Well, today we're going to talk about a different kind of cannibalism. One that many of the people watching this video actively participate in. Oh, I bet you didn't know that, did you? Me? Cannibalize? Me? A cannibal? I could never. Liar! I'm talking about self-cannibalism, which refers to the act of eating one's self. Well, Hunter, I'm not cutting myself up and Jeffrey Dahmering myself. No, that's not what we're talking about. Because whether it's nail biting, hair eating, or gobbling boogers, that's technically a form of cannibalism. Ooh, gotcha! We got him.
I'm all three.
That's right. If you ever want to see the most disgusting fingernails on planet Earth, look at these. You're probably thinking, is this a man chained up in a cell? Is this a black and white photo of a man who was a prisoner in, what is it, Azkaban? Is that the wizard one? Sure, I'm keeping it there. Was there Death Eaters flying around? No, those are Nick's hands. Boy's got a few ticks, is what I gotta say. He is wound up tight.
It's hard for me to open a can of soda.
Yeah, no wonder. I'm like, you want a can of soda? Take a bottle of water. So today, we're gonna talk about the gross reality of self-cannibalism. But first, let's learn a little more about what self-cannibalism is, right? We have to ask ourselves these questions all the time so we know we're all on the same page. Auto-cannibalism is closely related to, oh my God. God, that hot chicken sandwich earlier. I wish I just got like a burger. They seem like more of a burger place. It doesn't matter. Editor, don't put this in. Auto-cannibalism is closely related with pica, which is the compulsion to swallow non-food items that provide no nutritional value. Like a bed. Show a picture of someone eating a bed.
My name is Jennifer, and I'm addicted to eating mattresses.
Or panties.
Do you think people that eat beds, that's gotta be carbs. Is there carbs in bed?
I guess it depends what the...
Is there carbs in bed? Is there carbs in bed, yes or no?
Empty calories.
It's like a beer. People who engage with these habits often suffer from things like depression, anxiety, and OCD. I don't know what to do for OCD. For them, this becomes a way of relieving stress. That's actually so funny because that's literally what you told me with your fingernails. Show a picture once again of Nick's fingernails. Show a picture of his toenails. Your toenails like that?
Yeah.
Are they really?
I clip them though. Like I will get clippers and I'll clip them down.
That's probably better than mine, dude. My toenails are rank. I got like a long one. It like grows over the curve of my nail. Why do I do that? Never once have I ever thought, I'm gonna sit down and clip my toenails. Never. I pick up my big one, so it's all like jagged and shit, because I just like peel it off.
I remember, I think it was my 6th grade birthday party. I had people over and I just took my sock off and started chewing on my toenail.
I'd ask you to go home, dude.
It was my birthday party.
I'm getting, okay, did your friend leave?
No, he was just like, ew, what are you doing? And then another friend's just like, leave him alone. It's his birthday party.
It's just his birthday. We just have to sit here while he eats his foot. You're just like.
Then I realized I was like, oh wait, this is kind of weird. Maybe I shouldn't do this.
Yeah.
In front of people.
Yeah. That's a clue. Like you're holding your foot too, and you're like scratching your head with it. People are looking at me weird. Other causes for these impulsions can be impatience, boredom, and irritation. And over time, this can become a serious issue if gone unchecked. Things like stomach ulcers, nausea, and internal bleeding, making this bad habit severely damaging to oneself. Also, I heard that if you eat a bunch of, like I eat my fingernails sometimes, click on those, I heard that they can make tiny cuts in your throat and shit. You know that?
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you were gonna say you can get worms that way. Worm eggs will hide under your fingernails. So when you eat them, you get worms.
Have you gotten worms before, Nick?
Well, at one point I thought if I ever had worms, I've never got them treated. So
you like the worms? I've got worms, and I was just like, good neighbors is what they were. The causes are believed to be linked to mental illness, particularly psychosis. These harmful self-grooming habits are known as body-focused repetitive behaviors, or BFRBs, and can be genetic, starting at a young age. BFRBs have not been intensely studied and are often misunderstood and underdiagnosed. You think people eat their tongue?
Oh yeah,
I've seen some. Don't you do that too? Don't you eat like a hole in your tongue or your cheek? That's what it was. I had a buddy who would eat the skin on the side of his tongue, whatever. He'd like do that, like chew on it, and he'd like chew on it, and he'd like spit it. It's just disgusting. BFRB. But with that said, I like to go through the many unique types of auto-cannibalism to show you just how strange they can get, with each one getting progressively more bizarre.
Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt. You find yourself in debt? Are debt collectors calling you looking to take away your home, your car, your paycheck? The good news is, there's still a way out. Whether it's credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, PDS Debt can find a personalized solution for you. PDS Debt has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and has tons of 5-star reviews on Google, plus a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. That's because PDS Debt has helped tens of thousands find alternative solutions and get out of debt in a fraction of the time. If you're currently struggling with debt, making payments every month, but balances don't seem to be going down, PDS Debt may be able to help. Being in debt and not having any money can be extremely stressful, and I went through this for a long portion of my life, and I sincerely hope I never have to go through it again. You're 30 seconds away from being debt-free, so stop living in debt and get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you so much to PDS Debt for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
Let's start off with by far the most common form of auto-cannibalism, which is biting your fingernails. How do you say that word? Onychophagia. Oh, these are nothing compared to your nails, dude. It's crazy. How do you feel? You could be a poster boy for onychophagia. We need to make you like a Red Ribbon Army shirt that says BFRB, like the thing. While it's a common form of stress relief in adults, it can lead to a variety of health issues like stomach infections, dental misalignment, and fungal infections, and even jaw pain from excessive biting. A man from Liverpool named Hanneman nearly died from this bad habit. After intense nail biting, he began to break out into a cold sweat and started to shake aggressively. I don't feel too good. He rushed to the hospital after seeing his fingernail had swollen up dramatically, and he had contracted sepsis and had to undergo 4 days under a hospital IV drip before recovering.
For that, I feel like he dipped his like finger in poo or something.
He was definitely, yeah, he fucking dipped his finger in poo, because he's probably digging down in there, getting poo in your finger like that. Didn't wipe very good, it's itchy in me bum hole. Whatever, and the next one he's like, huh? And it's like huge, what? That kind of thing. Why does poo comes from you? Why is it so infectious?
Poo?
Yeah.
It's bacteria, it's your waste.
Yeah, with this. It came from me, what, I can't eat it? Just like shit all over my face. And on top of the potential health risks, many just find that they are ashamed of the way that their damaged hands look. Ashamed of the way their damaged hands look. Ashamed of the way their damaged hands look. Ashamed of the way their damaged hands look.
I think there's only been one time where I was afraid for just have a date look at my hands because she was
just one.
She was
Why?
so beautiful. I didn't want.
You're like, I've only been on a date with one person I ever truly found beautiful. Keep that in mind, ladies. If he's not hiding his hands, you're a dog. But where this really starts to escalate is when the next stage, toenail biting, happens. God, you've done all of these, Nick. Not only does this come with similar risks, but it can cause serious interpersonal conflicts due to the gross nature of the act.
My birthday party.
Literally. God, dude. Do you eat your boogers?
No.
Okay.
I have when I was younger.
Yeah, just no. No. It's fine. We end on no. No. But I have done it before.
When you're little, I feel like that's like a thing.
How little, dude? When you were driving your car?
Yeah. 21.
According to one man, he has to secretly store mouthwash in multiple areas of this house so that he could clean his mouth quickly after kissing his girlfriend due to her excessive toenail biting. Also, dude, bro's down bad. She better have she better have a whop on her if that's the case, dude. Be like, mate, why don't you just leave her? Leave her. Everyone's from Liverpool now. Why don't you just leave her? And he's just like, I can't. Got like cuts and shit from her toenail, whatever, on his lip. I can't. It's too good. It's like the genie granting me a wish every time. No, could be that good for me, dude. I'd be like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, man. Biting your toenail. If I came in and something was all curled up like a pretzel, like, I'd be like, and I'd leave. I say, snap, crackle, pop. I'm fucking out of there, dude. Others admit that they are in their 40s and still secretly bite their toenails when their wives are not looking. That's impressive. Do a quick, like, cat stretch real quick. And put it back down. Some even lament that despite the insane amount of pain they're under, they still can't help but rip off their entire nail plates of their toes.
See, I've had this compulsion where I was like, I just want to rip my fingernails and toenails off.
Why?
They're already so low. I was like, I just need to get rid of them. But I don't want the pain. It hurts.
We're starting to move on to much more concerning stages, which are much less commonly practiced. So let's move into dermatophagia. This is where, like I said, like once again, as we start rolling down, try to stay with me. It's gonna get worse. Gonna get kind of gross. Show a picture here. Dermatophagia.
We're gonna have a secret for all those who stay.
Yeah, but at the end of the video, we have a pretty awesome secret. So stick around. Seriously, don't leave. And if you skip in, I'll know and I'll kill you. I'll go to your house, I'll fucking kill you. I'll beat you with a hammer. You know that happened? Then skip to this timestamp right now. This is a compulsion to bite and consume the skin of your own body. It's commonly performed on the hands, like chewing calluses and sucking on knuckles. Never have I once seen that in my life, and that would be fucking disgusting to see a guy like this. Why does that guy feel kind of good though, huh? I'm kind of sitting there, I'm like, It could also include other areas of the body, like biting the lips and cheeks to the point of causing painful sores. People that engage in this habit often have visible scarring on their body and have irritated skin. Similar to the precious types, dermatophagia can often result in infections, and the damage done to the skin can cause people to socially isolate themselves due to the shame and embarrassment of their condition. I just want to say this now, I don't want to sound rude, but anyone who does any of this shit, biting for your all that, hide and don't come out. Go into a cave, pull a big rock over the opening, and stay there until you die, and let your soul rot in hell for all eternity.
Message received.
Message fucking received. One woman who was living with this disorder for over 20 years has dealt with a constant struggle to get rid of the bad habit, and even the risk of infection didn't motivate her to stop, with her longest break from the habit only lasting 5 weeks. People in relationships with those affected by this condition reveal that the constant sounds of chewing skin drives them insane. For the rest of I read this, just put that as background audio. One man begs for advice online, explaining that her hands, which are calloused, bleeding, and covered in loose skin, are so damaged that he no longer wants to hold her hand. It's devastating. Listen to that sound. He's like, I'm not touching it. I'm not touching that. Hold it. You know, she's like sitting there. It's like all looks like a chewed up hot dogs. You want to go for a walk? And be like, I just can't do it, dude. Adversity. You know what's one thing I can't do? Adversity. Any roadblock, I'm out of there. It's got to be perfect.
Could you imagine getting a hand job from those hands?
That'd be awesome. I bet you a hand job from some zombie hands would be insane. Be like a lizard's back or something.
That doesn't sound...
You don't like that?
No.
That doesn't sound very pleasing, honestly. And another woman online discusses her husband who, after recently getting married, witnesses him secretly peeling large pieces of his foot skin and eating it. The second that he comes home from work, pops his sock off, and goes to town. Once again, to the point where she feels too repulsed to kiss him. Peeling off your fucking heel skin like a anaconda shedding its skin is insane. But, you know, as we progress through the types of auto-cannibalism, things only start to get more bleak, like trichophagia. This refers to the act of ingesting one's own hair. Often to relieve stress, it can extend past just the hair on your head, but with some people pulling out beard hairs, eyebrows, eyelashes, and even hair from their genital area. Can you imagine munching down on some taint hair? This condition is seen mostly in younger children and can cause some pretty alarming health problems outside of usual bald spots that occur from pulling out your hair. Those that consume their hair for several years can slowly develop a trichobezoar to form inside their stomach. What? Just what? This picture. Pretty sure it's just a ball of hair, like a fucking cat. Ugh. Because hair is hard for the body to break down and digest, it gets stuck inside of your body. Essentially, a human hairball forms that can sometimes travel down your gastrointestinal tract and into the bowels as it reaches the limits of your stomach wall. This is known as Rapunzel syndrome and can result in its own terrifying list of complications. Trichophagia, if left untreated, can be life-threatening. The only recourse is invasive surgery, where somebody's got to come in and probably like pull that fucking hair out. Show some pictures of that.
Probably can't show that.
I'll show it. If it's blurred, I'm sorry. Even as a child as old as 9 was rushed to the hospital due to Rapunzel syndrome, Sophie Goss had been constantly pulling out and eating her hair, to the point where her mother started putting olive oil on it at night and giving Sophie gloves to prevent her from yanking on it. So she's probably like, whoop.
She was seasoning it.
Well, I was like, this is gonna taste delicious, probably. But she's probably like, it's probably like oiling it up. She's like, why can I not? At one point, she approached her mother and told her she felt like she was going to die after throwing up a hairball and passing out. She was rushed to the hospital where a hairball the size of her belly had to be removed surgically after it created a hole in her stomach. That's insane, man. Like, I mean, think about it. That's like a hairball like that big, like a hair volleyball. Now let's talk about one of the strangest types of auto-cannibalism, auto-vampirism. Simply put, these people are drinking their own blood, all right? We've seen some people kind of mess with it. Right? Brian Johnson, the man who's living forever. We deal in blood, but these people are drinking their own blood. They're stabbing themselves and like, They're like a giant Capri Sun canister, right? Often self-harming for the sole purpose of doing so. Some believe it is participated by some strictly for sexual pleasure, while others form an unyielding compulsion. Some also believe that consuming such a large amount of iron can actually be toxic to the human body. It's hard to know much about this specific condition, seeing as it's incredibly rare, but one woman, a 38-year-old makeup artist named Georgina Condon, documented her experience with this practice. She began picking scabs off her body and desiring a taste for blood at the age of 12, a feeling she compares to hankering for red steak. Can you imagine pulling off a scab and actually just like looking at the little motherfucker and being like, like a Listerine strip? Supposedly, she is terrified of needles and blades, which stopped being an issue once she met a man named Zamal at the vampire-themed Bloodlust Ball in Brisbane. He became her blood donor, cutting him and feeding from him every week to stay satisfied. She explains that she would never consume blood from another donor, as this would technically be cheating. Some people who want to consume parts of their own body choose to make it a whole event rather than just drinking their own blood. They decide to use it to cook an elaborate meal, like the woman who cooked a human blood sausage. Oh, this looks disgusting. Doesn't it look nasty? Das was gut. Gwen van der Swan, despite being dissuaded from doing so from her peers, decided to cook a blood sausage using her own blood. She didn't see what the big deal was, seeing as people eat pigs and cows without feeling anything at all. She slowly crafted the blood sausages, deciding to serve them to herself along with a friend. According to her, it was very enjoyable experience. I bet she's real fun. What, so we do it to cows all the time? I can't do it to myself? I hate when people do that shit. Oh, okay. So I guess should we just eat the dogs too? If my fat ass was given blood sausage and I was like, you want that? I'd be like, no. There's no way my blood can be good. I'd be like, no thanks. We now have to talk about the weirdest side of auto cannibalism. Some people don't just eat their hair or small parts of their skin. They eat their entire limbs off their body. Let's talk about people eating their fingers. David Playpens, who was caught in a nasty motorcycle accident, had one of his fingers turn completely black. He was told he would have to have it amputated, but David had no interest in getting rid of it. He had also been curious about what human flesh tastes like and ultimately decided to take the finger home so they could cook it and eat it. He kept the bones as a souvenir. I've actually wondered what human tastes like, so I'd rather do that. I would say, excuse me? Would you eat, if your leg was gonna be cut off, would you cook and eat part of your leg?
No.
You said that with a lot of uncertainty. Would you?
So is someone going to cook it up and serve it to me?
Yeah, like nice. However nice it could be. I bet my fat ass thighs would taste sweet.
I'd be disgusted with it. I don't know. I'd be like, I just feel bad. My leg.
Sad eating your leg. Well, another man from New Zealand who suffered from severe depression decided on a whim that he would cut off one of his fingers for the purpose of cooking it alongside some veggies and eating it. No drugs and alcohol were involved. He was simply assessed by psychiatrists to have a vulnerable personality structure. Whatever the that means.
Did someone tell him to do it?
Yeah, he's like, okay, fine.
Or the thought just popped up, might as well.
Well, I think I will, actually. It was revealed that after being attacked by two men, he fantasized for the first time about not only killing them, but eating them as well. He claimed doing this would, quote, rob them of everything, which he felt they deserved. I do love that he's just like, I want to kill him. I also want to eat him. Only then will they have paid their debt. During a depressive episode, he started battling on insomnia and started having endless thoughts about cutting off his fingers, eventually trying to shoelace around one and slicing it off with a jigsaw. He originally planned to cut it off and consume 2 more fingers the next day, but was given more serious medical care before he could do so. He admits that he regretted the decision in the end. It's just like a crazed fucking manic episode, basically. I wonder where the fingers, though.
Probably like the easiest thing to cut off and not like bleed out.
You think so? I feel like it's just something of like you have the thought, and what's the first thing you see? He's just like, that's the first thing he saw. I feel like, I'd want, if I was gonna eat part of myself, I want this part of your palm. Doesn't that just look juicy? Scoop that out with a melon baller.
I'd go for a little ham hock.
You like a little ham hock?
Or a little muffin top.
Ooh, my muffin top would taste delicious. My muffin top would be sweet, baby. Nice little sweet potato with it. I'd be like, God damn, I'm gonna get a little sweet tooth after this. I want ice cream. And to keep the train rolling, how about we talk about the death row inmate who ate his own eyeballs? Eyeballs, ladies and gentlemen. Not just one. Pop both his muffins in. If there's a little melon bar. In 2004, a man named Andre Thomas was imprisoned after murdering both his wife, his 4-year-old son, and a 13-year-old daughter. It was reported that he cut out and held onto the hearts of both of his children and was doing so because God himself directed him to save them from the demons that lived inside of them, aka great mentally well guy. Not only did the doctors diagnose him as a paranoid schizophrenic, but he was also under the influence of a mixture of weed, alcohol, and cough syrup. I feel like the cough syrup was probably more to play there. Yeah, he was smoking reefer. Yeah, he drank a little alcohol. And he drank a bunch of cough syrup. Sure, we could blame the cough syrup all day. He was given the death penalty and put on death row, but a later case was made that he did not deserve to be executed, as he was mentally ill man, not sound of mind. Which I say, off, dude. All right, then fine, then kill the monster. You know what I mean? Put him down. Bye-bye. While the man was behind bars, he had become convinced that the government was listening to the thoughts in his head. This motivated him to gouge out both of his eyes. He made the decision to consume his left eye after the fact because, quote, he was certain they would figure out some way to put it back in. Which, wouldn't you hate that? You know, the eyeball thing is crazy, but after reviewing this document, this was supposed to be the first one that we're going to talk about. But in my opinion, it is by far the most grotesque. So if you've made it this far, I appreciate you, but buckle up because we're going, I'm saying I want editor load this shit up with the most disgusting B-roll. This is by far the most disgusting section of the video. I'm of course referring to as mucophagy, which mucophagy refers to the act of feeding on your own mucus.
I like the word feeding.
I do too. Like a bib and stuff. For some, this is nothing strange. Who hasn't eaten their buggers at least once, right? As a little kid? Little pick and scratch, little eat, who knows? While most view this act as gross and unsightly, some doctors swear by the health benefits of ingesting your own mucus. According to Dr. Joseph Mercola, consuming your dried mucus acts as a sort of potential vaccine, strengthen your body's immune system by creating antibodies and help it fight future diseases. Researchers at MIT claim that eating boogers can help protect your teeth from cavities, as ingesting it releases salivary mucins that form a barrier on your teeth that blocks bacteria. Others believe that there's not really enough research surrounding booger eating to guarantee the benefits that some people say. And not only that, but it encourages the spreading of germs of household objects, which can lead to more people getting sick.
That's why you eat, you know, with a spoon.
You eat it with a spoon. So outside of proposed health benefits or compulsion, some just enjoy the taste. And here's a nice quote straight from the booger connoisseur's mouth. He says, and I quote, "I've loved picking my nose and eating my boogers for as long as I can remember. Not only is the feeling of picking my nose very satisfying, the more substantial the booger, the more excited I get. The taste is unlike anything I've tried before. Amazing salty flavor. If it's a dried booger, it's usually even more delectable. But runny boogers are fun to be slurped up like spaghetti." A woman that had been married for 5 years has strongly considered getting a divorce after discovering her husband had been hiding a terrible booger eating habit. After walking in on it, she asked what he was doing, to which he smiled and exclaimed, "You think my booger?" Why does this feel the most disgusting out of everything? This might sound dumb, but it's because he like feels so juvenile. Like, does it feel like when people do it, they're almost like a baby or something? Like it's kind of like almost like diaper play or some shit with it. Eating my booger. I don't know. Also the texture and the color. She repeatedly voices her disgust over how giddy he was to admit what he was doing, almost as if he was proud of it. His habit caused her to struggle kissing him, grossed out over the thought of his boogery mouth, which I'd be saying, dude, you're like, and you're just like picturing like his gums, like boogers in his gums or on his tongue or something. Oh god, because you know that was like whatever, that kind of shit. Ugh. It's not clear if they ever got divorced, but she admitted that she no longer respects him the way she used to, which is just awesome.
What if you found out if Allison was a secret booger eater?
I wouldn't care, dude. That's my
What if she was eating the horse's boogers?
If I went down and I saw my wife putting her face on like a horse's nostril and she was eating that, I'd probably run. That's insane. That's insane. To be fair though, if it was like a big like a big one and she was like, I mean, I just don't know, dude. I just don't know.
Do you think? Okay, well, I think I know this answer, but is it worse to eat other people's boogers?
Yes. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Without a fucking doubt in my mind, yes. Oh my god. But as a final treat, we're going to throw in a story about a cult leader who made his followers eat his waste. So let's talk about the Thai feces eating cult. Tawi Nanra is a Thai cult leader who gained infamy in 2022 after police raided his remote jungle compound in Chayaphum. The 75-year-old man was arrested after the bodies of 11 members were found alongside him. For years, Nanra ran a cult in which he referred to as the father of all religions. He taught his followers that all ailments and illnesses could be cured by eating his skin and various body secretions. His followers would consume his dandruff, mucus, skin, piss, and shit. And the various bodies found belonged to followers that foolishly believed in his treatments, and none of his followers were doing anything by force, with one officer witnessing a member willingly drink urine during the arrest. His followers chased after the police car as the 75-year-old man was taken away. They swore by their teachings, refuting criticism made by the public about their disgusting practices. And one member, in regard to eating Nanra's waste, states, quote, "There isn't even an odor. Only those with tainted mind may smell it." Which I gotta say goes so hard. You smell shit? Probably because you have a dark soul. That goes kind of hard, dude. He was denied bail and remained in custody as the police began an investigation into the cult's strange activity.
Could you imagine like him just sitting there? Do you think he had nose pickers?
Oh, dude, no, I think that he's sitting there and he's doing his teachings. He's like, only through me is everything here. And he like does this and a girl like crawls up. Oh. Probably do it with like and shit too. You have to suck my fucking eat my that kind of stuff too.
But only if you want to.
But only if I'm holy. I'm very holy. Listen, auto-cannibalism is a terrifying thing. But there's a treatment for these kinds of conditions like medication and cognitive behavior therapy that can help remove the obsessive compulsions that cause these problems. And if you're someone who is just casually bites their nails or perhaps bites a callus or two, keep an eye on yourself. You may think it's stress relieving, but it's not entirely harmless. Thank you so much, and hey, I hope your bellies are full while you're eating your fingernails and skin off the heel of your foot and shit and boogers and all that during this. The booger section of this video, if you made it all the way through, I appreciate you. I don't know why, but shit feels so less invasive than the boogers. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I have a clean mind. I have a clean mind, that's why. Thank you all so much, and I will catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're talking about more alternative health solutions. Are you a disgusting, dare I say, dying human being right now, like myself? I'm writhing away. I'm crumbling in on myself. It's disgusting. So I wanted to take time to look at some of the other health alternatives out there. Is there more pee in this one?
No.
We're taking steps in the right direction. What about poo?
No poo?
In a way, I'm slightly disappointed. Nowadays, it seems like everyone is trying to find a new undiscovered way to improve their health. We've talked about alternative health methods in the past, and boy, are there plenty more where that came from. It seems that no matter what your health concern is, there's some random person on the internet that's already figured out a simple solution. Like people using bleach and turpentine to cure autism. Jeezy. It's a witch's brew.
This was in 2019 too.
I needed to come back right now. I need a cure for the tisms for me, Angie, or everyone in this place. I think it's got a little bleach, a little turpentine. Then we can finally throw away the fidget spinners and, you know, everything else that we used to stim in this. I'm not gonna list all the things we used to stim in this building, but it's a lot. So I thought today we'd talk about some of the crazy alternative health trends and some of the bizarre health gurus promoting them.
So this is how I got these. Breath work.
First up, let's talk about one of the alternative health methods that claim to replace actual medical treatment, like psychic surgery, aka pretend surgery. People pretend to do surgery on you and it makes you feel better. What was that, like the phantom pain, whatever? Do you think it's something like that? The only reason I even know about this is because of the House episode where he like lives by a Canadian Vietnam vet or something. House like keeps him captive in his house. He like locks him up and he's like, open your hand. And he's like, there's a mirror to it on his hand that he doesn't have one here. And he just, and it heals him. Finally. It's the only reason why I know what Phantom Pain is.
And then the Phantom Menace.
Dun, 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 dun. The best character in Star Wars Episode 1. I don't want to hear any gripe in the comments. It's Sebulba. Love Sebulba. Walks in his hands like his like weird little basset hound face. He's like, oh. He's a little cocksucker. He's an asshole. Anyways, first up we're talking about psychic surgery, aka pretend surgery. The phrase psychic surgery refers to a pseudoscience that involves simulating surgical procedures with fast hand movements and an assortment of props like fake blood and animal parts. Don't traumatize me. Operation Success! I'd be fucked up when I didn't see anything. You worked on me? Oh yeah. Which psychic surgery is a spiritual practice originated from Brazil and the Philippines, using the placebo effect to convince people that they have been healed. This often leads to the death of innocent people who put off serious medical procedures that could have easily saved their lives. It's like, what is it, the Man on the Moon, whatever, the Jim Carrey one, where it's like the people faking and they're like pulling out like fake stuff and he like looks over and realizes it's not real. Gotta play Operation with yourself. One of the most well-known practitioners of psychic surgery is a man referred to as John of God.
At least he's not proclaiming he's God.
I'm a John of God.
But there's nothing godly about him.
A man living in Brazil that sees patients from all across the world who travel to receive his care. During procedures, he goes into trance-like states, channeling the power of God, spirits, and dead doctors from the past to help those in need. Free of charge! Although, he does accept donations. He's like, no, seriously, it's free. Just saved your life. It's like a guilt trip, I bet. No, I mean, it's whatever. You healed? You feel good? I feel great. Pay it forward. Well, do you want me to pay it? No, not me. I'd like to think that a guy like John Son of God is he's channeling like a House kind of character. Him yelling at the person, they're like slipping in and out of consciousness with like laughing gas. You're gonna be just fine. I'm a doctor. If someone's using anesthesia on you, and if someone like put on a clown mask and they were like, welcome to hell, would that induce like a nightmare?
Do you dream on anesthesia?
I don't know. I've only been on it once, and then like I'm horrified to go on it now. I hate people telling me shit. Cause now I'm like, if I ever have a surgery, I'm just like, let me die. I mean, one of the cases where I don't come out of it. You gotta be like an old head, dude. Like my mom. Barely happens. They just don't care. Instead of giving people anesthetics, he would provide them energized water, as well as having assistants meditate nearby to provide spiritual energy. It's like 3 5-hour energies. You're gonna want to slam this. Despite the silliness of the practice, he was notable enough to show up on Oprah Winfrey's show, and after this, he skyrocketed into international fame. Even though he's getting international, fame and all that stuff because Oprah. Hey, well, you go on Oprah show. Isn't that where Dr. Phil came from too? And Dr. Oz even? The fuck's up with all these doctors, dude? This practice was believed to be doing more harm than good, convincing people they were healed to the point of avoiding real medical treatment. And in the 70s, the FTC called it a total hoax, warning travel agencies not to encourage booking tours of psychic surgeries.
That's big pharma trying to shut you down.
That is big pharma. Oh, I'm sorry. Tylenol's pissed, dude. Tylenol's just like, stop it. Andy Kaufman had gone to the Philippines, hoping to use a string of psychic surgery sessions to cure his metastatic lung cancer. There was no noticeable difference, and the cancer took his life soon after. Okay, here it is, Man on the Moon. That's what it was then. Because they're acting like, oh, I'm pulling out the sickness.
Tricking your brain to be like, I'm good.
In reality, what John was doing was much, much darker. His real name was Joao Teixeira de Faria, and he was accused in 2018 of sexually abusing nearly 600 women.
So he just grabbed a little titty while he was pulling out an organ.
That's what it kind of sounds like, right? He's like a little clown show thing. Smell the flower. Faria would lure women who were desperate for the miracle medical aid, only to be given a private session at his spiritual hospital. There, he would sexually abuse them. Okay. The age range of his victims would range from 9 to 67 years old. He's like, if it walks, you can get a private session with me. God damn!
At least he didn't discriminate.
What a disgusting thing to say, you rat f. And Faria denied everything. And years later, he was sentenced to 118 years in prison. And you can start to see how some of these health practices became harmful. Often medical misinformation can lead to further harm and even death. Speaking of which, how about we talk about apitherapy, also known as injecting yourself with bee venom.
That doesn't seem bad.
Inject yourself with bee venom?
Yeah.
Why?
There might be some kind of like healing property. Or
yeah, but couldn't you say that about anything? You drink a gallon of piss. It comes from the human body.
It's waste.
It's bee venom.
I don't know what's in bee venom.
Dude, don't put it in you. What are you talking about? It came from a bee, not from a human. It's bee waste. It's literally bee poison. I don't know. Could be good. The practice of apitherapy involves utilizing chemicals found inside bee products. This may include bee venom, honey, beeswax, and more. I mean, sure. Go inject honey into your veins then, dude. Do it. Apitherapy can be simple as eating honey for its health benefits, but as dangerous as injecting bee venom directly into your bloodstream. Whenever you get stung by a bee, does it go into your bloodstream?
Yeah.
So it'd have to, right? It's a syringe worth, though. A bee is this big. If you had a concert, you're like, I need fucking more. I don't think it'd be good. Which the actor Gerard Butler, 300, King Leonidas and much, had once attempted to inject himself with bee venom after a 12-hour-long day performing stunts for the movie Geostorm. He wanted to take advantage of the potential anti-inflammatory benefits. After he heard of a man injecting himself with bee venom, he decided to invite him to the set to perform it on him. And after injecting it, this is so stupid. I heard you inject yourself with bee venom. Yeah. I want you to do it to me. Anti-inflammatory. Dude, put on some icy hot like the rest of us. Hollywood actors are so full of themselves, man. My God. After being injected with it, he entered anaphylactic shock, and he describes his feeling during an interview. These are some quotes. It's awful. Creepy crawlies all over me. Swelled up, heart's going to explode, but I go through it, and then I find out he gave me 10 times too much. I like to think it was like a comically large, like Acme, like Looney Tunes deal. All right, Mr. Butler. Time for your medication. And for one 55-year-old woman, this treatment ultimately took her life. She'd been going to bee acupuncture sessions monthly for 2 years and experienced no adverse side effects. Bee acupuncture, dude? Maybe it is a holistic thing where it's like, it's a bee, not big pharma. It's not big icy hot. In a social setting, would you say that out loud? Proudly? I don't think I tell anybody. Hey, I gotta go. Where are you going? Hey, you gotta go get the bee acupuncture. Because you know what it also kind of sounds like? Sounds like somebody just puts bees
on your body.
I bet you that's what they do. They take live bees and just...
Do you think so? How the f are you going to catch a bee and then sit it down and be like, stinger? I bet you they have the bee venom, and I bet you they dip a little bit of it. Don't shake your head. Listen to me. I listened to your stupid bee thing. Listen to me. They dip it a little bit in a little jar and they poke it in, but it's very minuscule. That seems more plausible than a guy like in a room full of bees spraying some of that fumigating dust everywhere. The person's like, laying on the bed. Shh. Yeah, this gets them real horned up.
Editor, who's right?
If it's Nick, I'm gonna kill myself. If it's Nick, put a gun to my head and shoot me. But suddenly, it all changed. After a session, she began wheezing and losing consciousness. She was hospitalized, where doctors found that her blood pressure dropped dramatically. She was put into a permanent coma and eventually dying of multi-organ failure weeks later. Bee products are seen to have a lot of potential, but the science isn't there yet. Anyone trying to utilize this type of treatment ends up doing so with a serious risk. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Would you do bee treatment?
I would try one sting.
I would do one. Give me one bee sting and that's it. When's the last time you've been stung by a bee?
I think I was like 6th grade. I stepped on one.
Horrible. I got stung on my finger, like right here when I was younger at a baseball tournament from like a hornet. And one of my buddy's dads, who was a cigarette smoker, he's like, I know how to treat this. I was smoking a cigarette. He took another one of his cigarettes and like unrolled the tobacco and he was like putting it on my finger and shit and rubbing it in. And I was like, He's like, how does it feel? I was like, it feels the same. And he's like, water! And he brought water over. He took some of the ice from it and he was like rubbing my finger and he kept taking tobacco leaves and was pinching it in. He's like rubbing around like that. He's like, how about now? I feel like it made it worse. I was like, okay, yep, feels good. He's like, yeah, I got you. Also, I was like, it's not even regular tobacco. They're like Marlboros or something. Like there's bleach and chemicals in it, dude.
I thought he was gonna like light a cigarette and then put it out.
Burn out. Yeah, that would just be child abuse. Yeah, all the other people are like, we didn't have any bees. If you thought that these health practices couldn't get any more bizarre, maybe it's time for us to talk about drinking colloidal silver. Colloidal.
Colloidal.
Yeah. Which colloidal silver is a liquid that consists of tiny silver particles. I feel like Bill Nye half the time. Colloidal silver is a liquid that consists of tiny silver particles. Bill.
The planet's on fire.
While this is pushed online as a dietary supplement, there's very little research to prove its supposed health benefits. Is this that thing of blue that you're talking about?
Oh no, that's
Methylene blue.
Methyl thing, that's what RFK is drinking. My secret blue deal is your child have autism. Does your child have a peanut allergy? Take a squirt of this, but this in your mouth. People believed using silver medically could treat infections and wounds. When? In the Middle Ages? It also kills werewolves. This was before the creation of antibiotics. While it seems to help with some skin wounds, it is more dangerous than people are led to believe. The side effects can be pretty alarming. It can cause organ damage, burning, pain in the hands and feet, psychosis, and even seizures. Jacob upstairs, a little epilepsy. Well, when next time he has a seizure, I'm gonna get him some methylamine. But don't tell him. And don't tell OSHA. The most absurd side effect being that the buildup of silver inside of one's body causes the skin to become discolored. What results is a permanently bluish gray pigment in the skin. And I know exactly where we're going. The Papa Smurf dude. Paul Carrison is basically the poster child for the skin condition known as argyria. He had heard false claims about its health benefits and rejuvenation capabilities from a magazine, which led to him ingesting silver diluted into 10 ounces of water daily. God damn, dude.
He's looking good.
He's looking very good. He claimed that his acid reflux and arthritis completely vanished. And over time, however, the silver poisoning led to his skin becoming a sickly, bluish gray color. It's pretty gross, if I'm being honest. Looks like bad meat, like moldy bread or something. If someone hasn't gifted him an Infinity Gauntlet yet, that is bullshit. He was so sure that the silver had cured him that he kept taking it despite his skin color. And in fact, he started getting ionic foot baths to fix his skin color through detoxification, which is another untested and unproven pseudoscience. He's basically just like a walking Chernobyl victim. In 2013, Carrison died at the age of 62. He had endured a heart attack, which led to severe strokes as well as pneumonia. He ingested colloidal silver until the very end of his life. So he's just like, I'll be fine in 10 minutes. Just give me a breather. Speaking of eating things for medical benefits, let's talk about the ridiculous diets that have come from the world of alternative health.
Today, my friends and I are frying bull testicles. It's the veins for me.
Like eating raw chicken, which is just disgusting. Raw chicken is so gross. Even just like nice, like before you cook it, I hate touching it. Smelling it, it's, oh God.
I always worried that my chicken's rotten.
You smell it, you're like, is this sour? Yeah. I almost want to keep one that is bad so I can compare them. We gotta throw out that milk in the fridge, by the way. When we're done recording this, go over, unscrew that milk thing and smell it. Dude, you have to. I did it the other day. It was horrible. You gotta do it at least once. Believe it or not, many people have taken to eating raw chicken. It is believed that this is how humans are meant to eat, seeing as eating raw meat food is the closest you can get to nature and our ancestors. Millions and millions of years ago. Also, I'm pretty sure that they died off really quickly until a guy was like, I'm just gonna throw this into the fire and then eat it. And that's why we're still here. Despite the clear risks that come with eating raw chicken, like vomiting, diarrhea, parasites, and salmonella poisoning, there's been an alarming increase in search results for whether or not it's okay to ingest raw chicken. Online, you can find many influencers chowing down on raw chicken as commentators watch and discuss. Viewer discretion is advised. I'm not watching it. I've seen it before, I'm not watching it again. And one of these raw meat connoisseurs takes it to a whole new level. Scott Lives in his fermented raw meat.
I feel like I maybe shouldn't, but I'm going to because I dreamt about it.
Scott Lives is an influencer that swears by the practice of eating raw, fermented meat. It is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Because also he has these jars, he opens it and smells them. It's disgusting. It's basically paste. It's just pieces of meat that are breaking down. I mean, it's rotten meat. It's just rotting, whatever. So like the blood and all the stuff in it, that's just from the meat disintegrating. It's disgusting.
You have to open them every day. If they open it, if they pop and hiss, that's how you know it's progressing well.
People believe that this process results in an increase of concentrated vitamins and minerals, probiotic benefits, boosting immunity and reducing the risk of foodborne illnesses. Not only that, but people are actually finding that eating fermented meats is getting people high. That's the reason. According to a consultant dietitian that spoke to Vice, quote, if you're leaving this out for anything from days to months to years, who knows what kinds of bacteria are going to grow. And some of those bacteria might have chemical properties that are going to give you a high or hallucination or a feeling of euphoria. So maybe that's also why people are like, I just feel so good. Holy shit. After I just vomited shit in my pants and just puked up blood, I feel great. This is awesome. But despite this, there's a wide range of bacteria being introduced to your system when ingesting rotten meat. This poses serious health risks, my friends. I feel like this is all obvious. Don't eat bad chicken. Yeah, dude. Scott will post videos himself showing off putrid, blackened, high meat he's been fermenting before ingesting it. Very often, he will talk about the immense amounts of diarrhea he's endured from this diet. It's always pretty funny. He's like, yeah, I had tons of diarrhea yesterday, but here we are checking it. He's like always in a parking lot, opening these things in like jars in the back of his car. It looks insane. But Scott doesn't shy away from chicken as well. In one video, he eats a raw fermented chicken meal while he once again explains that he has had constant diarrhea, but claims it's a good thing because it's one of the main ways to detox the body.
Well, I don't always have diarrhea, but I do go through phases where I do have diarrhea every day. Like diarrhea is the second strongest form of detox.
In some videos, he is clearly struggling to eat the meat, all while telling the camera about how good it tastes. You know, you gotta be like, it's so good. Like shaking. You know, it gets real when people start doing the shake. Along with his fermented meats, he eats a concoction he refers to as lube, a mixture of raw eggs, butter, and lemon juice. And according to Scott, this primal lifestyle can cure epilepsy, anxiety, asthma, vision impairment, dandruff, arthritis, dry skin, Crohn's disease, insomnia, autism, dizziness, paranoia, eczema, fatigue, and even schizophrenia, which Scott definitely does not have. Now, of course, Scott isn't just sharing his knowledge out of the goodness of his heart, right? That wouldn't be nice of him. Like most people claiming to have miracle health knowledge, he sells coaching sessions to make money off his teachings. Duh. Wait, you're telling me the guy that lives in a park or is living out of his car with fermented jar meat, he has to sell coaching? Oh, okay, just making sure.
I mean, he's eating it, but do you think it's bullshit? Because I've seen videos of him like commenting on his fat, being like, oh no, it's actually healthy to be fat.
So you think that he's eating like Lay's potato chips and shit? He's not really eating the raw meat. Part of me wants to always say everything you see online is fake, is a lie. I think that those are probably real jars that he's smelling and he's throwing up, but I would probably say he doesn't eat a lot of it. I bet you anything that motherfucker's selling teaching classes and he's eating Little Debbie oatmeal cream cakes and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? No, it's good to have this. Moving on, many people see results participating in the act of fasting. If you haven't fasted before, it's the worst thing. You'll lose weight, there's that, but you'll also go it's the fucking worst. And a recent deviation from this trend has emerged.
Hunger is different than starvation. Understand that, you fat f.
One that is far less safe I'm gonna talk to you about is called dry fasting. So all these little people were like, oh yeah, I fast for 2 days. You've done nothing. Have you dry fasted, bro? I doubt it. Dry fasting is when you avoid any type of liquid during your fasting period.
Oh my God.
I know. People believe this results in weight loss, cell regeneration, delayed aging, and reduced inflammation. How they thought that, I don't know who's coming up with the results of this, but you're already not eating. So usually during fasting, you're drinking a shit ton of water. Like it's like you're hydrating to the max. Usually it's eating off all of your fat storage. So people are like fasting, they're detoxing, and then like they're just like drinking tons of water and just like getting all the shit out of their system. And this, you're doing nothing. You're starving yourself. You're starving to death. It's basically just like, you ever see the movie 127 Hours? Yeah. You want to do that without your leg getting pinned? Sure. As it turns out, not a lot of data to prove any of these claims. However, dry fasting can lead to dehydration, which is proven to cause kidney problems as well as constipation, decreased focus, fatigue, and even headaches. The more serious risks of dry fasting include seizures, kidney failure, brain swelling, in some cases death. But come on. Gotta lose them pounds, dude. For people who want to avoid eating processed and unhealthy foods, they may be looking for something a little more extreme. For them, there's breatharianism, the diet that consists of only air. Breatharianism is the ability to survive without the need of any type of sustenance, be it food or water. What the hell are we doing? Like, there's gonna be some guy just being like, I don't eat steak or water. I'm just gonna. Oh my God, that's it, and I'm full. According to one couple, Akahi Ricardo and Camilla Costella, this sounds like some LA names, dude. They have been living off the universe's energy for 9 years. Bullshit. Bullshit. Aside from a piece of fruit and drinking vegetable broth 3 times a week, they live a fairly food-free lifestyle that they claim has allowed them to experience a variety of health benefits on top of lowering expenses. This extends to Costello's pregnancy, where she refused to eat for 9 months before giving birth to their youngest child. And throughout the entire process, she explains that her blood work all came out perfect. According to her, quote, I knew my son would be nourished enough by my love and that this would allow him to grow healthy in my womb. However, there's a catch, as there always is. Both Ricardo and Costella teach courses about breatharianism, which makes their news coverage more like advertisements for their lifestyle courses. Bet you anything, old Ricardo, he's slipping in and out every once in a while. He's getting it jungle style. They note that they do not force their children to practice breatharianism as well, which is probably for good reason considering that numerous deaths have resulted from their practice, from this practice. I don't want to say their practice.
They didn't make it up. That's crazy.
Well, they didn't make it up, but I'm just saying. They're pushing it. In 1999, a woman was found dead in the Scottish Highlands in her attempt to practice this religious act of breatharianism. She was taking a 21-day conversion course that involved denying all food and water. And after the 21 days, it is believed that the participant will no longer feel hunger or thirst again, ever. I'm serious. Mark it down. Forever. 21 days. Police found her near her tent in the fetal position after dying of starvation. How do you think that they went 9 years? She probably just didn't believe hard enough, I bet. That's probably why.
It's the broth and vegetable.
You gotta have at least broth. Broth's all you need to survive. There's a lot of calories in broth. With so many alternative health trends coming onto the main stage, you'd think it'd be hard to think of new, unique ones. But don't worry, there's plenty more. Let's talk about genital maxing. For example, ball slapping. You slap your balls? It hurts. It hurts good. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, come on now. According to some health gurus, slapping your balls can have positive benefits. According to influencer and practitioner Troy Casey, it's an ancient kung fu practice that stimulates testosterone production. This means that it supposedly increases your semen production on top of increasing your chi. Supposedly, he does them after taking an ice bath, which results in feeling of euphoria. I think we said this last time. I'm never going to do a ice bath, so people stop asking me.
Why not?
It's cold. I don't want to do it.
Just dip your balls in the ice bath.
If I can dip my balls in the ice bath to where they get numb and I start ball slap maxing, then maybe I will. It goes without saying that Troy Casey also sells his products on his website on top of hosting his own health retreats. They always have something to sell, Nick.
Are you gonna make money?
Yeah, and it's bullshit, man, because we have a Patreon. Behind the scenes content's really cool. I'd hate for you to go and check it out and sign up. It's like, whatever. Yeah, and yeah, I have some of my health tips on my Patreon, patreon.com/Mika. It's no big deal. It's like they're like snakes, man. They always they're trying to sell you something. We feel we talk about the men too much. How about one for the ladies out there, huh? For the ladies out there, we have Vagisil, which is a facial for your vagina. Essentially, women have started raising the level of care given to their vulva. Damn. This includes exfoliating, moisturizing, massaging, and using many other products to cleanse that area. Getting a Vagisil supposedly benefits your skin health on top of giving women a new sense of confidence. I never understood that. If I cleaned up my cock and stuff, I don't think I'd just be like, I'm a new man. Would you?
If it looked good.
There's like a nice sheen to it now. Well, goddamn. Hey, they're good looking. Some people treat themselves to Vagisil from the comfort of their home, while others opt to seek a professional. Oh, this is crazy. This is diabolical. First off, I don't know what kind of like RoboCop technology this is. You know what it kind of looks like? A little bit to me, it's like an everything bagel. I got this facial, and it was like, those motherfuckers lay into you. They're just like, you need this. They're just like, yeah, your eyes are all crusty and dry. You're like, what? Oh, really? Is it really? But of course, genital maxing can get much, much more bizarre. So let's talk about the garlic suppository for the vampires out there. Yeast infections are fungal infections found on the skin that result from excessive yeast on the skin or mucous membrane. Evidently, this can take place in a woman's south mouth. A south mouth is a diabolical way to refer to that. God damn, dude. Might as well just call it a thing of catcher's mitt. Holy hell, that is messed up. Because yeast infections are incredibly frustrating to deal with, people over time have tried home remedies to more easily get rid of them. One of them involves using garlic. I feel like I'm getting allergic to it myself.
What?
Garlic. Well, not allergic, but I feel like I get real gassy whenever I have garlic. Do I not?
You do.
Don't know why. And will I stop eating it? I absolutely won't, because I love garlic. So if you see me at a Buffalo Wild Wings, steer clear. That's all I gotta say. Essentially, some women have turned to shoving garlic inside themselves as a suppository. There it is. Like a blackjack dealer leaving the table, where they keep it there for hours on end. Supposedly, this method has been used far back as Egyptian times in 1550 BC. Although garlic is believed to have many healing properties across different cultures, there are not enough clinical studies to suggest that this is a reasonable method of removing yeast infections. You know what, dude? I say just let people shove fucking garlic. You gotta think, like a little pocket like that, why not, dude? I'd be treating that thing like a kangaroo pouch. But how about just something a little bit more obscure? Using black salve to treat skin cancer. Black salve, for people who don't know, has been seen by some to be effective alternative cancer treatment in the form of topical paste. It was discovered by Jesse Fell, an American surgeon, in the 1850s. This became a popular herbal treatment for skin cancer, although not properly tested and proven to be a reliable remedy. Over time, people began to discover that this supposed alternative health treatment was actually causing serious health problems. Black salve can cause the destruction of skin tissue, leaving behind dry, dead, and blackened tissue. Sometimes necrosis like this can lead to amputations. This does feel like a very like mid-1800s thing. It'll either survive or we'll have to cut off every limb you have. No ifs, ands, or buts, and also I'm not washing my hands, because we don't know that that's a big deal yet. Other side effects of using black salve include intense pain, ulceration, scarring, infections, deformity, and much more. While black salve is described as an easy-to-use miracle remedy, it is still not incredibly safe. Just want to say that. And you know what? I think on there, a little black salve, dude, we've been talking about slapping balls and polishing pussies and stuff like that. I think we're going to call it for today. All I got to say is this, dude. I'm sure that there's holistic ways of dealing with shit. You need big pharma for everything. Get rid of them. I don't like them. I don't. Even the guy who runs Tylenol. What's his name? Shoot him. I'm kidding. All I got to say is be careful with some of the holistic and at-home practices you use, because you never know. You could turn blue, or your pussy could look like a everything bagel, or your balls get swollen and frozen. I don't know. I'm not a health guy. I don't, look at me. I'm not healthy. Is that a way to end the video? Okay. That's all we have today, guys. Stay healthy. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Benicio Riva is in Milan, Italy, for what may be life-changing medical treatments. A victim of type 1 neurofibromatosis, his body is covered with hundreds of itchy tumors. Decades have gone by without any effective treatment, but now, finally, there's a glimmer of hope.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're talking about Disney adults. Oh, it's a reoccurring theme on this channel. I feel like to talk about Disney adults probably every month. It's always fun. One thing happened recently where there was a couple of lawsuits that happened over some disgruntled Disney adults. It happens. Who doesn't get disgruntled at Disney once or twice, right? But it did make me think, what are some of the craziest lawsuits that has happened at Disney? Whether it be from the Disney adults themselves or from God. If a Disney adult sues Disney, it has to be like spitting God right in the face. So today, if I can dig up some of the craziest, weirdest lawsuits online and just talk about them. And this whole idea of looking up these crazy lawsuits online started with a incident that happened very recently at Club 33 in Disney World. We are going to label this the Club 33 banning incident. Club 33 is an exclusive series of sophisticated and luxurious fine dining establishments for elite guests that are found within the Disney parks. This is where you like the Great Gatsby. You're not gonna see Mickey in his normal overalls or his breeches. You're gonna see him in a nice tux. Primarily, Club 33 was a place for Walt Disney to take potential investors. There was puppets that he would operate on the wall and talk with people. It was a very weird place to get drunk at Disney. I'm pretty sure it's the only place at Disney where you can get an alcoholic beverage. I'm almost positive. But when I say this club is exclusive, I mean that the wait list for a membership can take years. Even when it's finally your turn, you gotta be prepared for a $25,000 cost up front, followed by $10,000 each year after. Per person! Do you got that in the bank? You got $25,000 just to throw at Club 33? Sure, okay. And that's only for the Disneyland Club 33 members. At Disney World, it's $3,000 to join, and an annual fee of $15,000.
Why the difference?
There's no way the Club 33 is that much different at Disney World, dude.
I bet you there's people who are like, I have memberships to...
Oh, dude, 100%. This is like the guy who's hoity-toitying around. He's just like, I got this new car. Yeah, well, I got the even more luxurious version of that car.
This is literally like Disney adults heaven.
Oh, dude, if you're able to be a sadistic, psychotic Disney adult while maintaining an income that allows you to be able to pay for this, you've made it. I think that's when you could probably be like, yeah, I'm a Disney adult. And they're like, what? And you're just like, Club 33 Disney World? Have you heard of it? But for a couple in Gilbert, Arizona, attaining a membership was not an easy feat. It took Scott and Diana Anderson 20 years to save up for the hefty fees, as well as 10 years on the wait list. The 10 years is probably obviously a part of the 20, but combining both, 30 years. What would have happened if they would have been like, hey, you're ready, and they didn't have the money? Would they just be like, oh?
They'd probably take a loan out.
They probably would take a loan out, dude. I bet you anything Disney has a bank, just get a Mickey loan. They have Tears, we have a Goofy loan, we have a Donald loan, and we have a fucking Mickey loan. Or a Walt loan. But after 5 years of membership, the Andersons estimated that they spent $125,000 annually in Club 33, as well as the park. That's $125,000 a year. What are their jobs where they can spend this kind of money there? They often bring their family and friends along with them to experience it all as well. So sure, they were paying people's dues as well, but still, $125,000 every year.
I feel like once you're in the club, the drink should be free.
If I find out that when you're in the club and it costs that, and you're still out there like, here's your bill, I would be livid. If there's a waiter who's just like, there's your bill, thank you so much for it. Got a couple questions. That's been my funny thing lately. Hit my card on the beep or whatever. It's gonna ask you a quick question though, real quick. Okay, was that what it said? A tip? Oh, I had no idea. I didn't know what that was.
Today's video is sponsored by MeUndies. Kick off fall with being the most comfortable version of yourself with MeUndies. Whether it's watching endless hours of football on the couch or getting squats in at the gym, the breathable fabric of the boxer brief helps keep everything in place. And I mean everything. And MeUndies has a style for everyone, from jock straps to ball caddy. There are over 100 colors and prints to choose from. But MeUndies is no one-trick pony. Ooh, easy girl. They also have joggers, hoodies, shorts, and onesies, and more for both men and women. And their materials are sustainably sourced. Be your most comfortable self this fall with MeUndies. Get 20% off your first order plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/PapaMeat. Thank you to MeUndies for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
But their fun came to an end in 2017 as Scott Anderson had a little too much to drink one day at the park, showing signs of being publicly intoxicated, which is forbidden in Club 33. One of the cardinal sins of Club 33, can't get drunk. That's bullshit. The only place to grab a drink in the park, it's your favorite place on earth. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars here, and I can't get a fucking buzz going. Are you kidding me? I can't get a couple Mickey Mai Tais and start walking around the park yelling at children. That's bullshit. You should be given a pass to where someone's like, sir, and you just flash like your Club 33 membership right away. You just like fucking club a kid in the face. That would be worth the price. But Scott claimed this was due to a medical condition, specifically vestibular migraine. Vestibular migraine. Put up what that is. That's what I have, looking at the fucking bright ass light, dude. What followed is a lengthy attempt to fight the ban, going so far as to spend $400,000 on legal fees only to lose their case. Oh, that sucks. Even with the staggering legal bills piling up, the Andersons still plan to appeal. Diana told the media outlet, "I'll sell a kidney. I don't care." To be that mentally and emotionally manipulated and completely gone to be like, I don't care. I will pay anything to get back in that fucking park and Club 33 status. Kind of makes you think there's some eyes wide shut shit going on in there.
It kind of feels like Lucifer getting kicked out of heaven, kind of.
The Andersons do read like Lucifer getting kicked out of heaven, God's most beautiful angel. But you know, Lucifer, he's just like, what I wouldn't give to just go back. Now he's like sitting there and they're like, he's like with all the other like Disney adult with like trip pants on. They're just like, you'll regret this decision, Walt Disney.
So he's just banned from Club 33. Do you think he still goes to the Disney park?
I think he's banned from the park. Or is he just banned from Club 33?
Security guards found Mr. Anderson near the entrance of California Adventure at around 9:50 p.m. They claim he had slurred speech and had trouble standing and his breath smelled like alcohol. I think he was only banned from the club.
If he's only banned from the club, that's even worse. There has to be something alluring going on in Club 33. Why would he want to go back that bad? I'm saying if there's any crazy investigators on YouTube, I am sending you a message right now. I implore you to go out and find out what's going on in Club 33. Or, Nick, I was gonna say we should infiltrate it, but we can't. By the time we can get into the restaurant, people are gonna be totally done with this channel. Next up, let's talk about the allergy death lawsuit at Disney. In 2023, Jeffrey Piccolo lost his wife, Tang Swan, after having a severe allergic reaction eating at the Raglan Road Irish Pub at Disney World, Florida. Tang Swan, being highly allergic to dairy and nuts, chose the pub due to its promise of accommodating patrons with food allergies. That is so sad. Oh my God. Also, the way we said that makes it seem like I have a nut allergy. They're like, I don't care. We're gonna cook it how we cook it. After making her allergy known and asking for a confirmation several more times, the dish was never properly made allergy-free. Tang Swan and her mother were shopping while Jeffrey dropped the leftover off to his room. During this time, Tang Swan began struggling to breathe and collapsed onto the floor. Quote, she self-administered an EpiPen and was rushed to the hospital. Brutal, dude. When her husband finally got to her, only a small period of time passed before she had passed away. The elevated levels of dairy and nut in her system resulted in an anaphylaxis. In response, Jeffrey filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Disney and the restaurant. But shockingly, Disney argued that because Jeffrey signed up for Disney Plus trial years ago, the subscriber agreement requires users to arbitrate all disputes with the company. This would mean that the damages for Disney would be much smaller, and most importantly, the hearing would be completely confidential and not result in more bad PR for them. Because he signed up for Disney Plus, he's unable to get any kind of compensation, all because the motherfucker wanted to watch the Goofy movie. Piccolo stated he'd never signed an agreement with the park specifically. Even so, the terms and conditions would not extend to his wife, and this information quickly became a PR disaster for Disney, as people had no idea that their legal rights were possibly being taken away in order to use a streaming service. This reads just like the fucking South Park episode with Kyle signing the Apple agreement. Because of the backlash, Disney stated they would waive their right to arbitration and have the matter proceed to court. All right, fine. We'll go against the law and give this guy money. Because he's asking for a handout, we'll give him a handout. You, Disney. Piccolo is seeking $50,000 for wrongful death. Way more. Should be way more. $50,000? $50,000 feels very specific to probably something he wants to buy. He's like, sees like a jet ski in his house. He passes every fucking day on his way to work, right? He works at like a medical database center, and he's just like, every day passes, he's just... For whom the bell tolls, baby. I'd be like, give you 50 grand and the fucking Club 33. Piccolo is seeking $50,000 for wrongful death, as well as a mental and pain and suffering, loss of companionship and protection loss of income, and medical and funeral expenses. You know what feels kind of weird too is it feels like in a way this guy loved Disneyland stuff. It doesn't even seem like he's even trying to like get more than what he thinks he deserves in this case. It just feels like a guy who's like, he's not being greedy. He's just like, I actually need this for whatever reason. If it was me, I'd be like, millions and millions and millions. Also, I'm never watching your stupid fucking movies again. The resentment I would feel. Maybe I'm just petty. Disney's just like, yeah, let me queef that out to you in your lap, dude. We only make that every half second. Are you fucking kidding me? Or how about we talk about the woman who was banned from Terror Tower? Now we're getting into the good stuff, dude. A woman named Denise Moody was banned entry from the Tower of Terror ride at Disney World for using it too many times. Because of this, she decided to sue the park for what she deemed as a medical necessity. How did she try to get that one going? If I don't go on the Tower of Terror at least, I don't know, 60 times, I'll have seizures. Denise suffered from abdominal adhesions, and that's why she has to ride it. This is when scar tissue forms between the organs in her abdominal area, causing her severe pain and nausea. According to her, the G-forces of going up and down the 199-foot thrill ride helped break up fibrous adhesions in her abdomen.
Ever since I've been riding the Tower of Terror, I now only have to have surgery once a year versus multiple surgeries a year. And it's the G-forces that going up and down, because there's the G-forces are in both directions.
Can you imagine her going up and down? Ah! It feels so good! Also, do you think she showed up to Disney World with a with the doctor's note? You're to go to Disney World right now and you're to ride the Tower of Terror 125 times. There you go. Instead of pursuing practical remedies, Denise purchased an annual pass and was even able to land a guest assistance card, allowing her to access a shorter special entrance and ride the Terror Tower dozens of times every Saturday. That is so fucking stupid. It's crazy. She rode the Tower of Terror religiously, sometimes 50 times a day, every day.
I actually hold the record right now for the most rides of a single rider, which was 56 times in one day.
It got to the point where the park had to reduce her daily limit rides to 4 rides per day. In a blind rage, Moody began cursing out cast members and causing a scene. What the fuck you do? Cuss out Goofy? Get the fuck out of my way, pussy! Leading to her rescinding of her guest pass, a ban from Disney property, and an immediate removal from the park. You can't be cussing out Goofy and shit in front of the kids. In response, Denise Moody attempted to sue the parks, but Disney simply stated her claims are without merit. Oh, dude, what if she makes her own Terror Tower at her house and that's how she dies? Well, a woman locally tried to make a 200-foot amusement park ride in her backyard. Moody couldn't have been happier in the time of her death. Or we can talk about when a disabled man got stuck on It's a Small World. Of all the rides to be suddenly trapped on for a long period of time, is there any worse ride you could be stuck on than It's a Small World? It's hell. It's a personal, even going through it once is hell. For Jose Martinez, this musical hell lasted 30 minutes straight. When the ride suddenly broke down, repairs had to be made while riders were escorted off one by one. However, as Jose was paralyzed and required a wheelchair, there was no way to safely remove him from the ride. The one guy in It's a Small World. That'd be fucking, if you like look back, and there's no one else on the fucking carts, I would start getting the illusion that shit was moving.
Shortly, please remain seated at your votes. Thank you.
Hello? Not only was Martinez paralyzed, but he also suffered from panic attacks and high blood pressure. The stress of the ride breaking down, coupled with a seemingly endless barrage of repeating music, resulted in serious emotional distress. No shit, dude. The condition was aggravated by Martinez needing to take a piss, basically. He had to take a piss real bad. It's a Tiny World is playing on loop in his head. He's seeing fucking dwarves running around left and right. And Goofy's laughs behind him. He's having a borderline panic attack as it is. Martinez was ultimately awarded $8,000 in damages for pain and suffering and for disability law violations, which I am glad he got the $8 grand. Makes the guy who lost his wife over the nut allergy needed way more. If Jose's getting $8 grand for that motherfucker who lost his wife needs, I mean, millions. That is f***ed.
Have you seen the video? I think it's French people.
Oh.
I think they're, but they jump. They like jumped in A Small World and they like burnt the whole thing down.
I haven't seen people burn down, but I've seen people get out and like grab shit or steal stuff off the rides.
I think they burnt the whole thing down.
Disney has their own police thing now too. People used to keep getting on the rides and doing shit or like falling because it was like there's like a water track on some rides and stuff where people would be falling into the water and shit. But now if you get on the rides, Disney police can like run up and they'll straight up like tackle your ass. Next up, let's talk about the woman who was tricked into being on the Matterhorn ride. Wait, so do I take a left? Well, why am I in line now? Oh, Joe, I'm sitting down on a ride. No! This seemingly endless stream of Disney lawsuits is nothing new into the park. Some of these goofy stories date back to when the park was only a few years old. And in 1959, a woman claimed that she was traumatized after riding the Matterhorn bobsleds. I was too, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? I was too. I thought I was gonna break my fucking neck riding that thing. According to her, she had no idea that the ride was a roller coaster and that she never would have boarded if she had known. Well, what do you mean? What goes on in the mountain?
I didn't know this is what this was!
She tried to sue the park and lost the trial almost immediately. In her anger, the woman accosted a Disney lawyer in the hallway outside the courtroom. She then put a curse on him to keep him from winning another case. And I'm pretty sure the guy won the next case after. If I was a betting man, I doubt the Disney curse worked. Or we could talk about the nacho cheese lawsuit. In 2011, a 4-year-old child named Isaiah Harris suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns after eating what was claimed to be scalding hot nacho cheese. I wouldn't have eaten the scalding hot nacho cheese if it was me. The family was taking their first trip to Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida, deciding to dine at Cosmic Ray's Starlight Cafe. As Isaiah's food was being set down, the molten hot nacho cheese sprayed into the young man's face. Wait, so he didn't even eat it?
No.
Like, walk up to it, here's your food. According to their attorney, it must have been at least 160 degrees Fahrenheit. It was stated in the court documents that Isaiah recovered completely from the effects of the injuries. A $50,000 settlement was requested due to the damages and Extreme's emotional distress. Give the dead man more money! I like how they are even like, he recovered perfectly. Seriously, almost no signs of it ever happening. Here's $50,000. The guy who's like sitting there, he's like at his like wife's fucking funeral plot. He's just like, I should have asked for more money, I think. The $50,000 thing is actually starting to fucking piss me off now. She asked several times for the food to be inspected, right? And they're like, totally. There's no way that this is not their first rodeo or whatever, right? Because also, you know what $50,000 feels like? It's like if you get 1 million, more eyes are on you about people being like, you got a big lawsuit win. If he's like 50K, he's being modest. He just wants to retreat back, whatever. I don't know, man. I don't know. Or we could talk about, in 1989, a lawsuit was filed when Lonnie and Karen Boozer, great name, brought their 5-year-old daughter, Lindsay, to Disneyland only to be falsely accused of stealing a $2.50 piggy bank. Give her the fucking piggy bank, dude. It's $2.50.
This is 1989.
Okay, so it's a $5 piggy bank. After being brought to the security office for questioning, Lindsay glimpsed costume cast members walking around backstage without their costume heads. That's when the white girl found out that Mickey Mouse was a 50-year-old Mexican guy. It was his day job. You know what I mean? She's like, what? No! No! Also, I'd be like, yeah, I would ruin everything. Santa's not real. There's no leprechauns. Rainbows are just fucking, it's like something with the sky. I don't know what happened. There's no pot of gold, dude. I'm getting hung up on the leprechaun thing. This shocked Lindsay, as only moments ago, she was hugging and shaking hands with her favorite characters before being detained. Yeah, but you were also fucking stealing shit, dude. You're a crook.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. She definitely did it. The parents filed a $1 million lawsuit for being wrongly detained and noted that their daughter became depressed and withdrawn after seeing that her favorite characters were in fact just costumes, that they were just Puerto Rican and Asian people dressed up as Disney characters in giant felt suits. What do you expect, man? Supposedly, the 5-year-old child had to spend 3 months in therapy because of the whole ordeal. Eventually, the lawsuit settled out of court for an undisclosed sum. They actually got money out of that. The $50,000 guy, the death deal, is on. I'm glad we put it at the beginning because it is stacking up quickly. How about we talk about Pooh takes the stand for assault? This one is fucking tragic, so get your tissues ready because you're gonna be shedding some tears. In 1974, Robert Hill was doing his usual meet and greets as Winnie the Pooh. Suddenly, a 9-year-old girl began tugging at him from behind to get his attention. In response, Pooh hit the child with his arm, causing bruising and headaches that didn't subside for months. He rampage Jackson, that little bitch. She's just like, Winnie! Right to the back of her. This, however, was a series of events according to the girl's family. There we go. In a recent interview, Hill stated that he was trying to spin around and playfully scare her, instead hitting her. Okay, well. I was just being, I'm a bear, remember? It's like you're Winnie the Pooh, dude. Where the f are you trying to scare somebody? A suit was filed against Hill for damages, and it was decided that Pooh would approach the stand in costume to avoid breaking character in front of a crowd. What? Because costume characters could not speak, only head nods, foot stomps, and big swings of his tummy could indicate answers. You're talking about a guy in a costume showing up who cannot talk, and this is over the assault of a child in a court case. And the person's just like, It took only 21 minutes to find Disney completely innocent, as Pooh's arms were, quote, inoperable stubs. That's such a funny way to describe Pooh's arms. That couldn't be raised high enough to hit the child in the face, as was the parents' claim. I knew that fucking little, they were lying, dude. Come on. Oh my God, this is the costume from the 70s when this occurred. I'll tell you what the stubs are. That's a great phrase for what Pooh's arms are. That is insane. Or the Typhoon Lagoon wedgie incident. Yes, a lawsuit over a wedgie, ladies and gentlemen. Emma McGinnis attempted to sue the park for $50,000 This is becoming my number 23. You ever see that movie with Jim Carrey? He becomes obsessed over the number 23. Mine's 50,000 now. Emma McGinnis attempted to sue the park for $50,000 after a painful wedgie left her seriously injured at the Typhoon Lagoon water park on her 30th birthday. She went on the Humunga Cowabunga water slide, which features a near vertical 5-story drop. According to the lawsuit, she became airborne before being slammed downward against the slide on the way down. The impact shot her swimsuit inside her, causing an extreme wedgie. I hear that the wedgie's funny because you usually think of your friend pulling up in his asshole, it rips his asshole up and maybe it bleeds a little bit. It's kind of funny. But to go vertically airborne, shoot down, and then the way that the design is made is that it takes your swimsuit, like rolls it up, puts it inside your asshole and your pussy, and slices you open like a goddamn cheese grater. Are you kidding me? I guess I have some sympathy for McGinnis here. After enduring severe internal pain, she was rushed to the hospital to find that she had severe lacerations, damage to her organs, and a hernia. This is probably the first one where I'm like, this is justified. Well, that and the allergy one, and the nacho cheese. Okay, there's been a couple. This one is this is insane to actually be fucking split open like a goddamn nutcracker, essentially, inside of a slide. That's crazy. Or we could talk about laughing at a disabled woman. All right, now we're starting to get a little more cruel, dude. In 2021, Joanne Aguilar, a 66-year-old woman, was getting aboard the Jungle Cruise ride alongside her 2 daughters. As she was physically disabled, she wished to ride the ADA accessible boat. Because it was unavailable, she opted to ride a non-ADA boat with the help of her daughters. When it was time to exit the ride, she struggled to climb out. Instead of offering to help, Disneyland employees laughed and snickered until she eventually fell back and broke her leg, according to the laws. I'm laughing because it's so uncomfortable. But the idea of a woman like, and people are like, and should have just waited for that ADA boat, dude. You know what I'm saying? What do you expect out of like 16-year-olds working at fucking Disneyland? Walt wouldn't approve, but this is 2021 era. Kids are fucking evil. I mean, what do you expect? You know, that's what I mean by what do you expect? She spent several days in the hospital and weeks at a rehabilitation clinic, but suddenly things took a drastic turn. Joanne contracted an infection and died from septic shock. What? It was suspected that the accident at the theme park led to the turn of events? Holy shit! Although Disney denied the accusations, a lawsuit was set out that sought compensation for economic damages, medical, funeral, attorney fees, and other incidental damages. We don't know how much she got. I swear to God, if it was $50,000, I'm driving my fist this fucking monitor. That's too much. That quickly afterwards? Are you fucking kidding me? Cut a check, Disney. Cut a check for more than 50. Even if at this point, if it was 51, I'd be like, thank God. This is an interesting case, the next one. The biggest scam that Disney ever saw inside their parks. It was 1992 at Disney World's Caribbean Beach Resort. On Halloween night, a young woman named Wanda Mary Normel was found tied to the bed in her hotel room. The room was ransacked, and according to the police report, she was viciously beaten and sexually assaulted. Mary sued Disney for $3 million for inadequate security. As it turned out, the entire thing was all a part of a detailed and coordinated plan. Mary was no victim, but instead a con artist from a notorious group known as the Irish Travelers. Goddamn Irish. One day, while watching a TV show about the lack of hotel security, Wanda's brother Jimmy had the idea for the demented scheme. What kind of program was that? Hey, so hotels have no security. Good luck out there. Like, why would there be a show about that? Wanda agreed to be the victim due to her acting abilities.
I would be the victim because I'm 4'9", and at the time I weighed about 98 pounds. I was real thin. And that I was a good actress and I could pull it off.
Her brother dressed as Dracula, met her in the hotel, and together they ransacked the room. Jimmy then tied Wanda to the bed. They both decided that it was best that the scene looked believable as possible. To achieve this, Jimmy beat the shit out of Wanda to make sure the bruises and injuries looked real, because they were real. She's like, I am a phenomenal actor. Everyone's like, we know, Wanda, we know. That's why I want you to be a part of this. She's like, fine, I will. I'm gonna punch you in the face 16 times and we're gonna beat your ribs. She's like, acting. I was in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Just gets hit in the face. The police ran a sexual assault evidence kit, but Wanda was already 2 steps ahead. She intentionally had sex with a friend of hers the day before in order to make her story look more believable. Ultimately, the amount of money at play was big enough that it began creating friction between the sister that was along for the con. Wanda's sister Jessie pushed to be her financial advisor. Wanda suspected that her sister was trying to steal the money for herself.
She was going to be my financial advisor. The check was to go in her name. And I said no, because I knew what she was going to do. She was going to get the check in her name and take it.
When Wanda refused, Jessie had a meeting with the police to snitch and come clean about everything.
I knew I didn't want a part of it, but I was in it.
Just keep the money you have, you greedy bitch. Good guy. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? In the end, Disney kept its money and refused to ever speak on the matter. Jessie, the sister, had all of her charges dropped because she's a fucking rat. Jimmy died of AIDS before an arrest could be made. Whoa! And wanted to spend 18 months in prison, which she claimed convinced her to turn over a new leaf and become an even better actor. But here's the thing. Yes, we're talking about a lot of Disney, Disney adults doing crazy things. We haven't touched on any of like the crazy stuff that Disney has necessarily sued people over as well. There's some dark shit that Disney has sued people over. And one of the saddest events, and I think it's worth bringing up because it's so fucking horrible and I hate Disney so much, we gotta bring it up, which is the Spider-Man gravestone controversy. Because in 2019, Lloyd Jones lost his 4-year-old boy, Ollie, to a rare genetic disease. Because of his child's love of Spider-Man, his father made a touching Spider-Man tombstone to give him a proper send-off. It's just a nice Spider-Man climbing over, and it's just, his kid loved Spider-Man. He wanted to remember, what he loved. To the father's surprise, Disney refused to let him use the Spider-Man picture because they want to preserve the innocence of their hero. I feel like I'm like gritting my fucking hands. My teeth are gonna pop out of their fucking mouth because I'm like... Lloyd became convinced that Disney was only focused on money, stating that they, quote, had bought him all the toys, but now that he has died and we won't be spending any more money, they don't care. Probably a good fucking point because they were like, well, yeah, we have Chinese kids making these 2 penny dot toys. We don't want people thinking that Tom Holland's on this kid's fucking gravestone. Inhuman shit that like lawyers and shit probably think, because lawyers are scum. They're the worst people on earth. That and car salesmen. That and realtors. This goes back to a policy that began with Walt Disney himself. It states that their characters cannot be used on headstones, cemeteries, or funeral urns. Although he was not permitted to use the image, Disney reached out and offered to illustrate a hand-inked, hand-painted, personalized celluloid that recognizes his love for Spider-Man. I always hate that it has to come to this, like, it's only public outrage, where they're just like, well, fine. We'll let him put Spider-Man on his dead kid's grave. And we'll make it hand-painted. Ooh, you want it to be hand-painted? It's personally for you. Like, I would never want to receive that. After that first initial thing, or I'd just be like, go f*** yourself, I'm doing it. Come remove it, I would like to see you try. You know what I mean? Like, that's absurd. But here's the thing. There's a lot of cases out there. I'm sure there's more that we could even go into. But for now, I think it clearly shows the weird manipulation of families at Disney is such a sad thing. You have these devoted people like it's a religion. Some people, yes, I will say, I think try to abuse the system for financial gain. Some. I would say the majority of these, though, were people that were helpless in a moment and just want to be compensated or to feel like they weren't wronged by the thing that they just desperately love. But you have to remember that Disney doesn't care about you. It's a facade. It's fake. They sell the idea of childhood nostalgia and imagination while they take every penny and every ounce of happiness, joy from you. All I gotta say is be careful at Disney World. It might be the happiest place on earth, but it is not the safest place on earth. Thank you so much for watching this video, guys. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
My back! Sharon! Airbags, please!
The weapon facility is not equipped with airbags.
Okay.
We're back. All right, so I don't want to hear any complaining or anything, so welcome back. We actually have quite the lineup of spicy drawings. If you guys haven't gone to the subreddit yet, be sure to go to the Meat Canyon subreddit. We have a bunch of people making a bunch of really funny, stupid art that is that's been really fun, man. I really love it. But also another shout out as well to the people who were at Kansas City Comic-Con that I saw. I took so many pictures. I've never felt so famous before in my life. My dad showed up and he's like, God damn, you're about half famous. And I was like, well, your son did well, Papa. Your son did well. That being said, let's get into it. We have quite a lot of amazing art that's been being posted. It's been actually pretty wild. I love it. And one of the ones that I really loved was this Woody drawing up here. Oh my. Buzz buddy, old pal, you caught me red-handed. But what I like about this is that I think he has a gun. Pretty sure that's a gun. And also Olympic athlete thighs. Also, the hand is a little fucked up. I don't know what happened with the hand there, but we're gonna have a lot of fun. I really like the face a lot. So let's see what we can do here. Like I said, though, the head is mwah. Everything about the head I'm loving. So let's see if we can't get this shit started. One thing about the old eyes is that they're pretty circle. Nice and circle. This one kind of feels a little Down syndrome-y. Also, it's like fucking blood red. Like I feel like he's gonna cry bloody tears, which is pretty nice. So basically his whole face could fit into a box like right here. imagine going into a parking lot and there's a guy standing out there and he's just like, do you need help with your groceries? You're like, no. No, I'm okay. He's like, Buzz, what kind of trouble are we gonna get in? Yeah, dude, he's got a massive jaw on him. That's a jaw if I've ever seen one. This is the Woody jaw we're gonna go with. Which also allows me, it makes me think that there's just like guts piled in the bottom of this. It's all bloody here, but it looks like all of this is sinking down this way. Like the majority of all the life in his head has just sunk into his giant chin. Also do like how big he made his ears, which I will be taking from that because I'm a massive fan of large ears. I can hear everything, Buzz. Like the time when Andy's mom cheated on her dad. I heard it all. I tried telling Andy through subliminal messaging, but he didn't listen. He was only 7 years old. And you know good old Andy, he's on the spectrum. I'm not gonna lie, I'm loving this face. Absolutely love it. They don't really get into the specifics. I mean, I don't blame it, it's a children's movie, but goddamn, imagine all the times, especially they're just like, we've seen Andy grow up, and I'm just like, man, I'm thinking about all the shit that I did in my room when I was growing up. All sorts of things. Every time Andy's ever shit himself, anytime Andy's ever like fucking bawling in his room, and there's Woody, and he's just like, wipe those little tears, soldier. I actually heard about this amazing, there was this 4chan story that was actually pretty funny, where it was, a person was like, does anyone else think about if Andy came all over the toys, or over Jessie, the girl toy, you know? And then the toys couldn't do anything about it because they would know that his toys are alive, or they couldn't do it because Andy would know something's fishy's going on. And my buddy told me that story, and we were both just like, you know, no. I don't think I've ever actually thought about that literally once. It like really led me to believe that the man had, he's done something definitely with an action figure before.
That was great, but my ass sure hurts a lot.
I bet me and Andy could bond over this. And you're like, you sure? You sure about that? I don't know why. I just wanted to have just a giant sheriff star. Just remember, Andy, you son of a bitch. Remember who's the real sheriff in these parts. Make it kind of wonky, a little childlike, you know what I mean? Because this is an innocent, nice little drawing of Woody. I kind of want to do something with a snake in a boot, though. If I could have the snake come out of his boot and just be fucking latched on to his arm. So it's like this giant fucking snake that's like pumping venom into his hand. And he's just like, you know what? I let the good times roll. I don't give a shit about anything. But then it's over here, and then his hand is just completely swollen. So we can make his fingers huge. Just hugely swollen hand. Where at some point you're just like, please, for the love of God, Woody, would you just get it checked out? I'm Andy's best friend. It's like no one's taking that from you. And he's sitting there and he's like, hey, my name's Woody and I'm clinically depressed. My name's Woody, and about every day I put about 3 ounces of snake venom in my arm, hoping that one day I don't wake up. Andy, I just can't take the pressures of what it is to be your friend anymore. He tells a 9-year-old that in Woody's own suicide note. He blames Andy for it all. I really enjoy his face. I'm gonna preface this with saying that it's not that I'm like, oh, that would be cool, but I'm saying that it's an interesting arc in the Toy Story movies would be if Woody was a Holocaust denier. Anytime Andy's like, okay, well, I gotta go, Woody, and I think that you should really cool down with all this anti-Semitic Holocaust denial stuff. And then Woody's like, so I guess you were probably there then. And he's like, what? He's like, so you were there to see it happen? He's like, no, I wasn't. It was 70 years ago, Woody. So how do you know what really happened? I feel like his belt buckle should say something that Woody wants to say to Andy. It's just Woody. That's the big thing that he wants to tell Andy. Andy, I'm dyslexic. I can't spell my own name. I see some people in my videos saying that like, I can't believe you draw this fast. And I'm wondering if later, if it ever snaps in their head that they're like, oh wait, that's a time lapse. Woody's kind of a dick in the first one, huh? And then he simmers down finally when he gets some pussy from the Jessie cowboy character. He's like, never mind, I don't feel nearly as alone. I think that like his arm could be swollen up to where it's like all of that meat is just filling the snake's mouth. And I have a feeling that it'd be ripping so much that it would be tearing the fabric of his clothes. I think a real question too we have to ask is, did Andy place the snake in his boot? And if he did, why? What did Woody know that Andy didn't want him to find out? Which it could correlate with that 4chan story I was saying earlier, where Andy's doing some certain things with the toys that he shouldn't be doing, and he knows that Woody and the other toys are like cognitive and that they can think and feel. So he's just like, say anything fucking crazy and I'll put another snake in your boot. You're evil, Andy. Nice little just bulging huge vein. His veins are expanding. At any point, Woody is gonna have a heart attack. I'm not gonna go into a full detailed fucking snake, dude. I mean, I'm not Zoo Book over here. All right, you want accurate animals, you go pick up an issue of Zoo Book from 1998 when the whole issue was about snakes. And that's what we were excited about as kids, was Zoo Book. Because I always thought the kids in the commercial, though, were fucking annoying. It's like, I was excited, I was excited, don't get me wrong, but like, they were over the moon excited to the point where I was like, this isn't genuine. This is fake enthusiasm. I just want to point out that this is a strong female stomach right here. He is giving Woody the female abs of a god. And I didn't, I respect it, but I gave him just a traditional Woody body. As the infamous Woody line would say, as Woody's his catchphrase is, "Don't be a bitch and get on antidepressants." That's the famous Woody line from Pixar. He said, "Hey, you're looking pretty sad and gloom. Can I get you some Prozac?" And I said, "Woody, I think I just would rather change my diet for a while." He's like, No. Get on these prescription pills, Prozac. You're like, "Woody, I actually think you're kind of a bad influence, huh?" He's like, No. I just think you just, what's wrong with taking pills? Just take the goddamn pills." Gets kind of aggressive, kind of scary after that, isn't it? There's also that classic line where he says, I'm indifferent about the Taliban-Afghanistan situation, and that one was a little more controversial. I think we were all a little surprised when he said that in the movie. All really interesting stuff from our good pal Woody, huh? His arm's got to be like a base level kind of purple, I think, starting off. I mean, it's horribly infected. It is not good. People think that this is because the snake bit him, but actually, Woody just has type 2 diabetes. And this is actually just what happens to your body when you have that. He's like, "I'm not going to change my diet for anybody." Boom! One Woody down. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. I enjoy him. I think that we should put something on the badge here. And from this, I think I'm just going to have him put Prozac. And moving on. So the last drawing, I love this submission. On so many levels, I love this face. It's so good. It's devious. It reminds me of like Kevin Spacey, Bill Cosby. It's just, this is absolutely amazing. I love it. And I need to capture the essence of this face. And also, I love like the nose is great too. It's like a lump across his face. You know me. I like to leave the mouth just slightly open. Just ever so slightly open. I never got about his deal. I was like, what the fuck were they thinking with his glasses just being off there? So I kind of want to make his glasses a little more realistic, where maybe they're like up like this and they connect up to his ear. But they kind of just basically hang off his fucking face. "Hey Buster, I hear your parents are gay." He's like, "Yeah, so what?" He's just like, "I just think that's pretty hip." Thanks, Arthur. "No problem. I'm very much with the times." You need to give him his nice little sharp head there. His face is so fucking stupid. I love it. "Buster, can I come to your house for a nice slumber party this weekend?" I don't know, Arthur. I think I'm kind of busy. "With what? What do you gotta do? Are you and your gay parents having a fun weekend?" It's like, you can just say parents. You really don't have to say gay. "I just want to make sure that you know that I'm cool with it." It's like, no one cares, Arthur. Not a single person cares. "Buster, what would you say if we snuck into my dad's closet and stole his gun? Would we be better friends then, Buster, if we shot up the school together? Buster, I took Polaroid pictures of your gay moms. Is that okay?" It's like, why would you tell me that, Arthur? "My home life is a bit of a struggle. Can I camp over at your house for a couple days?" No, you can't, actually. "All right, well, I think I'm gonna just camp out in your tree house. If you hear any funny noises, don't come outside." "Buster, I hear that Mr. Ratburn's gay now, too. Maybe your parents can go on double dates with him." He's like, "Arthur, why do you care so much about what my parents do?" "Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm cool with it. I'm with the times." "Arthur, I think we're gonna have to stop being friends. I think it's just too much, man." "Oh, that's a mistake, my friend." "Arthur, just curious, why do you have pumped up kicks in 7 different languages on your Zune?" "I don't only have that song, I also have, Skrillex, the entire discography of Skrillex on my Zune as well." God, I fucking hated that era of my childhood. Everybody listened to dubstep and shit. Holy fuck. You know what? There's probably going to be some people who are like, "I like dubstep." That's totally fine, dude. You can like dubstep. But for me personally, holy shit. Buster, would you like me to teach you how to build a pipe bomb? Buster, wouldn't it be cool if we both killed ourselves at the same time for Allah? Wouldn't that be neat? I feel like the guy's original drawing was way more accurate to what Arthur is. God damn it. I feel like Arthur would be a pretty chill principal. Now, I saw you sign up for Bang Bros on the school computer using your mom's credit card. Now, I'm not gonna tell her, but I want you to cut it off. I don't care if you have a Brazzers subscription and that's your favorite website on the internet. I don't care. You're here to learn. That's the kind of principal I feel like Arthur would be. What a beautiful little Arthur. I am very much happy that man submitted this picture because this is beautiful. I like his color of sweater better. It's like acid yellow, or this is like baby shit green actually. And there's our beautiful Arthur. Look at him go. You gotta love it. This is definitely a man who is unhinged, who needs to be banned from society. This is not a good person. This Arthur is malicious to an extreme extent. I hope he burns in hell. I do not trust him one bit. But my God, and I'll be completely honest. My picture comes nowhere near close to the creepiness of this one. Very unsettling. I love it, and I appreciate you for sending it in. I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you guys so much. Be sure to check out that subreddit. If you want to be a contender for these drawings, be sure to upload something there. It's really fun. I enjoy it. I think what I'm gonna do next time is what I might do. I might draw other YouTubers as well. So if you guys have suggestions for that as well, let me know. And yeah, take it easy. I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye. I love you. I don't really know you, but you know, there it is.
Meat Canyon, oh my god, I'm such a big fan.
I drank way too much right there. I was like, literally, it's so strong. My friend Dan came in, he was profusely sweating. He's like, I gotta go. And he dropped this off. And this thing is like 75% tequila. And I'm about half, I'm toasty. I can't promise that I won't finish the whole thing, but if you come see me, if you saw me today, most likely I was drunk. That's it.
Welcome back to the Papa Me channel. How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about cyclists. There's one thing I actually hate in this world is cyclists. I'm sorry if that pertains to one of you, but actually I'm not sorry. Get a new hobby. The constant battle between boomer cyclists, any age cyclists and drivers is an ongoing feud that will never end. For as long as anyone can remember, there has been an endless beef regarding which side causes the most trouble on the road. Is it drunk drivers or is it cyclists swerving in between legs? Maybe he hits the side of your car with his fist because this is my road too, damn it. It's not. I have even had my own gripe with cyclists. While I lived in Portland, Oregon. I know, shocker. A person on a bike in Portland, Oregon, smashing your car and being a That's odd. I think we were getting ready to park, following every traffic rule we could have ever done, and it was like the parking spots that are kind of diagonal. And as we were just like pulling into one of the spots, this guy on a bicycle speeds by and he hits the back of my wife's Jeep and just keeps hitting it like that. He does, look out! And we were pulling into a spot. Like, I don't know what the and ever since then, I'll be honest, I'm a little biased. I've had an issue with cyclists. I think it's a gross hobby. Also, don't act like you're saving the world riding a bicycle. Can I just say that too? I'm a barista and I'm going to my coffee job on my bike, not using fossil fuels. You can't afford a car. Just say that. Can you say that? You're probably just like, I had too many. They took away my license. Don't need a license to ride a bicycle. Whichever side's to blame, one thing's for sure. Things have gotten so heated that both sides are responding in extreme ways. And of course, there's been some viral videos of maybe older bicyclists getting in little heated debates, let's just say, with young drivers. And today I think we're gonna look at where did this feud start, who's in the right, who's in the wrong, and where the hell are we going in the future? And for me, it's gonna be in a car, because I want to get there in one piece. One piece! Which, first off, let's just explain the feud. Cyclists often complain that drivers do not share the road with them, or return the same respect they receive on the road. See, already. I'm like, when have you ever seen like a respectful cyclist? They say that there's a lack of instruction in driver's ed about how to properly navigate the road with cyclists present. Because most drivers do not have experience cycling on the road, there's a lack of understanding for the other side. So cyclists are just like, drivers are retarded, and they don't understand that we ride, we pedal, and we have 2 wheels and not 4. They're probably looking at us like we're aliens. I mean, they can't even understand the concept of a bicycle. I doubt it. Drivers, however, say cyclists act like they own the road, refusing to abide by the rules and often slow down all the other drivers. You know what I say to that? Point to the drivers. Is that not true? How many times have you been like, you know, like just waiting, whatever, and there's a guy out there. He's all up. Have you seen that video of like the chick, the foamy ass? And people are like, it's normal. I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen foamy ass before in my life, even if it is normal.
A lot of comments are saying that's hot.
Oh, that forbidden sea foam.
Does this annoy anyone else? Get off the road or cycle faster.
You ever take a turn and you just see a cyclist and you're like, here we go. You know what I mean?
All the time.
I wish that sometimes there was purge rules and I got to just like, maybe not tap the brake and maybe just kind of hammer the accelerator down a bit and just see what happens. It's purge day.
Well, there's nothing worse than being in a tractor with a trailer on the back and being stuck behind one of these buggers going up a hill.
Buddy, you can take the tractor around them. At the same time though, you can't be the cyclist and hear like a giant tractor behind you and just be like, this is obnoxious, the amount of bicycles there are. How the f do you get into a place in your life where you're like, gonna meet the guys at a local coffee spot and just see if we can't do 12 miles today? A gang of bicyclists, and they all have the same like nylon fiber outfits with their f***ing alien helmets for wind resistance. You know what I mean? They would argue that the lack of cycling education leads to a lack of arm signaling. Obeying traffic lights, taking up multiple lanes, and blocking cars. Here's the solution. Run them over. Put the credits to the video. It's done. Kill every cyclist. That's my deal. If you ride a bicycle, you deserve to die. That's the video. This disconnect has led to a long-standing hatred that can sometimes result in irrational hostility and violence. I think it might be rational. But let's get into a little viral clip you may have seen recently. It tickled me to no end. A little tickle me Elmo kind of action. It was Gary Peacock and Pierce Kimpton in a viral video. 74-year-old cyclist Gary Peacock took matters into his own hands by detaining 22-year-old driver Pierce Kimpton. A cyclist did a citizen's arrest. Father Time got off of his bicycle and performed a fucking citizen arrest on a 22-year-old. Peacock claimed that Kimpton nearly hit him with his car trying to pass him on the road. When Kimpton parks his car to skateboard with his friend, he finds that Peacock has followed him to give him a piece of his mind. He's just like, you son of a bitch, and cycles after him. In the video, Kimpton speaks to Peacock from inside his car, claiming that he gave the cyclist enough room. Peacock then aggressively opens the car door and fights to keep it against Pierce.
I've got a very aggressive teenager here that almost hit me in the car.
When Kimpton tries to get out, he is held back and told he's not leaving until police show up and demand they give him a ticket. He tells Kimpton, quote,
if I have it my way, you're going to jail.
Which, you know, I just want to say, I would understand getting a little spooked, you know, somewhere like, holy shit, whatever, but to then be like, you motherfucker, and like to be angry, that whole like to follow him and then still just be like, you're going to jail! A bit of an overreaction. Nothing happened. Right? Eventually, the police arrive to break up the confrontation. The officer quickly decides that not only will Kimpton be fined $130 for being too close to the cyclist on the road, but Peacock will also receive a $160 fine for disorderly conduct.
Why am I getting, for what?
Because you were aggressive to him.
Peacock insists that he should have a right to detain someone until police arrive. The officer lectures him like a child and tells him that he's being too aggressive to the child. You're 74, he's 22. What are you thinking?
Criminal citation?
Yes. Yes. Because that behavior is criminal. You don't get to act like that to people.
Peacock gets riled up, frantically trying to explain that he no longer wants to press charges now, that it means he has to get a citation. But it's too late. The officer is fed up. What did this solve? Nothing. Both people got in trouble. I don't like that.
The cop says, I'm giving you this fine, but once the court sees the footage, it's gonna go away.
Oh, okay, so he's just like, you know what? I'm gonna give you this because this geriatrical is driving me insane, but don't worry. I just want to bring this point up because I have made it very clear that my rage for cyclists knows no bound. And I'm gonna try to give you some facts and mostly opinions, on why you should share the same hatred too. I'm angry, and you should be too! Drivers may have irrational anger towards cyclists, but how can you not want to pick on people like this, dude? People say, oh, you're talking, but you look like that. Oh, really? Well, do I look like this? Yeah, I don't, all right? I'm not a big advocate for judging people with how they look, but if you're a cyclist and you wear those goofy-ass outfits, I think it's free game. Is it not? I have to do it. I must. See, this is the problem, dude. This is the fucking problem. People get so bought into dumb hobbies and everything else, they have to make it their entire identity, especially when it comes to, and I'll say it, dude, as a fat piece of shit, people who make like some kind of working out their entire identity, worst people. It's the same way I look at people making like, I don't know, a show. You remember when The Office was a whole thing and that became people's identities was The Office, or like Harry Potter, anime? It's the same stuff. The athletes or people that do these things hold the notion over that it's like, yeah, I don't think I could really live without it, and I'm just a lot healthier because of it. Does that make sense? Is that a good?
So you're saying you don't like people who commit their life to sports?
That's not what I said. You can commit your life to a sport. I have more respect for you if you can. I'm saying when you make it your personality. The people wearing the alien helmet, nylon fiber outfits, and they're going on a trail ride, and they're not competing. Who was that for? Other than for you to be like, I'm a part of the clan. I'm a part of the tribe. If that doesn't make any sense, don't keep it in the video. I'm just saying my gripes. In 1992, a man named Carlson was fed up with how aggressive cyclists were treated. It was common to have insults hurled at you, and in some cases, even being bumped on the road. Good citizen. He decided to take to the streets alongside a giant group of cyclists to ride home, using the strength in numbers to force cars to let them have the road. This is what became known as critical mass. But what exactly is critical mass? Critical mass became a long-standing monthly cycling event where hundreds of cyclists would gather and flood the streets. It was essentially a party that traveled in a group across the city. Are you on my side yet? A petty group of 100 cyclists, 100 baristas getting together and being like, we're gonna go throughout the whole street. All of them. I don't care. During rush hour. People just work 9 hours. I don't care. Gotta get my cardio in. And they have to suffer. It took place on the last Friday of every month. The last Friday of every month! You have to rearrange your plans for the cyclist in the city, okay? The main goal of critical mass is to essentially send a message to drivers that the streets belong to more than just them. Because of this, part of the event is to irritate drivers for being selfish and for not sharing the space. By being selfish and being a petty piece of shit who has to dress in the nylon thing with the alien helmet and ride around with their gay friends. Keep the gay in. I'm saying gay as in not cool, not homosexual, Nick. This is likely because there was no proper accommodating infrastructure to allow cyclists to travel safely alongside traffic. Probably because when people were building cities, they never thought, God, there's gonna be freaks roaming the streets on 2 wheels, riding around. Everyone else in the world is in cars. Anything for bikes, that person was probably stoned to death. Anybody back in the day who was like, what about bikes? What about bicycles? They probably took one of those, like, the stone slings and they're like, you know what I mean? Whoosh. It was common for them to completely take over the road, getting in the way of any driver who happened to be near them. So petty. Like a guy's just driving, they're just like, ooh, 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 ooh. I'm turning! I'm turning! They even created their own move called corking, which is when you and other cyclists purposely cut off intersections to allow the swarm to push through safely and uninterrupted. Corking! My God, there's even a diagram of how it's done. I want to reiterate, I don't care if you ride bicycles. If a guy's like, sure, man, I'll go. Like mountain biking or whatever. You know how hard that must be? Insane. Imagine a guy's like, sure, yeah, I love riding. Yeah, that's cool. Where are we going? Downtown. Have you corked yet? Critical mass is no longer practiced as much today, except for a few cities here and there like San Francisco, where it originated from. That's odd. Probably Portland. While this event had a clear purpose, it likely caused several unknowing drivers encountering it to further deepen their personal hatred of cyclists.
Oh shit.
Way to go. Yeah, exactly. This is where some serious hatred, especially whenever you are driving home, to be inconvenienced in any way on your drive home from work. That's where some real shit starts, dude. That's where real hatred starts. And one of the major reasons it's not here anymore was the 1997 critical mass disaster. The bigger the critical mass became, the longer that drivers had to sit and wait when they eventually blocked their intersection. This resulted in the hatred of cyclists to grow bigger and bigger. This all came to a head in 1997 during critical mass, when around 5,000 cyclists began their usual monthly ride. 5,000. San Francisco police approved this and created an approved route that they would be allowed to travel on, strongly urging them to use it. They're like, you know what? 5,000 freaks on bikes. Sure. Alien helmets, your suits, whatever else you want to have, leotards, foams, whatever else you guys want to have, just use this route, please, would you, please? But they opposed to this, and it was decided that the police would attempt to fully shut down the event. This led to thousands of cyclists breaking off into groups, essentially swarming the entire city and creating hours of widespread traffic in an attempt to avoid being herded by the police. If you are not a cyclist hater, how are you still not by now? Drivers and cyclists were at each other's throats. People were screaming, throwing things, and spitting at each other. Hundreds of cyclists were being arrested, some in brutal fashion. Love that. Love this. Man, I wish we had some B-roll. I wish we had from this event just a guy with a billy club just being like, Stop it! Dragging a guy off his like mongoose bike. Ha, ha, ha! Just hitting his fucking shins real hard. Is that wrong? Is that too much?
No.
While it was incredibly dangerous and chaotic, it actually pushed the city to create bike lanes and help cyclists share the space with drivers. If this was a form of protest, it definitely succeeded. That's why I have zero respect for San Francisco. The 3 main reasons I hate San Francisco. 1, the Giants. 2, the Golden Gate Bridge. Too many people jump off of it. Just figure that out. 3, they really help push bicycle lanes. And for that, I think that the city should be burned to the ground. Thank you. And good night. Okay. Or we can talk about something cool like in 2011 when a critical mass event in Brazil ended in tragedy as a driver drove his car through a massive group of cyclists. You push people to the brink, Nick. You push them to the edge. This man responsible was a 47-year-old man named Ricardo Nice, who was fed up of being held up by the group. He claimed that nearby participants were threatening to flip over his car and that he sped away from them in an act of self-defense. Another cyclist who witnessed the event claimed that Ricardo simply wanted to get past them and that he was in fact the person dishing out threats. I'm gonna go on a limb here and definitely say Ricardo was probably in his car and he's just like, "Fucking move!" And after he didn't respond, he's like, "Fuck it." And he just, you know what I mean? 16 people were caught in the crash and many were left with severe injuries. Luckily, nobody died. I will say at the beginning of the video, I don't condone this. I know I'm joking around a lot, but I want to say that the way that they were, it was too much of a leisurely stroll. If it was another thing too, if it was like they're really going at it, they're going fast, I think it'd be a different thing. It just seems like complete and utter protest of like, we're gonna take our time, right?
That's what it is. It's always a protest.
Why do I feel like you have a bicycle?
No.
I could definitely see you being a cyclist, dude. That's f***ed up. Or we could talk about when a furious driver bit a cyclist's ear. Now we're getting to the part of the video that I like. In 2009, a driver named Curtis Cross from Indiana got into a heated exchange with Jeffrey Guffey, a cyclist. The alternation ended with Curtis biting off a chunk of his earlobe. God damn! Curtis had been driving fast on the road in his pickup truck when Jeffrey yelled at him to slow down. Already, dude. Dude, cyclist, don't act brave. If you have a guy from Indiana and a like double F-250, slow down, asshole. You better believe them brake lights are coming on. You know what I mean? After being flipped off, Curtis abruptly parked his truck and charged towards Jeffrey's. Just grabbed him. What started as a fight between the two ramped up fast. According to Jeffrey, he struck him to the ground and proceeded to bite his ear off and spit the chunks out directly in his face. Awesome. Curtis' lawyer claimed it was self-defense and his use of force was justified. Well, you know. Curtis was ultimately released from jail with a $3,200 bond. Curtis looks like a guy that would bite somebody's ear off.
Have you ever rid your bike and someone got mad at you?
No, because I am on a bike. If I was ever in someone's way, I'd be like, oh, sorry about that. Or in 2007, police arrested 34-year-old Yonan Inouye after he stabbed a driver during a heated fit of rage. In the middle of a busy intersection, a male driver cut off Yonan as he was cycling beside him. Enraged, he caught up to the car and began a verbal confrontation. When both of them stopped to argue, Yonan suddenly pulled out a screwdriver and began to stab the man in the neck and face through the window. He was charged with aggravated assault and assault causing bodily harm. The victim was sent to the hospital with injuries that, while severe, were not life-threatening.
Got stabbed in the neck and
got stabbed in the 6 or 7 times, and he's just like, I'm good, I'm fine. In 2008, 2 people were brutally injured after an irritated driver was fed up with driving alongside cyclists in a city. Don't blame him. Christopher Thompson, a surgeon, he's even a doctor, Nick. He's a doctor, a learned man. Thompson was sick and tired of sharing the road with cyclists in his home, going so far as to tell police later on that he wanted to, quote, teach them a lesson. This is a learned man, a surgeon, all right? How many years of medical school he had to go through to be in this? Do you think he's level-headed? I think he is. No, I think he is. To do this, he purposely passed the 2 of them in his car before slamming on the brakes. He brake checked him. This caused Ron to slam his face onto the back window, resulting in breaking his front teeth and nose, as well as slashing his face. Christian, however, had his shoulders separated, and he tumbled onto the road. How sick would it be if he got out of his car, though, and he gave him his surgeon thing? He's like, I can clear that up for you. Puts it in his pocket. In an attempt to gain sympathy, Thompson assured the judge that he was merely frightened by the cyclists and wanted photos of their suspicious behavior. I agree. He's a learned man, Nick. Don't act, Nick. You look very confused.
I
was afraid too. I've been afraid of cyclists. It makes sense to me. I think he's gonna get out of this okay. This was not received well. Fuck. He had already been convicted of an aggressive encounter with 2 other cyclists only days prior. Poor guy had hate in his heart, bloodshed. In 2010, he cried his eyes out as he apologized to the 2 cyclists before being sentenced to 5 years in prison. I think it's a bit steep for bicyclists, really. Hopefully no one needs a surgeon for their heart. Or in 2022, Mark Gringle had an altercation with an insane driver that ended up with him in a wheelchair. In Ravensdale, Washington, Gringle was training for an Ironman triathlon while cycling on the road. A car sped past him and just barely rammed into him. And Gringle admits to flipping off the man as he flew by, and the driver reacted by parking his car to prepare for an altercation. If you ever feel wronged in your life, it's okay. You don't need to flip anybody off, especially if you're, I'm not to be sexist or anything, if you're a woman and you like flip off a crazy guy, you have no idea. You have no idea what could happen. Happened to my wife. I was so upset when she's like, yeah, a guy ran past and I flipped him off. A guy just like ran into her, it broke off the fucking front bumper of her car and he drove away. We never even knew who he was. If you ever just slided, bury it deep and yell something in your head, but just let it slide. You never know where someone's at with teetering on the verge of insanity. You could have a guy, you could flip somebody off, he just gets out and beats you to death with a pipe. Just let it be, dude. Let kids have their, because they're like, hey, I win. But then they have to go home to their pathetic life inside their own mental prison. So who really wins? Gringle began panicking and tried to pass by the car quickly. As he attempted to, he was brutally assaulted to the point of losing consciousness. Wait, so what is that? What does that mean? He's like, oh, he get grabbed? What happened? His pelvis, collarbone, and ribs were broken. My God, his lung was punctured as well. Just let people just go. My God. He was bound to a wheelchair for several months. He stayed hopeful that he would recover sooner and be able to cycle once again, but the man responsible for the hit and run was nowhere to be found. Dang it. Darn it. I hate that. I'm sure they'll find him one day. Or in 2024, 2 cyclists were chased down and shot at during a charity event. Cyclists took part in a 16-mile ride to end hunger charity event. A 16-mile ride to end hunger. I think by the end of this, there's going to be a lot of full bellies. Let's go, guys. Which angered 66-year-old David Earl Buston. He was fed up with the cyclists taking up room on the road, getting in the way. He quickly swerved around them, attempting to force them off the road. Instead of going on about his day, he decided to get back at them for inconveniencing him. Buston parked his car and loaded a Winchester Model 1300 shotgun. He shot 3 rounds toward the passing cyclist and missed every shot. He was found by police and taken into custody, later being charged with first-degree assault and reckless endangerment. What a fucking dipshit. How can you be that angry? Like, don't get me wrong, I hate cyclists, don't get me wrong, but to pull over and just be like, I'm gonna kill him. And then you go about, you miss every shot, what are you, a fucking moron? My God. And lastly, in 2017, cyclist John Weisenberger was nearly run over by an enraged driver after confrontation on the road. 55-year-old Matthew Engel had turned onto the street to find Jan taking up the center of the lane. Furious, Engel pulls up next to him and begins screaming at him. After a heated back and forth, Engel drives past him only to put the car in reverse and attempt to run the man over. As Jan tells him he's on camera, the enraged driver screams that he's going to get his shotgun and shoot his head off before driving away.
You're on camera. You're on camera. You're on camera. You're on camera, motherfucker. Come here.
That's the opposite reaction. You're on camera. Cool. I'm gonna murder you on camera. Matthew Engel has been charged with reckless driving and declines to comment on what took place that day. He was risking facing up to 90 days in prison for his violent actions. He was thrown out after Engel proved to be taking anger management classes. Wow. So he's just like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And the judge is just like, it's fine. He's taking anger management classes. He didn't really do it, did he? Here's the thing. Drivers and cyclists have been in an ongoing feud for a very long time. And it seems silly to put blame on one side or the other, which we will. Cyclist. The truth is that there are asshole drivers and there are asshole cyclists out there. And both groups need to be more active in effort to try to share the road with each other. I think, personally, you need a new hobby, okay? A 4-ton vehicle is gonna beat a 120-pound man on a bicycle. Whatever happened to mountain biking, right? Whatever happened to trails? Now we have to do it like, dude, I have to get my fix in around my neighborhood. 5 p.m. I got up real early for my coffee job. I don't know why I keep bring the barista thing. I think it's just because the guy that hit the side of my wife's car, I'm pretty sure he was a barista. He had like a coffee house shirt thing on, whatever.
Had a Starbucks apron on.
Definitely, there's no way they'd be Starbucks. It has to be some local thing where a cup of coffee costs $9, etc., etc. All I know is this: cyclists are one of the more annoying, I don't know, subsects of people out there, right? You have gym people who can be annoying in gyms and try to be the alpha in situations, but when it comes to people getting in full-fledged assaults, you know, people shooting guns at each other, granted all those are the car drivers, but I think it's more so, it's just the idea of feeling like you're going to inconvenience someone just because you're on a bike. They need to share the road on either side, right? So this is what I gotta say. If anything, this has became more of a road rage video. I would say if at the end of the day, if you feel like somebody slighted you, swallow that pride. Going home and relaxing, hey, give it 10 minutes, you're gonna feel totally fine. Don't ruin the rest of your life over a second of anger that pushes you to do something that you're probably gonna regret for the rest of your life. And also, run over every cyclist you see on the road. All I gotta say is that's my video for today. If you get on a bike, be careful out there. Take it easy.
All right, Goober. Let go of my camera, Goober. Let go of my camera, Goober. Get that out of my face. Don't touch my camera, Goober. Get that out of my face. I don't think so. I'll leave it right there, Goober. All right, Goober. Nice outfit, too. Yeah, you wish you could work as hard as I can. Right.